The story of Star Wars is generally a tale of good versus evil, filled with characters that solidify their stance in the matter through the actions they take on their respective journeys. It's through these actions that these characters transform from just everyday people into legends. This begs the question, which character is the best? Many may give one or various answers. I believe there are quite a few. So my goal in this series is to intensely analyze the characters I believe fit this mold, and make a case for them as the greatest Star Wars character of all time. The character I want to look at today is Anakin Skywalker, or Darth Vader. Anakin is undoubtedly one of the most iconic characters in Star Wars as the main protagonist of the prequels and the main antagonist of the original trilogy. In this multi-part analysis, I want to go over how Anakin's ideals, philosophy, and journey as a character molds the themes of Star Wars as a whole, and how he transforms from a virtuous young boy that only wanted to bring good into the galaxy to a troubled young man that fell from grace into the darkness and chose evil, only to be brought back to the light as a redeemed hero. Anakin was first introduced to audiences in the original trilogy as Darth Vader, the evil Sith Lord and supreme commander of the Empire, only second in line to the Emperor himself. He was the shadow that brought darkness to the galaxy and the ideal nemesis to the hero in Luke Skywalker. But in order to fully understand how he became the archetypal villain, we must look at the journey he took to get there, as his experiences are what molded him into the Dark Lord of the Sith that we meet in A New Hope. And so, the Chosen One's story begins in Episode 1 on the desert planet of Tatooine, with his home being a representation of Anakin's circumstance. Being a desert, his environment is dry, barren, and lifeless, with nothing on the horizon, truly emphasizing his lack of freedom, as similar to his owner, the sandy wasteland has enslaved him to continuously live a life on this desolate world. And when we meet him, his simple rugged clothing is used to emphasize his humble beginnings along with the desert planet that he lives on and his role as a slave. But by the will of the Force, fate would shine upon the young boy as travelers from another part of the galaxy would stumble upon him and Watto's shop, and from then on, their destinies would be intertwined with one another. Right from the start, we get to see a bit of the dynamic that Anakin has with his owner in Watto. Watto is critical of Anakin, viewing him mostly as an asset to make money. So when Anakin shows any hindrance to that, Anakin is met with negative reinforcement. It's following this that his interaction with Padme would establish Anakin as a character, giving us insight to his characteristics, perspective, and story.
Are you an angel?
What?
An angel. I heard the deep space pilots talk about them. They're the most beautiful creatures in the universe.
You're a funny little boy.
They call him the Chosen One for a reason, as Anakin has more game than the average male adult, which makes you wonder where it all went once he hit puberty. But I digress. That's an analysis for another video. But really, Anakin shows that he's not afraid to speak his mind, as he has much confidence talking to Padme even at the young age of 9. Him forming this as a question is either good game or him showing his youth and naivety. It shows that he hasn't really experienced much of the galaxy. He's only lived on Tatooine, so he eagerly and curiously listens to what outsiders that have traveled from other planets have to say about those star systems. This gives him some sense of what's going on in the world and allows him to live a bit vicariously through them.
How do you know so much?
I listen to all the traders and star pilots who come through here.
Being a slave, he's limited to what he gets to do and when and who he can interact with. So he relishes in these moments where he can simply talk to others, as it gives him a window or a glimpse into the life of freedom and adventure that he yearns for.
I'm a pilot, you know, and someday I'm gonna fly away from this place.
You're a pilot?
All my life.
For one, this shows Anakin's immense natural skills and hard work and dedication to his craft, as accomplishing this feat is incredible for someone his age, highlighted by Padme's surprise. And as a pilot, similar to a bird, Anakin wants to spread his wings and fly, but he's caged to this planet and his owner. This also emphasizes how he doesn't enjoy Tatooine or think very highly of it, not looking at it as a home, rather a prison, where he's just another inmate dreaming of breaking free from the chains.
How long have you been here?
Since I was very little. 3, I think. My mom and I were sold to Gardulla the Hutt, but she lost us betting on the pod races.
You're a slave?
I'm a person, and my name is Anakin.
Anakin obviously detests the idea of being a slave, emphasized by the fact that he wants people to call him by his name, as that's the thing he identifies with. Being a slave has him feel like he's of lesser value than others. He's been called it so often that he may be starting to believe it, so he verbally rejects it whenever he can. And the ones that are okay with this concept are no better to him than the ones who buy and sell people as though if they were objects. This shows the importance of Anakin's mother, as she was one of, if not the only person in his life who treated him as an equal and truly saw him and others that way. From this alone and the implied rougher upbringing from Gardulla and Watto and others like Sebulba, it can be inferred that Anakin dealt with abuse as a slave. Whether it was verbal or physical, it's something that shaped him to be the person that he is now, and a mental scar that he would have to deal with throughout his life.
I'm sorry. I don't fully understand. This is a strange place to me.
This really lays the foundation of who Anakin is and his backstory, as it's this dark past and upbringing that gives him a perspective that's very different from everyone else, as he wants to be more idealistic like Padme, and he is for the most part, but because of his experiences in life, there's always a pragmatic, cynical, or realistic voice in his head that says otherwise. Basically, a devil on his shoulders, showing why he needs guidance, as he currently has it with his mother, but if he were to lose her, the path becomes murky and complicated, emphasizing the importance of a guardian angel, or a mentor even.
Wouldn't have lasted long anyways if I wasn't so good at building things.
Anakin shows further resentment towards Watto, and rightfully so, showing this complex that he's built over the years. Also, Anakin alludes to the fact that he's an extremely talented engineer and mechanic. Not only does this skill show his impressive intelligence, particularly for his age, but also the fact that this idea of being able to build and, more importantly, fix things comes easy to him. So in the same way that he can do that, he hopes that this can be the case in all aspects of life, as he always tries to fix every problem that comes his way, as he's very much a person of action. This is why he always believes that there's a way to save everyone, and he will stop at nothing to do so, putting his life on the line time and time again for others, as he believes that they would and should do the same for him. Unfortunately, he would learn that not all things can be so easily fixed, and not everyone can always be saved, and that would frustrate him as an obstacle he would need to learn to overcome.
I'm glad to have met you, Anakin.
I was glad to meet you too.
Not bad, kid. Not bad.
Udmians, tinka me chasa hopo ma putina noya.
Lolova Numatafa.
Despite his upbringing, Anakin shows that he always tries to have a positive perspective, and his crush on Padme might also have something to do with his response. But even after these travelers leave the shop, Anakin would find himself coming across them yet again, as they would be truly out of their element.
Chesko Sebulba, Chapoko Umangisa, Mitisa Radical Panapichapa Chawa.
Anakin's confidence shows yet again, this time in a high-pressure situation where Jar Jar's life is on the line. This is also an example of how Anakin will fiercely fight for others that can't do so for themselves, and even more so for his friends. If he sees something wrong or an injustice, he must intervene and do what he believes is right, to the point that he may be reckless or impulsive at times. Whatever Anakin does, he chooses to do so with 100% effort, and it shows here.
Thanks, my young friend.
Others like Qui-Gon value this compassion and bravery by Anakin, as he's someone whose philosophy is easy to get behind, and he's a person who others are motivated to fight alongside.
Do you have shelter?
We'll head back to our ship.
You'll never reach the outskirts in time. Come on, I'll take you to my place.
Anakin shows the big heart that he has. He barely knows these people, but he treats them like family and welcomes them into his home. In many cases, such as this one, it's easy for others to simply dismiss it as, that's not my problem. But Anakin decides to do what many others won't, and that's care for others, as we see compassion is arguably the strongest trait that he possesses.
These are my friends, Mom.
Your son was kind enough to offer us shelter.
Anakin is again quick to open himself to others, as he already considers these strangers his friends. And he also shows that he has a good sense of judgment with people's character, as he can distinguish good from bad in the likes of those like Qui-Gon and his team, and Sebulba.
I'm building a droid. You want to see? Come on, I'll show you 3PO. He's a protocol droid to help Mom.
Anakin flexes yet again his ability to build things, and what's more impressive is his reasoning for doing so, as he does it to help his mother. This highlighting his selfless ways, as almost every action Anakin does is with the intention of benefiting others. His mother raised him well, despite the cruel hand that life has dealt them. Again, this guidance has benefited him greatly, keeping him on the straight and narrow path to do good.
I can't believe there's still slavery in the galaxy. The Republic's anti-slavery laws
The
are...
Republic doesn't exist out here. We must survive on our own.
Shmi has accepted the hard truth about their situation, and as a result, it's been passed down to Anakin. Even at an extremely young age, Anakin has had to find ways to survive on his own, only trusting in his mother, as in his eyes, the very concept of government or democracy is non-existent. While the Republic does their best to help everyone living in the Outer Rim, he was born into a system that is flawed and, more importantly, unlike the Hutt cartels and slave owners, on the side that it most negatively affects. This furthers the idea that Anakin has learned to trust people and not necessarily the government or the ideals that they stand on, as they've only ever failed him.
Has anybody ever seen a pod race?
They're pod racing on Malastare. Very fast, very dangerous.
Anakin quickly changes the subject as again the topic makes him uneasy, compared to his mother who openly talks about it. Although Anakin is not so complacent with her situation, so he searches for change, which is why he wants to take action.
All slaves have a transmitter placed inside their body somewhere.
I've been working on a scanner to try and locate mine.
Any attempt to escape,
And they blow you up.
Boom! Ha, word!
It really is, but what's not are Anakin's skills as a pod racer.
I'm the only human who can do it.
You must have Jedi reflexes if you race pods. Don't do that again.
A foreshadowing of the raw potential with the Force that Anakin possesses, as one must be able to see things happen before they do to be equipped for such a dangerous sport, something the Jedi know as precognition, an ability they use frequently to defend themselves in combat, from deflecting blaster bolts and crossing blades with a Sith Lord, giving Qui-Gon more than enough reason to deduce that Anakin could become a Jedi Knight. And speaking of deduction,
You're a Jedi Knight, aren't you?
What makes you think that?
I saw your laser sword. Only Jedis carry that kind of weapon.
Anakin shows his observant and perceptive nature to work out the truth for himself. Also, the fact that he puts Qui-Gon on the spot shows his confident and brash nature yet again, as he's not afraid of being potentially confrontational with another person.
Perhaps I killed a Jedi and took it from him.
I don't think so. No one can kill a Jedi.
I wish that was so.
Anakin still has an optimistic mindset through and through. He likes to see the best in others and clearly idolizes the Jedi and their abilities. Much like we may look at our own heroes through rose-colored glasses, as they can be seen as perfect people. But the reality is they can be deeply flawed like the rest of us. And unfortunately as well, bad things can happen to good people. Much like Anakin and Shmi being slaves, the Jedi are more than capable of being killed. At a young age we believe this isn't the case, being more optimistic, credulous, or naive. But as we gain experience of both the good and bad, our perception changes. What's important is what actions we take with that newfound perception.
I had a dream I was a Jedi. I came back here and freed all the slaves. Have you come to free us?
No.
I think you have. Why else would you be here?
Anakin truly is an optimist, and a virtuous person too. Even in his dreams, where he enters a world that is entirely his own, he still wants a better and brighter future for others. Anakin truly believes that anything is possible, and that benefits him here as his dreams show him the blueprint to a better world for all to live in. However, when those dreams become nightmares, he takes them as potential truths as well, and he forgets to live. This also shows the expectation that Anakin has in others, as he wants to always see the best in them, believing that they will do the right thing when given the opportunity. So it's confusing for him when he finally meets a Jedi, a type of person that he wishes to be, and receives a response that doesn't match his expectations. He sees things in a very black and white way, either you're taking action to help others, or you're not. There is no in between. This being part of the absolute mentality he would take on for the rest of his life. He will fiercely fight alongside those that are on his side trying to help others, but once he senses betrayal, you will feel his wrath.
We're on our way to Coruscant.
Our ship was damaged and we're stranded here until we can repair it.
I can help. I can fix anything.
Anakin's immediate reaction, as usual, is to help. He sees that others are in need, and his altruistic nature and moral compass lead him to helping others every time.
I built a racer, fastest ever. There's a big race tomorrow on Boonta Eve. You could enter my pod. You could make him think it was yours and get him to let me pilot it for you.
Not only is Anakin a more than generous person, but he also shows the cunning nature Obi-Wan would speak of, as he's quick to come up with a plan to get the team out of their situation. A far better idea than any of them had had to this point. Also, again, expecting nothing in return, simply for the sake of doing the right thing.
I don't want you to race. It's awful. I die every time Watson makes you do it.
But Mom, I love it.
Anakin again shows his love for being a pilot. While it may be something that puts fear in others for his health and safety, like his mother, the rush he feels when he takes flight is like no other, as he feels more alive when he does it than anything else. Flying is what he wants to do, and it's fitting as it's a metaphor of being free, as you're unconstrained from the rest of the world, where being constrained is something that he feels in his own life, in every sense of the word.
The prize money would more than pay for the parts they need. Mom, you say the biggest problem in this universe is nobody helps each other.
And in the simplest form, this is exactly what Anakin feels he's meant to do. To be part of the solution and actively help others. Knowing better than anyone what it's like to be on the other side. Hoping that someone would help him and his mother.
We'll find some other way.
No, there is no other way. I may not like it, but he can help you. He was meant to help you.
This foreshadowing his destiny as the Chosen One, as Anakin's one purpose in life is to help others. That much he knows, and he's willing to do so no matter the cost. His mother recognizes this as well and allows him to make the choice himself, as she knows how much the rest of the world has already caged him in, and she won't do the same to him.
There's something about this boy.
Not only is there something special about Anakin as a person, but his power in the Force as well, as others like Qui-Gon sense it in him.
You should be very proud of your son. He gives without any thought of reward.
Well, he knows nothing of greed.
As Anakin's mother and soon-to-be father figure converse, they revere the type of person that he is, and Anakin's the way that he is due to the guidance and wisdom Shmi's bestowed upon him to show him the difference between right and wrong, and good and evil, as his environment, being in a world full of gangsters like the Hutts and slave owners and traders, could have just as easily left him jaded and cynical about his future. Ironically as well, this environment or circumstance of being a slave has given Anakin the power of lacking greed and replacing it entirely with compassion, as he comes from nothing, so he understands what it's like more than anyone to live in a position of weakness rather than strength. As a strong man who has known power all his life may lose respect for that power, but a weak man knows the value of strength and knows compassion. Anakin's mother has shown him the right way to do things, that even if the world has wronged you, it doesn't mean that you should do the same to it. So Anakin in turn gives every ounce of himself to doing the right thing.
He has
special powers.
Yes.
He can see things before they happen. That's why he appears to have such quick reflexes. It's a Jedi trait.
The Force at times, like this one, is used as a way to highlight the type of person that the user is, as Anakin is both special because of his potential with the Force and his virtuous character traits.
He deserves better than a slave's life.
A true statement for everyone, and it's amplified in a person like Anakin, as there isn't any malice in his heart, he simply wants to do good by others.
The Force is unusually strong with him. That much is clear. Who was his father?
There was no father. I carried him, I gave birth, I raised him. I can't explain what happened. Can you help him?
I don't know.
Here we get some insight into Anakin's backstory, as he truly seems to be a boy of destiny as the soon-to-be crowned Chosen One. The Force has a mysterious way of working, as life does sometimes too, and it willed him into existence, whether by fate or direct cause of another's doing. In any case, he's here now, and it's for a reason greater than their own. There's also definite parallels to Christianity and Jesus and his birth from the Virgin Mother Mary, as Jesus was born and died to absolve everyone's sins. And in the case of Anakin, he's here with the purpose to bring balance to the Force. However, Anakin is just a boy, one with extraordinary gifts, but still very human and is capable of making mistakes and being deeply flawed and having feelings of conflict. So his choices, in spite of those feelings, would determine his path to bringing balance to the Force.
I'm in the Boonta race tomorrow. What? With this?
The world, like his peers, have always doubted him. However, he never lets that stop him from doing what he wants. So Anakin charges forward in testing his pod racer with the confidence that it will succeed.
It's working! It's working!
Anakin here shows in this small victory the passion that he has in what he does. He loves to build things, fix them, make them work, pilot, and, most importantly, help others. And in this one moment he gets to do them all with a simple flip of a switch. It's a moment where he gets to feel true joy even in this dark world he lives in.
Has anyone been to them all?
Not likely.
I want to be the first one to see them all.
Again, Anakin is motivated by his dreams and aspirations, the thing that gives him life in a situation where it could be easy to give in and have a pessimistic attitude. This also shows his general sense of adventure. He would do anything to get off this rock and have a life of greater purpose.
The reading is off the chart. Over 20,000.
Even Master Yoda doesn't have a Meditichlorian count that high.
No Jedi has.
What does that mean?
I'm not sure.
Anakin's potential is something that is unheard of to those like Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan. This great power, of course, alludes to the great responsibility that comes with it, as in the right hands, it can be used for infinite good. However, in the wrong hands, it could lead to unspeakable evil. Either way, the pressure is on Anakin, as his actions would be put under a microscope because of it. And with this in mind, Qui-Gon would take a gamble and bet on Anakin, trusting in the will of the Force and believing in this boy and the good he could do for others, all starting with the Boonta Eve pod race.
I'll wager my new racing pod against the boy and his mother.
No pod is worth 2 slaves, not by a long shot.
The boy then.
Anakin has intrigued Qui-Gon so much that he's willing to bet it all on him, to the point that it's detouring in his mission just to free Anakin, understanding his importance. For Anakin, this is important as it shows the impact that he has on other characters' actions, even when he's not in the scene. Even having Qui-Gon fix the chance cube to ensure that he has a chance at freeing him, just to teach him the ways of the Force. This also heightens the stakes of the upcoming race, as he's not only competing for their lives, but his own freedom as well.
What do you mean by that?
I'll tell you later.
Anakin has no idea what Watto means by this, so it simply further raises his already established suspicion and intrigue of the mysterious Jedi Knight.
You've never won a race?
Not exactly.
Not even finished?
Kitster's right, I will this time.
Of course you will.
Padme has every right to be skeptical here, as they're all placing their fate on a boy who has a beyond suspect or questionable record as a racer. Despite this, Anakin shows his confidence and optimism here yet again, as he truly believes that he can and will win this race. Because he's doing it for others, it almost feels like that gives him more strength and confidence to do so going forward, especially coupled with the reassurance he would get from Qui-Gon. The stage is set as Anakin is making final preparations for the Boonta Eve Classic, a simple 3-lap race where everyone's fate is resting in his hands.
Be safe.
I will not. I promise.
Again, the race is dangerous, one that brings out the fear in everyone, particularly his mother, but Anakin assures her that everything will be alright, even if he may have doubts, insecurities, or fears as he enters the race. Unfortunately, unlike Shmi, not everyone has Anakin's best interest at heart, as Sebulba tries to sabotage Anakin, sneakily messing with his pod racer. This highlighting the difference between the two, where Sebulba is one to win at any cost, no matter how dirty his play becomes or who gets hurt in the process, and Anakin is the opposite, one to race with honor, relying solely on his skill, doing his best to minimize casualties. Part of that shows the difference in their respective confidence, as Sebulba sees others like Anakin as a threat, so he chooses to cheat because he lacks the ability to consistently win on simply his own merit and skills as a pilot. It's fitting that the two are placed as each other's antagonists for the race, as Sebulba juxtaposes everything that Anakin is about. Sebulba is a free man that chooses to bully others like Anakin or Jar Jar, people that he believes or perceives are vulnerable, weak, or beneath him. Where Anakin is a slave that despite his situation chooses to help others and protect them from the bullies of the world. Sebulba enters the race out of greed, only trying to win for his own benefit, and Anakin wants to, as Qui-Gon says, give without any thought of reward. And a nice bit of trash talk before the race solidifies the rivalry between the two.
Scrawny dough pot, Slimo.
As Anakin not only winning, but beating Sebulba specifically, would mean something on a personal level, almost as if it was to prove a point and strike back at those that think they're better than him. In the final moments before the race, Anakin would be a bit emotionally charged, coming off the heels of feeling the fear from his mother and the anger he holds towards Sebulba. But to help him center himself, Qui-Gon would grant him with words of wisdom to help him find a place mentally where he could be at calm and at peace.
Concentrate on the moment. Feel. Don't think. Use your instincts.
I will.
May the Force be with you.
So far, Anakin has been the one to help Qui-Gon out, and now he returns the favor, being a fatherly sage that helps guide him on this race. It's here that Anakin begins to see Qui-Gon as that father or mentor figure, a strong presence that can help him in his journey of growth, one that will help him calm his mind. Like Qui-Gon's advice per usual, he advises to be in the moment above all else, to not focus on things that you can't control, and to trust your gut. As Anakin has a good head on his shoulders, so his natural instincts are all he needs. He spent his whole life preparing for this moment, so he just needs to go out there and do it, letting the chips fall where they may. So the race begins and Anakin is off to a rough start as his pod immediately stalls. This similar to the start of his own life, as he was dealt a terrible hand. But in the same way he chooses to not let that be an excuse, he finds a way to better his situation, both in the race and in life. Throughout the race, Anakin displays his incredible skills, providing context to the praise that Obi-Wan would give years later when reminiscing on his best friend, as at the young age of 9 he already displays skills beyond his years to maneuver his way around the other contestants, also showing his expertise and intelligence as an engineer as he constructed a pod that was considerably faster than all his opponents on his own. The small size of the pod also highlights him as the underdog, especially when compared to Sebulba's. It may make it a bit more susceptible to damage when taking a hit, but with the right pilot, its nimble ways can be utilized to easily get ahead of the competition. Anakin also shows his ability to think on his feet, as time and time again he's put in a terrible situation, but he perseveres, never giving up and always keeping a calm mind. When he spins out of control, he levels himself and he uses his tools to reconnect himself and become whole again. There's a metaphor there somewhere. It's fitting that the third and final lap is just between Anakin and Sebulba, as the race becomes a personal duel or confrontation between the two. Of course, the switch that Sebulba flipped becomes an issue in this final lap, as it causes Anakin to lose power in one of his engines, and again he must be quick and come up with a plan. Luckily, as mentioned before, Anakin is a man, or boy, of action, never hesitating and choosing to go with his instincts as Qui-Gon says, rerouting some of the power from his other engine to the one that's failing. Whether life or others directly choose to negatively impact him, he always perseveres. In the final stretch, Anakin and Sebulba get tied up, and Anakin is able to break free from his grasp, where fittingly Sebulba's dirty tactics finally catch up to him and he loses his pod and the race in one swift stroke. Anakin wins with honor. He played a clean game and raced for the right reasons. He fights for his friends and in doing so, wins the parts for the team and wins his own freedom. And in this moment, Qui-Gon raises him on his shoulders and he gets to feel the freest he ever has in his life as he's living his dream, being the best star pilot in the galaxy and simply helping his friends. So everyone chants and celebrates the hero of the Boonta Eve Classic as he ends Sebulba's reign as a champion.
We owe you everything, Annie.
It's so wonderful, Annie. You have brought hope to those who have none.
It's here that Shmi reminds Anakin the true impact that he has. As a slave from the simple desert planet, he defied all odds and showed everyone that anyone can be victorious as long as you put your mind to it. And in doing so, he's become a beacon of hope to others that had none before. A hero and a tale that others can get behind.
He has been freed.
What?
You're no longer a slave.
Did you hear that?
Now you can make your dreams come true, Annie. You're free.
Words that almost feel unreal to hear. Anakin learns about his freedom and he's overwhelmed with joy. He's finally accomplished his lifelong goal and he can go on to do everything he's ever dreamed of.
Will you take him with you? Is he to become a Jedi?
Yes. Our meeting was not a coincidence. Nothing happens by accident. Anakin, training to become a Jedi is not an easy challenge. And even if you succeed, it's a hard life.
But I want to go. It's what I've always dreamed of doing.
Fate truly seems to be on Anakin's side, as the ideal master for him has stumbled upon his doorstep and offers him the very thing he's always wanted. Unfortunately, like many things in life, they come at a cost. Not only would he have to leave his family behind, but the path to becoming a Jedi is not for everyone. as he would be put to the test in ways that would truly challenge his character.
Can I go, Mom?
Anakin, this path has been placed before you. The choice is yours alone.
I want to do it.
Anakin has made a choice. He seeks approval from his mother, but he truly is on his own as he chooses to fly from the nest. This is a first in Anakin's life, as he's always been limited in what he could do, but now he has the ability to make the change he wants to see in the world and live by his mother's ideals.
Then pack your things. I haven't much time.
Yippee! What about Mom? Is she free too?
I tried to free your mother, Annie, but Water wouldn't have it.
You're coming with us, aren't you, Mom?
Son, my place is here. My future is here. It is time for you to let go.
I don't want things to change.
But you can't stop the change, any more than you can stop the suns from setting.
The consequences finally set in, as Anakin begins to realize that his mother can't go with him. Anakin's love for his mother is strong, and the same way that she's protected him, he wants to do the same for her. But Anakin must learn a valuable lesson in learning to let go, as this attachment would be the crux of Anakin's fall to the dark side. Like Shmi states, change is inevitable, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. Even with all the power that the universe has to offer him, it's unavoidable. So, like his son would do, he has to allow the sun to set on the life that he once knew and embrace the birth of this new life that he will embark on.
I'll make sure Mom doesn't sell you or anything.
Sell me?
Bye.
If only Anakin had the same kind of attachment to 3PO. When Anakin begins to leave his home, it then dawns on him that this would be the final time that he would do so, and he turns to have one final conversation with his mother.
I can't do it, Mom. I just can't do it. Will I ever see you again?
What does your heart tell you?
I hope so. Yes, I guess.
That we will see each other again.
The confident boy we were accustomed to seeing shows his fear and vulnerability, as it's scary to begin a journey like this, where he must separate himself from the one person that's ever loved him, someone that's guided him and seemed to have all the answers in life. So Shmi gives him the reassurance that if you want something to happen, it will, as Anakin is the type of person to make his dreams a reality.
I will come back and free you, Mom. I promise.
Now, be brave and don't look back.
Words that Anakin would do his best to live by, as freeing his mother is just as important, if not more so, as freeing himself was, as imagining a life without her is not quite the same. So he heeds his mother's words and continues on without looking back, encouraging the idea of showing no fear, hesitations, or regret in his decisions, as he would truly need to be brave to take these next steps, as he's full of fear in this moment of the unknown, attached to his mother and the weight of the world on his shoulders. There's a definite rhyme to how Luke left and Anakin did. For Luke, it was a lot more of a positive or cathartic departure, as after he lost his family, there was nothing left to keep him there or drag him down, so he could look on with eyes forward with no issue. For Anakin, it's bittersweet that he gets to go on this adventure to learn the ways of the Force and become a Jedi, but he's leaving behind a bit of his heart, as Anakin's faith is always in his friends and loved ones, so to lose or walk away from one of them is to lose a bit of himself. And so, Anakin and Qui-Gon would embark on their adventure together, being met with peril almost immediately in the form of the return of the Sith.
Qui-Gon, sir, wait, I'm tired!
Anakin, drop!
Imagine if he didn't. Anakin gets his first glimpse at the Sith as they're attacked by Maul, and with Qui-Gon's sword skills and Anakin's quick word to the rest of the team, they're all able to barely make it out alive.
What was it?
I'm not sure, but it was well trained in the Jedi arts. My guess is it was after the Queen.
What are we gonna do about it?
We should be patient.
This wouldn't be the last time that Qui-Gon and Maul would encounter each other, and their next and final meeting would pave or cement Anakin's path.
Anakin Skywalker, meet Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Hi, you're a Jedi too? Pleased to meet you.
The future master and apprentice meet for the first time, as the brothers' destinies would be intertwined with one another beyond anything that they could have ever foreseen. And at last, the team would be on its way to Coruscant, and it would be on this trip that Anakin would only begin to feel the effects of flying away from the nest.
You alright?
Very cold.
You come from a warm planet, Annie. A little too warm for my taste. Space is cold.
While this is true literally, this is also true in a metaphorical sense, as choosing to live a life in space and going on adventures is one that leaves you away from the warmth that one feels when they're home. Even if he wasn't crazy about Tatooine, it still has his mother, and, as they say, home is where the heart is.
I made this for you, so you'd remember me. It'll bring you good fortune.
It's beautiful, but I don't need this to remember you by.
Anakin shows again his compassion for others, as he cares for Padme, so he goes out of his way to show her what she means to him, hoping that the necklace would bring her good fortune, as that's all that he ever wishes for those that he deeply cares about.
Many things will change when you reach the capital, Annie, but my caring for you will remain.
I care for you too. Only I
miss your mother.
With the absence of his mother, Padme, along with Qui-Gon, would be the ones to fill the void. Although once he arrives on Coruscant, he would come to the realization that things will be very different, and he would have to grow up faster than expected, as not only has he had to separate himself from his mother, but almost immediately from his father figure that had promised to take care of and watch over him. What's worse is that when he goes to say his farewell to Padme, she's not there.
I've sent Padme on an errand.
I'm on my way to the Jedi Temple to start my training, I hope. I may never see her again, so I came to say goodbye.
We will tell her for you. We are sure her heart goes with you.
Word of advice, Anakin, you're gonna have to start learning what she looks like with makeup on. My guy doesn't even recognize her. But really, this shows the big heart that he has, as he again goes out of his way to show her that he cares for her, and this care for others would be the focal point in his trials with the Jedi.
A ship? A cup. A ship. A speeder.
Anakin has his first test with the Jedi Council, and he seems to be passing them with flying colors, even getting a look of approval by Mace and Yoda, at least in the aspect that showcases his natural ability with the Force. But it's when they ask him about his mental state that the dynamic seems to shift.
How feel you?
Cold, sir.
Afraid, are you?
No, sir.
See through you. We can.
Again, Anakin uses the feeling of being cold to describe his state. This time, it's confirmed or called out by others that he feels this way due to the fear that's inside him. This is important, as stated earlier, Anakin gives everything 100% effort, including how he feels about something. So when he feels happy, he feels great, incredible, and warm. But when he feels sad, he's fearful and cold. The point is that whatever emotion he feels affects him so much to the point that it does so on a physical level.
Your thoughts dwell on your mother.
Afraid to lose her, I think, Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering.
These words, more than any in the room would realize, would define much of Anakin's story, as he in many ways would represent fear in the saga, both being on the receiving end of it and delivering it to others. And it's that same fear, as Yoda would suggest, that would dictate many of Anakin's actions going forward throughout the story. This scene also sets the tone for Anakin's struggles with opening up to the Council, as they show that they don't believe in his ability to control his emotions, even though he is the chosen one. In short, Anakin and the Council don't get off to such a great start, as they would go on to deny him a place with the Jedi that he feels deserving of. And it wouldn't be the last time either.
The Force is strong with him.
He is to be trained then?
No. He will not be trained.
No.
He is too old.
He is the chosen one. You must see it.
Clouded this boy's future is.
Even though Anakin is more than equipped to become a Jedi based on his Force sensitivity, the Council refuses to teach him, with a rationale that simply feels arbitrary. This reluctance sets the tone for Anakin's relationship with the Council as tense, in particular with Mace Windu, as he is the most avid follower of the Code and the best representation of what the Council has become. Anakin seeing Qui-Gon's reaction only furthers his confusion for why the Council is so against training him. So then he can only take it personally. In reality, as Yoda says, his future is unknown. But like Qui-Gon would say, that doesn't make him dangerous. It's this fear that they have of training him that would ironically be one of the catalysts that would spark Anakin's fall to the dark side, as they would never treat him the way that they should and focus on guiding him along the right path properly. One where they show him trust rather than distrust in nearly every one of his actions. And this critical nature of theirs would only be further amplified by the fact that he is the chosen one.
I will train him then. I take Anakin as my Padawan learner.
An apprentice you have, Qui-Gon. Impossible to take on a second.
The Code forbids it.
Obi-Wan is ready.
I am ready to face the trials.
Our own counsel we will keep on who is ready.
Here, Qui-Gon's faith in Anakin is solidified, as he's willing to defy the Council if need be, very much juxtaposing the Council, which further builds trust in him from Anakin, as he is the strong father figure that he needs in his life growing up. Now Anakin gets to witness it firsthand as he sees Qui-Gon stand his ground in his ideals, belief, and philosophy. All things that Anakin can get behind, as he aspires to be that way himself.
Young Skywalker's fate will be decided later.
Now is not the time for this.
And while the Council may have put a pin on the situation for now, Anakin is still lacking closure, as he would have to deal with more of this skepticism from the likes of those like Obi-Wan.
The boy is dangerous. They all sense it. Why can't you?
His fate is uncertain. He's not dangerous. The Council will decide Anakin's future. That should be enough for you. Now get on board.
Qui-Gon, sir. I don't want to be a problem.
You won't be any.
Obi-Wan is a further extension of the lack of trust and fear that the Council has in Anakin, and clearly it makes him feel like he is the problem. But thankfully Qui-Gon is there to reassure him that it's not the case, as if he starts believing that, it would damage his psyche. And then he could truly become dangerous.
I'm not allowed to train you, so I want you to watch me and be mindful. Always remember, your focus determines your reality.
These are wise words for Anakin, to be in the moment and nothing else, to focus on the positive rather than the negative, as every action you take will be affected by that. His thoughts on his mother and later his future wife are his main focus, and when others tell him to push those thoughts away, they're asking him to push away his reality. This would unfortunately be a theme for him going forward, as everyone he fears to lose dies, and every time he feels more and more at fault for it, losing his quasi-father, then mother, then wife, as that became his reality. In some cases seeing it into existence within his dreams, just showing how fear consumed his life, to the point that it became something unrecognizable in his pursuit to prevent the inevitable in death, rather than focusing on what he could control and the positive of the time he has with him.
Stay close to me, and you'll be safe.
This is true in a physical, mental, and emotional sense, as Qui-Gon anchors Anakin. He gives him guidance as he enters this scary big world, a protector that can be there for him and truly has his best interest in mind.
I've been wondering, what are midichlorians?
Meditichlorians are a microscopic life form that resides within all living cells. They continually speak to us, telling us the will of the Force. When you learn to quiet your mind, you'll hear them speaking to you.
I don't understand.
With time and training, Annie, you will.
Qui-Gon fully takes on the role of the fatherly sage to Anakin, expanding on the Force and its will, and how you can hear it with a quiet mind. Similar to the idea that you can tell the difference between the good side and the bad when you're at calm, at peace, and passive. This would be important for Anakin as he would struggle to quiet his own mind in the years to come, being an example of what happens when you listen to the negative voices in your head and begin to believe them. So the team would embark on their mission to return to Naboo, and Anakin would take Qui-Gon's advice of being mindful and use the trip as an opportunity to learn more about his passion.
Those are the forward stabilizers.
And those two control the pitch.
You catch on pretty quick.
It's another example of Anakin's brilliant mind, as contrary to his statement in Attack of the Clones, he's truly a fast learner. A good thing for sure, but something that would definitely begin to build his ego in the years to come. Although, once they reach Naboo, Anakin would show how his supreme intelligence, like anyone else, could be blinded by love, as the look of surprise on his face shows how clueless he was to Padme's true identity. And after careful planning, the team makes it to the capital to retake the palace and are greeted with droids providing resistance to reach Nute Gunray.
Once we get inside, you find a safe place to hide and stay there.
Sure.
Stay there. Annie, find cover!
In this chaos, Anakin can be seen as a bit of a liability, being easily the youngest in the group, so he finds cover in the cockpit of an N1 starfighter.
Hey, wait for me!
Anakin, stay where you are. You'll be safe there.
But I...
Stay in that cockpit.
Qui-Gon truly gets to be the father in this moment, as he has to discipline and lay down the rules for Anakin for his own good. Unfortunately, it would be the last time that the two would see each other, but as Qui-Gon said, he would be safe there, as flying was always where Anakin could feel safety and comfort, even in the most chaotic and troubling of times. Things go from bad to worse as Maul arrives, and so do the droidicas. And the last thing Anakin can do is sit idly by and watch his friends and newfound family suffer.
I'm trying to. I don't know where the trigger is. Oops, wrong one. Maybe it's this one. Nope. Wait, here it is.
Anakin does what he does best and improvises, coming up with a plan of action and executing it, even if there are mistakes along the way, as it's part of the reason he's such a quick learner, as he's constantly making mistakes. And every mistake is a lesson in life, which is always a learning experience.
It's on automatic pilot!
He saves his friends, however, he's now being forced out of the atmosphere to join the space battle. Not only is this frustrating in the given scenario, but particularly for Anakin, as flying is the one place he feels freedom. And for the first time, that's being restricted or limited from him in the same way that life has been as a slave, always playing by someone else's rules and going down the path that they've laid out for him.
Look! There they are! That's where the autopilot's taking us!
Without realizing it, that station would be the key to making sure that they all won the day.
R2, get us off this autopilot! It's gonna get us both killed! Go back? Qui-Gon told me to stay in this cockpit, so that's what I'm gonna do.
Anakin's a real stickler for technicalities, as he would do the same throughout the trilogy, only truly following the rules by the letter, not the sentiment.
Protect the Senator at all costs. That is your first priority.
I was beginning to wonder if you'd got my message.
I retransmitted it just as you had requested, Master. Then we decided to come and rescue you.
Good job.
This also shows his more rebellious nature, as he doesn't want to just play things by the book, as R2 would be suggesting here, a problem that would only increase as he got older and things such as sticking to the Jedi code were in question.
I'll try spinning, that's a good trick.
Okay, maybe the autopilot was better.
We hit R2! Everything's overheated.
Anakin crash lands on the inside of the hangar of the droid space station, cornered by the droids, and he's not alone in this, as the same can be said for his allies in Jar Jar and the Gungans in the fields, and for Padme and her royal guard in the palace, as all hope seems to be lost.
Yes, we have power. Shields up.
Power is restored for Anakin's starfighter, and after a few torpedoes are launched, he saves the day, even if by accident. The Trade Federation ships begin to lose power and is soon after destroyed from the inside. Anakin flies out victorious in his first battle, as he showcases his knack and affinity to being a great pilot.
Now this is pod racing.
Anakin can celebrate as his good nature, sense of duty, and brave and altruistic mindset are what spearheaded the victory of the Battle of Naboo, as they reclaim the palace and rid themselves of the droid invasion. A classic Star Wars showcasing of the theme of good versus evil, emphasizing that good conquers all. And to truly bring home the idea of good versus evil would be the fight that occurred simultaneously to Anakin's in space, that being the Duel of the Fates. This infamous duel is perhaps one of the most significant lightsaber duels in Star Wars. The fight is filled with spectacle and excitement, but what truly makes it outstanding is the tension that's built and the consequences the duel has on the story. Said best by director and producer Dave Filoni. He's fighting for Anakin, and that's why it's the Duel of the Fates, the fate of this child. And depending on how this fight goes, Anakin's life will be dramatically different. Qui-Gon and Maul are reflections of what Anakin could become, the wise sage, accompanied by the family he chooses, or the lonesome warrior, only seeking to crave power. Maul fights for the Sith and Qui-Gon the Jedi. They fight not only for victory on that day, but for many to come, as the duel will determine the fate of Anakin Skywalker. With Qui-Gon being the closest thing to a father figure to Anakin, he stands as Palpatine's biggest threat to controlling the Chosen One. As a result of the battle, Maul is defeated, although unfortunately, so is Qui-Gon.
Promise me you will train the boy.
Yes, Master.
He is the chosen one. He will bring balance. Train him.
And in Qui-Gon's dying wish, he asks that Obi-Wan continue his mission and train the Chosen One. And out of his love for Qui-Gon, he accepts this task without hesitation, not knowing the great challenge that would be in store for him. Again, best said by Dave Filoni. Qui-Gon knew what it meant to take this kid away from his mother when he had an attachment, and he's left with Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan trains Anakin at first out of a promise that he makes to Qui-Gon, not because he cares about him. So he's a brother to Anakin eventually, but he's not a father figure. That's a failing for Anakin. He doesn't have the family he needs. This then being the perfect opportunity for Palpatine to fill the void in Anakin's life.
And you, young Skywalker, we will watch your career with great interest.
This could simply be seen as a kind moment of reaching out to a young boy during a hard time. However, this would truly be the beginning of spelling doom for Anakin, as he would begin a relationship with Palpatine that would have a profound impact on the entire fabric of the story, as Palpatine would fill the void of a father figure that Qui-Gon, the last true Jedi of his era, had once held. And with Qui-Gon's loss, the Council and Obi-Wan would be left to decide the next step in Anakin's path.
But agree with your taking this boy as your Padawan learner? I do not.
Qui-Gon believed in him.
All Obi-Wan needs is Qui-Gon's faith in Anakin, as that pushes him to want to take on Anakin as his apprentice.
The chosen one the boy may be. Nevertheless, grave danger I fear in his training.
The Council still fears the unknown, and it would show in the years to come, only building more tension between both parties as Anakin got further into his journey to becoming a Jedi Knight.
Agree with you the Council does. Your apprentice, Skywalker, will be.
What will happen to me now?
Council have granted me permission to train you. You will be a Jedi. I promise.
Obi-Wan wants to make good on the promise he made Qui-Gon, and it's fitting that he tells Anakin this as they mourn his death at his funeral. As his own father figure dies, Obi-Wan will try to become what Qui-Gon was for him to Anakin, and Anakin would try his best to do the same. While the movie ends on a positive with Obi-Wan becoming Anakin's master, there's a distinct feeling of foreboding nature as Palpatine has begun to obtain power in the Senate, and the Jedi are unaware of what is to come. In the final shot of the funeral, the camera lingers on Palpatine, and the only things that truly stand in his way of getting to Anakin are shown visually in Padme and Obi-Wan.
A master and an apprentice.
But which was destroyed? The master or the apprentice?
Anakin got what he wanted, but at a tragic cost, as he lost the one who had been like a father to him. The big question left for Anakin being, can he live up to the expectation of not only becoming his childhood dream of a Jedi Knight, but can he carry the burden which would only grow and be thrust on his young shoulders as the child of prophecy? At the start of the Attack of the Clones, the Jedi as a whole are shown to be deeply involved in politics, represented by not only the Council meeting with the Chancellor in his office, but with those like Obi-Wan and Anakin being used again as ambassadors to settle affairs across the galaxy.
He's just returned from a border dispute on Ancion.
Anakin, along with all the other Jedi, will soon have their ideals challenged. As Mace claims,
"We're keepers of the peace, not soldiers."
Also to note with this theme of challenging ideals, Anakin will have his trust in the Jedi challenged as he sees them bend their rules further and further, all in order to achieve peace. It's a very confusing time for him as he is still young and learning the ways of the Force and how to become a Jedi. So learning from them can be difficult as they say one thing, but their actions tend to be very different from their words. And Palpatine plans on pushing or poking at this dogma to see how far they will go, using Obi-Wan and Anakin as his first pawns.
Master Jedi, may I suggest the Senator be placed under the protection of your graces? Perhaps someone you're familiar with. An old friend, like Master Kenobi.
Obi-Wan's name was not only selected because of his ties to Padme, but more importantly, because with Obi-Wan comes Anakin, and Palpatine is willing to use him to set his plan in motion, as he knows that reuniting Anakin with his childhood crush would only ignite his original emotions and potentially create conflict for the young man during these trying times. And create conflict in Anakin, it would, as Anakin's nerves begin to get the better of him on his way to Padme for his mission with his master.
You seem a little on edge. Not at all. I haven't felt you this tense since we fell into that nest of gundogs.
Not only does this show how nervous Anakin is to see Padme again, but it also conveys to us how close Anakin and Obi-Wan have gotten with each other over the years, as they can easily tell what the other is thinking and the general mood that the other is in.
You're sweating. Relax. Take a deep breath.
I haven't seen her in 10 years, Master.
The line emphasizes how long it's been, as Obi-Wan and Anakin have been so focused on Jedi training that they've never had time for themselves, to even see a mutual friend of theirs, such as Padme. A reminder that the life of a Jedi can be a lonely one, as it can seclude or isolate you from others. This overall behavior by Anakin also shows that even after all this time, where others may have lost some of the feeling that they had on their crush, that doesn't apply to him, as his love and compassion always stays strong, transcending through time itself. Something that was hinted at in the first film, but will be emphasized in this one, as Anakin has essentially remained in love with Padme all this time, and Padme still cares for him, but would need a bit more to ignite that feeling.
Annie? My goodness, you've grown.
So have you. Grown more beautiful, I mean. Well, for a senator, I mean.
Even with a decade of training, Obi-Wan clearly hasn't taught Anakin how to talk to girls, but no fear, as he would quickly learn the harsh realities of what we commonly know as the friend zone.
Annie will always be that little boy I knew on Tatooine.
Only the chosen one could truly get out of this one. On a more serious note, this establishes what was mentioned earlier about his care for Padme, and the same energy not being matched by her. Nevertheless, after they complete the formalities of being reacquainted, the team would discuss their important mission. It's here that the Master and Apprentice's contrasting opinions on the matter would reveal more of the troubling dynamic of their relationship and their character.
We're here to protect you, Senator, not to start an investigation.
We will find out who's trying to kill you, Padme. I promise you.
Anakin shows how love can blind him, as he's willing to go above and beyond the Council's and his Master's instructions, all to appease Padme, as in his mind the bare minimum is not good enough, and he actually may have a good idea, as he would go on to later explain, as preventing the danger may be better than waiting for it to happen and be reactionary. Also to note, Anakin's informal way of talking to Padme is greatly juxtaposed by Obi-Wan's professional manner of speaking, as he gives her the respect of calling her Senator in public, where for Anakin he simply calls her by her first name. He's definitely not trying to do this to be disrespectful in any way, but he chooses to skip these kind of formalities, as to him that's completely unnecessary when you're with friends, no matter how successful or prestigious titles you may have gained. So for Anakin, he always speaks to her quite personally, as if they were the only two in the room together, which can make others around him uncomfortable, truly displayed in the next part of their conversation, as he does the same with his master, talking back, questioning, and even challenging his master in front of others, rather than having a sidebar first.
We will not exceed our mandate, my young Padawan learner.
I meant it in the interest of protecting her, Master, of course.
We will not go through this exercise again, Anakin, and you will pay attention to my lead.
We see how part of the challenge in Obi-Wan now becoming the Master is to deal with Anakin's insubordinates, and he fails this challenge as he resorts to basically telling Anakin to listen to him just because, rather than getting him to understand his point of view, or more importantly, hearing him out. This then leads to resentment on Anakin's end, as he never feels like he's being treated as an equal, and as we know, due to his upbringing, he's not a fan of being told to be quiet and being told, "do as I say," by others.
Why?
What?
Why else do you think we were assigned to her if not to find the killer? Protection is a job for local security, not Jedi. It's overkill, Master. Investigation is implied in our mandate.
We will do exactly as the Council has instructed, and you will learn your place, young one.
Anakin is as bold as they come, and he will refuse to be silenced with no matter whoever's in the room. So, he challenges his master directly and speaks his mind. And when Anakin does, Obi-Wan just shuts him down, giving relevance to Anakin's complaints later in the film.
He's overly critical. He never listens. He doesn't understand.
Sometimes just being heard is all he wants. as he would do the same for Obi-Wan, even if he wasn't his superior. So he expects the same in return and gets frustrated when he doesn't. This also shows how his philosophy with that of the Republic-era Jedi are at odds with one another, as Anakin always feels that they should be doing more, helping the helpless as he once was on the other side of things, and would have killed for others to do more.
Mom, you say the biggest problem in this universe is nobody helps each other.
So now that he can help, he wants to do everything in his power to do that for others. He idolized the Jedi, and now that he's within their ranks and on his way to becoming one, he wants to fill that role as he envisioned it. But sadly, the Jedi are more complicated than he imagined.
Mr. Bustin' with happiness seeing you again, Annie.
She hardly even recognized me, Jar Jar. I've thought about her every day since we've parted, and she's forgotten me completely.
You could have at least said thanks to Jar Jar. This is exactly what was mentioned earlier, that Anakin has profound love for others, and when they don't reciprocate it in a way that meets his expectations, he becomes frustrated and a bit dramatic. This being one of the cons of his pure compassion and passion towards others, as he has such a huge heart that he only feels hurt when others don't match that same energy, as it eats away at him to the point that it consumes him. Because he dedicates all his thoughts and time towards them, if he feels like he doesn't receive it in return, then he feels like he has nothing. And a man with nothing to lose can be a scary thing, as the most dangerous creation of any society is a man who has nothing to lose.
She's happier than Misa seeing her in a long old time.
You're focusing on the negative, Anakin. Be mindful of your thoughts. She was pleased to see us.
A reminder for Anakin to be more positive, as everything can seem miserable when all you allow yourself to see is the negative. As Qui-Gon once said, your focus determines your reality. Obi-Wan is generally a positive person and tries to look at every situation with a glass half full mindset, where Anakin right now is stuck on the opposite end, showing how they can be in the same exact situation and interpret it entirely differently.
I don't like just waiting here for something to happen to her.
Again, a reason why Anakin and the Council don't see eye to eye, as they tend to be more laid back and Anakin more proactive with his actions, as waiting around for danger to come just invites the possibility of harm coming to the people he cares about and is trying to protect. To Anakin, doing the same thing and expecting different results is insanity.
You're using her as bait.
It was her idea. Don't worry, no harm will come to her. I can sense everything going on in that room. Trust me.
It's too risky. Besides, your senses aren't that attuned to my young apprentice.
And yours are.
Possibly.
While being a complete savage, Obi-Wan again shows how critical he is of Anakin, by not showing enough confidence in his ability to handle the situation on his own. Anakin, in a simple fashion, states, "Trust me," and in response, Obi-Wan basically says, "I don't." Which, at the end of the day, may be for good reason, but from Anakin's view, it can be insulting, hurtful, and frustrating, because he always has good intentions, but others don't place their faith in him like he does for them, which only builds contempt for his master.
You look tired.
I don't sleep well anymore.
Because of your mother?
Even after 10 years, the concern of Anakin's attachment is still just as true. Like many others, it's something that you wouldn't be able to simply shake off, as it would be unreasonable to ask someone to completely forget about either of their parents, especially if they have fond memories of them and know that they're still out there, which is where others like Obi-Wan sometimes don't give the greatest advice on the subject, as he and the Jedi simply find it hard to relate to him in that sense.
I don't know why I keep dreaming about her.
Dreams pass in time.
While this is true, it's not allowing Anakin to focus on fixing the problem, which is how his dreams have been affecting him mentally, and how holding in his emotions are not necessarily a good thing. So instead, he tries to distract himself with Padme.
I'd much rather dream about Padme. Just being around her again is intoxicating.
Be mindful of your thoughts, Anakin. They betray you. You've made a commitment to the Jedi Order, a commitment not easily broken. And don't forget, she's a politician and they're not to be trusted.
Obi-Wan gives Anakin good advice, but for the wrong reasons. He should be mindful to make wise decisions when concerning Padme, rather than ones that are hasty and emotional. Not because the Jedi says so, essentially. The last thing he needs to do is emotionally invest himself in someone else while he still has much conflict in his own heart about his mother. He should find mental and emotional peace within himself before endeavoring in anything else. Also, it doesn't help that Obi-Wan follows it up by generalizing Padme with other politicians, because this will put Anakin on the defensive, as it rightfully isn't fair to Padme. Basically, it becomes another lecture for Anakin shortly following a moment that he tried opening up to Obi-Wan to simply have a conversation.
And besides, you're generalizing. The Chancellor doesn't appear to be corrupt.
On second thought, maybe he should be generalizing.
Palpatine is a politician.
I have observed that he is very clever in following the passions and prejudices of the senators.
I think he's a good man.
A little hint at the tug-of-war that will wage between Obi-Wan as the master or brother and Palpatine as the mentor or father. This puts Anakin in a conflicting position as he trusts both men, but they both seem to always be skeptical of the other. Because Anakin always puts his faith in people, it allows him to see the good in a politician like Padme. However, it blinds him to someone like Palpatine, who's using his own emotions to manipulate him and dictate his actions. It's the double-edged sword of trusting in people versus an ideology or philosophy. And Obi-Wan and Anakin's differences would have to be put to the side as they quickly realize that the latest assassination attempt is happening right under their noses. Anakin is as efficient as ever in disposing of the killer insects, protecting Padme from her demise. Obi-Wan then, a bit recklessly, jumps out to grab the droid, as his actions are telling of how he actually agrees with Anakin and cares about Padme's well-being. He echoes the words of the Council, but in the end, he will do what he feels is right when given the opportunity, and in the process, hopefully finding the killer.
You spent as much time practicing your saber techniques as you do your wit you would rival Master Yoda as a swordsman.
I thought I already did.
Only in your mind, my very young apprentice.
Anakin is again humbled by his master, at what feels like almost every turn, being constantly reminded of things such as his youth and rank. In a sense, it's necessary as Anakin has become cocky and arrogant, but it definitely isn't encouraging to him, especially after he just finished saving Obi-Wan's life. It gives you a sense of their day-to-day interactions, as having the sassiest master at the Jedi Temple would probably lead to many conversations such as this one.
You know I don't like it when you do that.
Sorry, Master. I forgot you don't like flying.
I don't mind flying, but what you're doing is suicide.
It really does feel like Anakin has a death wish sometimes, as he surely does put him in harm's way more often than not, trying to be a daredevil and show off unnecessarily throughout this sequence. Anakin shows in his actions that he's more than willing to disobey his master, and Obi-Wan's commentary highlights the even more extreme reckless nature of his apprentice. But then again, he might have learned some of that from his master. Also, it's kind of ironic seeing this as Obi-Wan would go on to revere Anakin as the best star pilot in the galaxy. But I guess it comes with the territory, as you would have to have a daring combination of being a bit of a risk taker and have a really big ego along with all the extraordinary skills in order to be given such a title.
Anakin! How many times I told you? Stay away from hard couplings!
But really, how many times has this happened before? This is just more stubborn disobedience from Anakin, as he hasn't heeded Obi-Wan's advice before, and he doesn't seem to be on track to doing so anytime soon.
Where are you going? He went that way!
Master, if we keep this chase going any longer, that creep is gonna end up deep fried. And personally, I'd very much like to find out who he is and who he's working for. This is a shortcut, I think.
Anakin reminds us that his goal is to find the truth and put an end to this problem by finding the root cause, giving purpose to his actions, even if they are questionable to those like his master.
Well, you've lost him.
I'm deeply sorry, Master.
That was some shortcut, Anakin. He went completely the other way.
While Obi-Wan feels like he's in the right in this moment, it's probably not the best time for him to tell his young apprentice, "I told you so soon."
Once again, you've proved...
If you'll excuse me...
I hate it when he does that.
Okay, once again, how many times has this happened? This feels like it's all part of Anakin's knack and desire for showing off whenever he can, as he has an obsession with being the best at whatever he does, and it's definitely seen here. After a bit of a scuffle with the bounty hunter, Anakin's antics would fortunately lead them to cornering Zamwa's cell at the club, but before he could continue his pursuit, Anakin would be met with yet another lecture by his master.
She went into the club, Master.
Patience. Use the Force. Think.
Sorry, Master.
You went in there to hide, not to run.
Yes, Master.
Next time, try not to lose it.
Yes, Master.
This weapon is your life.
I try, Master.
Of course, Anakin is in a rush, which has led to non-stop chaos as represented in this whole chase sequence, started by Obi-Wan, but continued by Anakin. But Obi-Wan gives solid advice, recognizing that they're in a good situation as Zam is trying to hide. He flips the perspective from they're getting away to they're now cornered, and we just have to wait for them to make a mistake, a benefit that comes with patience rather than being in a hurry, as Anakin only has one speed. Obi-Wan shows him that things can become clearer when you slow things down a bit, the difference between doing something quickly and in a rush, a lesson he would need to learn in his progression as a Jedi, as he would always be looking to the future rather than the moment, which can lead to many mistakes along the way. Also, the idea that this weapon is his life shows that Anakin should regard his own life with a higher standard, as he always seems to carelessly or recklessly throw it away for others, represented by the fact that he always seems to lose his lightsaber, and in this movie, has it destroyed.
Why do I get the feeling you're going to be the death of me?
Don't say that, Master. You're the closest thing I have to a father.
Then why don't you listen to me?
I am trying.
This shows here how Anakin does greatly value and respect Obi-Wan, viewing him as a father, but the two don't always see eye to eye, and Obi-Wan is a bit harsh at times. Rather than embracing Anakin telling him how he feels, he throws shade at him for not listening to him, and from Anakin's view, it's like he said, he's trying, and he feels like his efforts are going unnoticed, which should be the important part, rather than the results alone.
Go and find her.
Where are you going, Master? For a drink.
And it's moments like this that Anakin must be thinking that Obi-Wan is the ultimate troll, which he kind of is, but it gets the job done, as he's able to disarm Zam and they take her outside for an interrogation.
And who hired you?
It's just a job.
Who hired you? Tell us.
Tell us now!
Anakin's good cop attempt leaves Obi-Wan rightfully confused. Like, they really need to get on the same page about who's the good cop and who's the bad cop. Strangely enough, it also shows how easy it is for Anakin to go from compassionate to blinded by rage. Shortly after, Zam is assassinated, leaving the Jedi with more questions than answers, leading the Council to decide on sending Padme back home for her own protection, with Anakin as her bodyguard.
What about Senator Amidala? She will still need protecting.
Handle that. Your Padawan will.
For the first time, Anakin and Obi-Wan will be separated, and now Obi-Wan's work as a master will be truly tested as Anakin must operate on his own for the first time. So it's fitting that he would get words of wisdom and counsel from another father figure or mentor of his in Palpatine before embarking on his first solo mission.
And so, they've finally given you an assignment. Your patience has paid off.
Your guidance more than my patience.
This establishes the unique relationship that Palpatine and Anakin have with one another, as Anakin clearly looks at him as a mentor and seems to think highly of him more so than Obi-Wan, as seen by his commentary on him as a teacher.
Master Obi-Wan manages not to see it. In some ways, a lot of ways. I'm really ahead of him.
This scene also generally sets the tone of how comfortable Anakin is around Palpatine and overall how solid together they are, juxtaposed with Obi-Wan where there's a constant tension and bickering between the two, just never being quite on the same page. Also, the word choice of finally implies that the Jedi have not trusted him before with a solo mission, and his tone suggests that it's silly that this hasn't happened sooner, all for Anakin to unconsciously have a lack of trust in the Jedi as a whole even more.
You don't need guidance, Anakin. In time, you will learn to trust your feelings. Then you will be invincible.
Another subtle way of telling Anakin to trust himself, encouraging him to think independently of the Jedi, because he doesn't need the Jedi to tell him how to think or make the best choices for himself.
I have said it many times, you are the most gifted Jedi I have ever met.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
I see you becoming the greatest of all Jedi, Anakin, even more powerful than Master Yoda.
Palpatine plays into Anakin's ego, and as he trusts him, Anakin begins to believe the words to be accurate. If you hear something often enough, it becomes the truth, or the reality you live in. This being one of the sources of Anakin's ego, joined with the fact that he's so immensely talented, and he has the Jedi claiming him to be the chosen one. Basically, if you hear this kind of rhetoric all the time, you can believe it, which can lead to confidence, but it can also lead to arrogance. Also, it can lead to an immense pressure, as he now has to live up to everyone's expectations, being both aspects in Anakin that are explored in this film. And appropriately, just as Palpatine sings Anakin's praise, we immediately then see Obi-Wan verbalize his concerns, emphasizing the juxtaposition between Anakin's mentors.
I am concerned for my Padawan. He is not ready to be given this assignment on his own yet.
The Council is confident in its decision, Obi-Wan.
The boy has exceptional skills.
But he still has much to learn, Master. His abilities have made him, well, arrogant.
Obi-Wan expresses his concerns to the leading members of the Council. However, they are confident in their decision, and fail to take his concern more seriously as Obi-Wan knows Anakin better than anyone else. This critical outlook Obi-Wan has of Anakin shows a glimpse into why Anakin would start leaning towards listening to Palpatine over Obi-Wan, as where one mentor is seen as encouraging, the other could be seen as discouraging. This highlights the importance of balance from a teacher, as too much praise can lead to confidence, but at the cost of arrogance, and too much criticism can lead to exposing or finding one's flaws, but at the cost of building insecurity and resentment, particularly in the student towards the master.
Arrogant.
A flaw more and more common among Jedi. Too sure of themselves they are.
Also, Yoda's comments about the Jedi as a whole are represented through Anakin, as he is our eyes into what growing up in the Order as an outsider is like. If Anakin is arrogant, the Jedi Order as a whole may be some reason to blame for this.
Remember, Obi-Wan, if the prophecy is true, your apprentice is the only one who can bring the Force back into balance.
We're reminded again of the immense pressure that has been bestowed upon Obi-Wan being the master of the Chosen One, and the pressure on Anakin to be the Chosen One, as only the best is expected of him. And what's even more difficult for Obi-Wan is that he has never had any other student, so all his mistakes will show on Anakin even more so. This might be another reason why it's hard for Obi-Wan to allow Anakin to make mistakes and not to be so critical, as he feels afraid of failing him. So instinctually, he can become a bit more controlling. After visiting Palpatine, Anakin brings the news to Padme of the Council's decision, which she doesn't take lightly.
I haven't worked for a year to defeat the Military Creation Act, to not be here when its fate is decided.
Sometimes we must let go of our pride and do what is requested of us.
Anakin shows a lot of maturity in this moment, as he understands more than anyone the situation that Padme is in, as he speaks from experience. There are countless times that either his master or the Council would have different plans for him than what he desired, or went about things in a way he completely disagreed with. Simply, in the results, this is the first time that they've trusted him just enough to be on his own. So every other time he's been under someone else's supervision. So the way he sees it, it's like Palpatine mentioned, his patience is finally paying off. So he's hopeful that for Padme, the same will occur.
Anakin, you've grown up.
Master Obi-Wan manages not to see it.
So much for the maturity I was just talking about. But really, this is again the idea that Anakin feels underappreciated. He puts in all this hard work combined with his exceptional skills, but lacks the appreciation and validation from his master. He continuously does what is requested of him, but he never feels like others are willing to meet him halfway. Simply, there's a lack of compassion that his master is giving him. Anakin needs a father's love and care, but simply doesn't receive it from Obi-Wan, even if he is the closest thing he has to one at this point in time.
Don't get me wrong, Obi-Wan is a great mentor, as wise as Master Yoda and as powerful as Master Windu. I am truly thankful to be his apprentice.
Even though he has his frustrations with Obi-Wan, there's still a respect and care that exists. Anakin shows gratitude for him in the situation that he's in, as Obi-Wan is one of the better Jedi in every facet. But as he would go on to say, there are things that continuously eat away at Anakin like in any relationship. But unfortunately, where the struggle lies is when he tries to communicate those feelings. He doesn't feel heard. And a lack of communication can be fatally damaging to any relationship.
In some ways, a lot of ways, I'm really ahead of him.
And so the truth comes out. Anakin knows it's not right to be arrogant, but part of the fault in Obi-Wan and Anakin's pairing is that they're more brothers in relationship and skill. In the case of skill, Anakin feels like he can compete with Obi-Wan because their abilities are already comparable even at his young age. What's worse is he's beginning to believe it and have that thought reinforced because everyone around him is telling him how great he is. And obviously, when you feel like your skills are even, if not better, than your teachers, you begin to question why you're even learning from them in the first place.
I'm ready for the trials, but he feels that I'm too unpredictable. He won't let me move on. He's overly critical. He never listens. He doesn't understand. It's not fair.
Anakin also shows that he doesn't take too well to criticism, as he doesn't stop to reflect on what Obi-Wan is saying and self-evaluate his actions and his mindset to the situation. Rather than looking at Obi-Wan's words as an opportunity to grow, he sees it as another obstacle. Although to be fair, Anakin is unwilling to take the criticism well, partially because he feels like the relationship is very one-sided, not feeling inspired by his master. More so like he's always being put down, or he's never good enough, or that he's inadequate and unable to have a voice.
All mentors have a way of seeing more of our faults than we would like. It's the only way we grow.
I know.
Padme here shows Anakin an opposing mindset and how to look at the same thing but with a glass half full mentality. The feedback from his master may hurt to hear, but it comes from a place of care, as it's the only way we can truly improve. As sometimes we need a fresh set of eyes to tell us what we need to hear, not what we want. Which is why these words hurt so much from Anakin's perspective, as he sees Obi-Wan as family, so he feels betrayed when he hears this, rather than seeing him as a mentor.
Anakin, don't try to grow up too fast.
Anakin is someone who must always be in motion, always looking to the future and for adventure, but he does so at the expense of the moment. Sometimes we're so hyper-focused on obtaining our goals that we forget to enjoy the process and the journey we took to get there, as that's the part that we look fondly on when we achieve what we sought after in the first place. So Padme reminds him to enjoy it and not be afraid to continue being a kid at heart, as that's the version of him that would be most excited and jumping for joy at the fact that he's living out his dream of being a Jedi. 9-year-old him wouldn't concern himself with all these other negative thoughts.
But I am grown up. You said it yourself.
Please don't look at me like that.
Why not?
It makes me feel uncomfortable.
Anakin can't help but not so subtly hint at his feelings towards Padme, which would be a main theme of the film, as Anakin has shown that there's already much conflict with his master, his mother, and now he wants to embark on something forbidden with Padme, emphasizing that his most healthy relationship is actually with Palpatine, ironically enough. This moment also shows again that Anakin is quite a rebel, willing to risk it all. But Padme is definitely the more cautious and level-headed one in the relationship, as she can look a few steps forward and see the problems that could arise from it. And speaking of foreseeing problems, Obi-Wan does his best to prevent any from occurring by laying down the law right before seeing his apprentice off.
Anakin, don't do anything without first consulting either myself or the Council.
Yes, Master.
Anakin doesn't seem motivated to do this at all, and by Obi-Wan's tone, he's being quite strict. While he needs to make it clear to Anakin that his actions are important, it would go a long way to show more faith in him that he can handle his first mission on his own. In order to gain trust, you must be willing to show it in the first place.
I do hope he doesn't try anything foolish.
This epitomizes how Obi-Wan feels about Anakin being on his own, as it's a concern from every parent or mentor to let their kids or students off into the world, hoping that they've taught them enough.
I'd be more concerned about her doing something than him.
Okay, that's not reassuring either, as they now have 2 loose cannons working together on this mission.
Suddenly I'm afraid.
This is my first assignment on my own. I am too. Don't worry, we have our 2 with us.
Anakin would truly be put to the test, and his fears being one of them, not only about this mission, but with the dreams of his mother persisting. And I know it's a joke, but having R2 should be comforting. Like he's really always saving them and not getting enough credit for it. And so, their journey begins, and it's in their conversations that they would gain a better understanding of each other, as they both open up and be a bit more vulnerable about the respective lives they lead.
It must be difficult having sworn your love to the Jedi, not being able to visit the places you like or do the things you like.
Or be with the people that I love.
Clearly, he's mostly talking about Padme here, but he's also referring to his mother, as that's the thing that's ailed his dreams and turned them into nightmares, as he's not seen her since he left, and his last promise to her was to come back to rescue her. This also just emphasizes the difficulty of being a Jedi, as they make major sacrifices to their own lives for the betterment of others. Some may believe that they should be able to enjoy the peace that they fight for, but being a guardian of peace and justice doesn't always lend itself to living a a normal life, one where you can settle down and be with your family and those closest to you.
Attachment is forbidden. Possession is forbidden. Compassion, which I would define as unconditional love, is central to a Jedi's life. So you might say that we are encouraged to love.
While this might seem like Anakin just trying to find a loophole in the system to justify having a love for Padme, it really also shows his wisdom beyond his years, as he managed to crack the code that is the Jedi philosophy. The idea of compassion can only truly be found through love, but the Jedi of the Republic era seem to be more dogmatic and uncompassionate than ever. Ironically, they've encouraged him to think in the opposite way, but Anakin's thought process would be the very reason he brings balance to the Force and why his son is able to save him in his final moments.
You've changed so much.
You haven't changed a bit. You're exactly the way I remember you in my dreams.
To say that Anakin falls in love hard and fast would be an understatement, as it can be a lot for others to handle as he receives silence from Padme. It again shows the amount of passion that Anakin puts into anything he does and the people he cares about. It's hard for him to have neutral or indifferent feelings towards others. It's normally either extreme love or extreme hatred.
The people you serve thought you did a good job. I heard they even tried to amend the Constitution so you could stay in office.
I was relieved when my 2 terms were up.
The difference between Padme and Anakin in politics. Anakin is willing to bend the rules if the right person is in power, and Padme believes that no one is above the principles of the established republic. Anakin also would have loved to be in that position that Padme was in, but Padme herself didn't want that kind of power and pressure forever.
But when the Queen asked me to serve as senator, I couldn't refuse her.
I agree with her. I think the Republic needs you. I'm glad that you chose to serve.
Anakin also has an immense amount of respect for Padme for what she does. He admires that not only is she passionate about what she does, but the fact that she is making a positive impact on the galaxy. He's not typically crazy about politicians, but she is one that he believes in, just as her peers do.
What is your suggestion, Master Jedi?
Oh, Anakin's not a Jedi yet. He's still a Padawan learner.
Oof, that's gotta hurt. It's almost as bad as being on the council and not having the rank of master.
What?
But for real, that's a low blow. Come on, Padme.
But I was thinking...
Hold on a minute.
Excuse me. I was thinking I would stay in the Lake Country.
Excuse me. I'm in charge of security here, milady.
And this is my home. I know it very well. That is why we're here.
Sorry, milady.
Here we see how Anakin's ego can get the best of him, as he's quick to interrupt Padme to assert being the alpha, but gets shut down immediately, needing to understand that Padme has a point, that he should defer to her as he has an immense amount of knowledge on her own home. Although to be fair, that was basically his one job and she stole that from him. Overall, this being one of the many times that Anakin would act a bit more impulsively and talk back to the person really in charge. We saw it with Obi-Wan early in the film and now Padme. Anakin takes it in stride, but it would be just another example of when he's been shut down by others after trying to have his voice heard. And it's when the two would have some time to be alone together by the lake that Anakin would do just that, having his voice heard and expressing how he feels in his own unique way.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
While this could be taken as arbitrary complaining or questionable game, it really tells the deeper story of how Anakin feels about his upbringing, as sand, as much as anything else, represents his home planet, especially following Padme's story about the fond memories of the place that they're in. Her upbringing in life gives her a more optimistic view on it, having been born of a higher class and living on Naboo, compared to Anakin, born a slave on Tatooine. Sand is the very thing that reminds him of all the negative things that happened to him growing up. It reminds him of the injustice in the galaxy, and it reminds him of being lonely. Not only separated from his mother, but like the desolate world he lived on, both in its sandy dunes and location in the Outer Rim, but lonely in the aspect that he feels like others don't understand him because of it. He's always surrounded by others who are in a more fortunate situation than he was, and they can't relate to him for it. Hence why it seems like outside of Obi-Wan, there aren't many other people that Anakin really spends time with. He felt like Tatooine was a place where a potential for a future was a rarity. Sand is a reminder that some memories simply become scars, and it shaped him into who he is.
Not like here. Here everything is soft and smooth.
This validating the idea that other worlds or other scenarios that he could have lived in would have given him a better life growing up. He may have ended up more like Padme and have been more optimistic and idealistic about the galaxy if he was exposed to the good at a young age, besides from just his mother. Plus, this is also Anakin simply shooting a shot. Anakin's instincts kick in, and he does what he's probably wanted to do for over a decade, and kisses Padme now that he has a moment where it's just them.
I shouldn't have done that.
I'm sorry.
But she pulls away right after, realizing that there would be consequences to that action, as it wasn't simply a kiss, but one out of love that is deemed forbidden by their society, and at a time that both their external and internal conflict is at its highest in both of their lives.
You gonna use one of your Jedi mind tricks on me?
They only work on the weak mind.
This just reinforcing the respect that Anakin has for Padme, as she's far from being weak-minded.
His fear's older than I. Very cute. Dark curly hair, dreamy eyes.
Alright, I get the picture.
Anakin's jealous side is just really funny, and emphasizes his youthful nature as he gets jealous in a similar way that any kid would when talking to a person that they have strong feelings for.
Maybe he was the smart one.
You really don't like politicians, do you?
I like 2 or 3, but I'm not really sure about one of them.
Anakin is of course teasing her, but there is truth to what he's saying, as generally speaking, he's not a fan of politicians, as when it comes to results, they don't get things done, but he does believe in a few, because he believes in them as people, namely Padme and Palpatine.
I don't think the system works.
How would you have it work?
We need a system where the politicians sit down and discuss the problem, agree what's in the best interest of all the people, and then do it.
Again, Anakin is a man of action. He needs to see results to believe in the system. If not, it must be changed. Also, this conversation generally shows part of why Anakin enjoys Padme's company, as she's easy to talk to because she asks him what he thinks and allows him to express himself, even if she disagrees with him, not making him feel like his opinion is automatically invalid if it's different than hers.
That's exactly what we do. The trouble is that people don't always agree.
Well, then they should be made to.
By whom? Who's gonna make them?
I don't know. Someone.
You?
Of course not me.
But someone.
Someone wise.
Anakin believes in people to a fault. He truly likes to think there's a person out there with the truly good intentions that he always has, and the wisdom to know if they're always making the right choice. He likes to think that that kind of person truly exists, as he feels like he's seen shades of it in Palpatine. But as stated, he believes in people to a fault, being blind to their true intentions, namely Palpatine. Even when joking about a dictatorship, he shows shades of how he actually feels, believing that order trumps freedom in order to gain peace, severely limiting the mistakes of the people and determining what's best for them. Although, even having the freedom to make a mistake can be worth fighting for, as when he describes someone wise, he's probably thinking of Palpatine.
Sounds an awful lot like a dictatorship to me.
Well, if it works.
Of course, Anakin is playing tongue-in-cheek here, but there is truth to everything. Ironically, all this talk is simply foreshadowing what the rule of the Empire would be, as someone wise would decide what was in the best interest of the people, and Anakin would be the one to make the people agree, acting as the ultimate enforcer in the age of the Empire, seen as the symbol of fear to rule the galaxy and the shadow that would attempt to extinguish any sign of rebellion.
You're making fun of me.
No, I'd be much too frightened to tease a senator.
This trip overall, especially this scene here, shows Anakin at one of his happiest in the film, as simply being with Padme allows him to be himself, joking around without being reprimanded for practicing his wit too much, and be able to express his opinion in a judgment-free zone.
If Master Obi-Wan caught me doing this, he'd be very grumpy.
Even as good as things may be with Padme, he can't help but think of his master and what he would say, always thinking of the negative in the back of his mind as he can hear his voice as clear as day, this emphasizing the difference of how he feels when he's around Padme and around Obi-Wan.
From the moment I met you, all those years ago, not a day has gone by when I haven't thought of you. And now that I'm with you again, I'm in agony. I'm haunted by the kiss that you should never have given me. My heart is beating, hoping that kiss will not become a scar. You are in my very soul, tormenting me.
Truly, Anakin Shakespeare. Like mentioned before, Anakin's feelings for others are always strong. In the matters of love, they are no different. Just like how he doesn't know how to give minimal effort to anything, the same applies here. He's fallen hard for Padme over these years, and now that he's at the closest he's ever been with her to start a relationship, he knows that he has to give it a try. Anakin is always one to seize the opportunity, even if in this case it can make others uncomfortable. He knows this is something that he must do, and a conversation that he must have, as every instinct of him is telling him to, as he's in mental, emotional, and physical pain leading up to this moment. Anakin feels what many others do in this situation. As for him, being close isn't good enough. He wants the whole package and romanticized idea of love, even if it's everything that the world or galaxy believes is right for him.
What can I do? I will do anything that you ask. If you're suffering as much as I am, please tell me.
Anakin just wants closure on this. He can't continue in limbo, as it would mean that he would allow his feelings for her to be unresolved. So he needs answers on if she's okay with him having these feelings, and more importantly, if she reciprocates them for him.
We can't. It's just not possible.
Anything is possible, Padme. Listen to me.
She's clearly the logical thinker in the relationship, where Anakin bases his actions on emotion and feeling, as Qui-Gon once did. And here, his emotions are causing him to dictate his actions. Anakin's optimism and hopeless romantic ways also lend themselves to blinding him to seeing the bigger picture.
No, you listen. We live in a real world. Come back to it. You're studying to become a Jedi. I'm a senator. If you follow your thoughts through to conclusion, it'll take us to a place we cannot go, regardless of the way we feel about each other.
Padme, from personality, upbringing, and age, is more mature than Anakin when it comes to these things, understanding that we can't always get what we want, and not everything we want is always good for you. Sometimes you need to care about yourself enough to say no to your impulses and temptation, as it could destroy everything you've worked for, along with those around you that you care about. Similar to his own quote about letting go of your pride, he understands what the right thing is, but is willing to throw it all out the window for love. A lot of times this can be seen as a good thing, as it's a testament to how much you love someone, or being how much you're willing to sacrifice. But in this case, it can be a recipe for disaster to your livelihood, career, mental state, and family and loved ones. It also shows that if Anakin is willing to risk it all on the chance at love, one can only imagine what lengths he would go to maintain it and keep it alive.
Then you do feel something.
Anakin really forgot everything she said before that statement. All Anakin needs is a sliver of a chance, as through and through, he believes that if there's a will, there's a way.
I will not let you give up your future for me.
You are asking me to be rational. That is something I know I cannot do.
Well, at least he's self-aware. He knows the consequences and is still willing to throw it all away, which is a scary thing to think about. But it's what makes him who he is, as he's a risk-taker at heart. And Padme would need a bit more convincing, as right now, she's unwilling to risk her career or his.
Believe me, I wish that I could just wish away my feelings, but I can't.
I will not give in to this.
In terms of love, they're representing the unstoppable force and the immovable object. Anakin understands that his feelings are very real to him, so to push them to the side is not the answer, especially after he's been told to do the same with his mother after all these years. So he already knows that the same way he can't stop caring for his mother, the same will be with Padme.
Well, you know, it wouldn't have to be that way. We could keep it a secret.
We'd be living a lie, one we couldn't keep even if we wanted to. I couldn't do that. Could you, Anakin? Could you live like that?
No, you're right. It would destroy us.
This being something that they both seem destined to do, with him hiding his attachment to his mother and her always living and hiding with a decoy, never being able to openly be herself at all times. They both agreed that it would be for the best for them to not pursue anything, but fate would say otherwise. And the look on Anakin's face shows that while their conversation on the topic may be over, his feelings for her are not. Anakin's dreams of his mother would turn into nightmares, and not only do they haunt his dreams, but they become his focus, and therefore his reality, as he can't shake the thoughts of her in pain and him not being there to help her. She was always his hero and there for him, so he feels that it's his duty to do the same for her.
Don't go.
I don't want to disturb you.
I presence is soothing.
When Anakin's focus is on being around Padme, he finds peace, as simply being around others that he cares about allows him to bring his hectic mind to a state of calm.
You had another nightmare last night.
Jedi don't have nightmares.
I heard you.
Anakin tries to deny the truth, but more importantly, he shows that he has unrealistic standards for himself, as he always believed the Jedi to be these perfect, infallible heroes and guardians of peace and justice. So, as he tries to become one, he believes that he should be what he always thought they were. Perfect, not realizing that the Jedi, like anyone else, have flaws, and it's okay to embrace them, rather than hold in this negative emotion and allow it to boil inside of him.
I saw my mother. She is suffering, Padme. I saw her as clearly as I see you now. She is in pain. I know I'm disobeying my mandate to protect you, Senator, but I have to go.
At the end of the day, Anakin will always do what he feels is right, what he feels like will help others, and none more so than his mother. These dreams are unlike any other, as they show him a window into the reality of what his mother's state is, this being a foreboding sign for not only now, but his dreams in the future, as it wouldn't end there.
I have to help her.
I'll go with you.
I'm sorry, I don't have a choice.
Padme chooses to go with Anakin because, similar to him, she puts others before herself, as they're both selfless people that act to serve others. Anakin is simply a case of when you allow that good mindset to take over and dictate your actions, as he truly believes he has no choice but to go, not realizing that we always have a choice. In this case, as well as it would be with Padme, as when he has dreams or nightmares about her, he would show how he would choose to go too far. And so, Anakin and Padme traverse to the desert planet of Tatooine, his home, where they met and where his story began. It's here that we get to see how Anakin has grown and changed as a person, as he visits familiar places and people, but this time as a man and a Jedi learner. Unfortunately, a bit more jaded and cynical of the world, compared to his purely optimistic and ideal mindset he had when he was just a boy.
Ting mi chasa hopa.
Kibuda, Yubana Biota, Jedi, Jedi, no bata, no dodo.
Anakin shows that he doesn't really care for Watto, as he rightfully doesn't have the fondest memories of him. He sees that he's in a significantly worse state now, giving credence to his statements about how Watto wouldn't survive without him in the first film. Anakin repairing Watto's droid also not only reminds us of Anakin's natural ability to fix things, but his willingness to help others even when he has a negative or neutral or indifferent feelings towards them, as he helps Watto by fixing something he's struggling with. Also, it's Anakin's way of confirming to him that he's exactly who he thinks he is.
Mi boska da Shmi Skywalker.
Lani? Nah. You are Annie! It is you! You sure sprouted, huh? With you! A Jedi! What do you know? Maybe you could help with some deadbeats who owe me a lot of money.
My mother.
This scene really emphasizes not only how far Anakin has made it in life since being a slave, but how Watto is nearing rock bottom. It's also interesting to see the difference in reaction, as Anakin seemed to have not looked forward to seeing him at all, but Watto's reaction felt genuine, as he did look at Anakin as a friend of sorts, so he lights up to see him again and happy that he made it in life. But for Anakin, it's hard to put the past behind him and look at Watto in a similar light.
Oh yeah, Shmi. She's not mine no more. I sold her.
You sold her?
Years ago. Sorry, Annie, but you know, business is business, huh? I sold her to a moisture farmer named Lars. At least I think it was Lars. Believe it or not, I heard he freed her and married her. Tell me a bit of that, eh? Yeah.
Do you know where they are now?
Oh, long way from here. Someplace over on the other side of Mos Eisley, I think.
I'd like to know.
Sure. Absolutely. Let's go look at my records, huh?
Anakin is disappointed, but couldn't truly have expected more from Watto. What would normally all be good news, as his mother went on to live a life that Anakin should be happy about, even finding love, none of it soothes him to hear, as he still worries about her safety. Also, Anakin's tone as he asks questions has a veiled threat behind them, as you can feel the simmering anger growing as he yearns to find out the whereabouts of his mother. Anakin then arrives in the place that would one day be his son's home, at the Lars moisture farm, only to be greeted by a familiar face.
Hello, how might I be of service? I am
C-3PO.
The maker of Master Annie. I knew you would return. I knew it. And Miss Padme, my...
Hello, 3PO.
Anakin also gets to see 3PO, a project of his that, as he once said, was to help his mom. So it gives him a little bit of comfort to know that after all this time, 3PO helped his mother as he had always wanted him to.
Bless my circuits, I'm so pleased to see you both.
I've come to see my mother.
Oh, I think perhaps we'd better go indoors.
3PO and Anakin's personalities now are also a stark difference, as where Anakin was once a lot more of a talkative and optimistic kid, he's now more jaded and serious, even when he's greeting an old friend.
I don't want to give up on her, but she's been gone a month. There's little hope she's lasted this long.
Where are you going? To find my mother.
Your mother's dead, son. Accept it.
Klieg has done everything imaginable to save Shmi, but in Anakin's eyes, it's still not good enough. As if there's a will, there's a way. So even going against their advice, he chooses to go find her and save her, as Anakin trusts no one more than himself. He also does so because he knows that if the roles were reversed, his mother would do everything she could to save him. Even the way Anakin responds shows that in his mind it's obvious what he's going to do. As for him, there's simply no other choice. Where others may have failed, he doesn't allow that to be an option in his mind, going in with the mindset that he will succeed. This also shows that when it comes to his selfless and at times controlling and overprotective nature, he can't be reasoned with, as he will do what he believes must be done every time, even if it is reckless, as we would see here, with Obi-Wan later in the movie, and Padme in Revenge of the Sith. So, Anakin says his goodbyes and rides off into the sunset on a mission to save his mother. As he's leaving, it's a nice touch that the music swells into the same binary sunset theme that plays in A New Hope, when Luke looks off into the desert planet's twin suns. But before the music fully crescendos, it transitions into the theme of the Duel of the Fates. While there's no physical battle taking place here, it's appropriate in many regards. One, it's representative of the battle within Anakin and the conflict that he's experiencing, as he rides with purpose to do a virtuous thing, but enters with a conflicted mindset, frustrated, angry, hateful, and most of all, fearful of what he may find, as there's much uncertainty along this path. 2, it directly calls back to the importance and significance of the duel that took place on Naboo all those years ago, as the impact of that battle would determine the fate of Anakin Skywalker, as because of it he enters the Tusken Raider camp alone, both literally but metaphorically as well, as he would not have his father figure in Qui-Gon there to help steer him on the right path, as instead he enters headfirst down this road without thinking of the potential consequences of his actions. This scene mirrors and juxtaposes the one in A New Hope. As for Luke, it was a scene of hope and optimism, as he looked to the stars for guidance on the adventure he was about to embark on, and the suns would be setting on the life he once knew, waiting for his new day to dawn. For Anakin, this is the other side of the coin, as this would be a sign of him, like the suns, beginning his plunge into the darkness itself. There's a very nuanced thing here too, where traditionally in storytelling, the heroes move from left to right, and the villains from right to left. This lateral movement is either viewed positively or negatively, stemming from Western culture, the idea of villains entering stage left and heroes stage right. In scenes like the Battle of Hoth, Naboo, or various in Revenge of the Sith, we get to see this visually to instinctively tell us who the forces of good and evil are. So Anakin, very much riding from right to left, emphasizes that he's going backwards or regressing in his own life, and choosing the wrong path. Anakin then arrives to the Tusken Raider camp, just in time to find his mother.
Is it you? I'm here, Mom. You're safe.
Anakin sees the condition that she's in and begins to worry about her fate. However, even with that, he does what he can to comfort her, knowing that as long as they're together, they're safe. And maybe she could be saved.
Oh, you look so handsome. My son. Oh, my grown-up son. I'm so proud of you, Annie.
Shmi sees Anakin as any mother would, She hasn't seen him in what feels like a lifetime, but to know that he's become a full-grown man and operating in the world gives her joy in her final moments, and she can look on him with pride to know that he was still successful even years after he flew from the nest. She doesn't need to know about anything that he's accomplished or any of the failures that he may have had. She's proud because her son has made it, a dream of many parents as they're given life to see that their child has grown up, even if they'll always be a child in their eyes.
I missed you. Now I am complete.
It almost feels like she held on to life just to see her son one final time, and in doing so, she can now die a complete person. A piece of herself still exists in him. Unfortunately for Anakin, at this time he only views this as a failure rather than a blessing, believing that he should have done more to save her, not understanding that, like his son would do for him decades later, just being there already has saved her, as despite what happened to her, her unconditional love for him, one of the Skywalker's greatest strengths, would allow her to die in peace.
Stay with me, Mom. Everything. I love.
In Shmi's final moments, she's unable to have the strength to give her final words, but the message was delivered. Anakin does his best to be strong for her and console her, but his fear and pain stop him from assuring her that everything would be alright. As Anakin mourns the death of the person he most loves in the galaxy, the one who taught him to be the man that he is, he's overcome with rage, as he feels that a part of him has been destroyed. He becomes unbalanced as the darkness takes over. Rather than taking things for what they are and understanding that some things are out of his control, death being one of them, as it very much is a natural part of life, he sees this as his own failure. And in doing so, this fear of death creates an anger and hatred nearly as strong as the love he had for his mother, leading him to do the unspeakable. The darkness consumes him and it dictates his actions as he goes on to slaughter every living thing in sight and wiping out the entire tribe of the Sand People, showcasing the brutality he would be capable of to anyone who wrongs him or his loved ones. Moments after, the pure anger he feels in this act would be so powerful that even the likes of Yoda would feel a great disturbance, to the point that even the voice of Qui-Gon would be heard as he implores Anakin to stop and find peace.
Anakin! Anakin!
No! Pain, suffering, death, I feel. Something terrible has happened. Young Skywalker is in pain. Terrible pain.
Anakin returns with his mother, and the scene after shows where he's at mentally.
Life seems so much simpler when you're fixing things. I'm good at fixing things. Always was, but I couldn't. Why'd she have to die? Why couldn't I save her? I know I could have.
Sometimes there are things no one can fix.
Anakin tries to find peace in the thing that he loves, in something that he excels at. However, like he says, his frustration only grows at the fact that he couldn't apply it to the people that he cares about. It's difficult for him to see and accept that not everything is in his control, and that this is not a sign of failure or weakness, but simply another step in the journey of his life. It's all about perspective. Sometimes bad things happen to good people, but what's important is how we respond to those things, both the good and the bad.
You're not all powerful.
Well, I should be. Someday I will be. I will be the most powerful Jedi ever. I promise you. I will even learn to stop people from dying.
Anakin holds himself to the highest standard, to the point that he has unrealistic expectations for himself, and that's only amplified by his power in the Force and everyone else's expectations for him as the chosen one. It's good that he wants to use the opportunities like this as a lesson to grow. However, the way he's going about it is unhealthy, dealing in an absolute of achieving the near impossible, and anything short of that is failure in his eyes.
It's all Obi-Wan's fault. He's jealous. He's holding me back.
Anakin always believes in cause and effect, believing that everything happens for a reason, or truly that everything has a reason for happening. But it can be a slippery slope, as in doing so to this extent he truly believes that someone must always be at fault for every action and event that ever happens. So especially with his over-controlling nature, he needs to understand that sometimes things just happen. He always wants to find the reason, and as a result he blames his master for his lack of prowess in the Force. That may partially be true, but it's a two-way street. as he needs to self-reflect on his own actions, as it might lead him to a more clear answer as to why Obi-Wan has had reservations on him in his training. This showing how Anakin falls into the trap of believing that more power will grant him more happiness, where in reality, it's certainly not the case, as he'll only ever be left wanting more of it, afraid of losing the power that he already has.
What's wrong, Annie?
I killed them. I killed them all. They're dead. Every single one of them. And not just the men, but the women and the children too. They're like animals. And I slaughtered them like animals. I hate them.
Anakin reveals his dark deeds to Padme as she clearly sensed something terrible beyond his mother's death had happened. This here being a prime example of Anakin's ability to hate as fiercely as he loves, as the loss of that loved one only fueled his hatred to murder an entire tribe of sand people, even the ones that were probably innocent of what happened to his mother. It just shows how his hatred blinded him between the line of good and evil, and allowed him to do something he never would have if he focused on being calm and at peace. Terrible things have happened to him throughout his life, and in that moment his instinct was to get back at those who wronged him with revenge, not realizing the destruction it would do to his inner psyche. And clearly here, the same way two wrongs don't make a right, he doesn't feel any better about the situation, as it changes nothing in terms of bringing back his mother, and his mental state is now fractured.
To be angry is to be human.
I'm a Jedi. I know I'm better than this.
Padme understands that having emotions, good or bad, is just a form of passion, where the Council forces Anakin to be more docile, which can make him unhinged when all this built-up tension is released at once. And again, he reinforces the idea that he has expectations for himself, understanding that what he did was wrong. What Anakin truly needs is a safe place for him to express himself, so these spurts of anger don't simply take over him. Unfortunately, the Council has not really provided him with that, as they seem to have taken a tough love mentality, unmotivating him to be allowed to truly feel his emotions, and at least he gets some semblance of that with Padme. However, it was too little, too late.
I know wherever you are, it's become a better place. You were the most loving partner a man could ever have. Goodbye, my darling wife, and thank you.
I wasn't strong enough to save you, Mom. I wasn't strong enough. But I promise, I won't fail again. I miss you so much.
Klieg and Anakin's farewells to Shmi greatly juxtapose one another, as Klieg's words come from a man who has found peace with what has happened, looking at the positive of where she is now, and most importantly, thankful and grateful for the time that he had with her, as we can't control the cards that were given, but we can control what we do with the time that's given to us. This being a mindset that Anakin should adopt. However, Anakin shows that he accuses himself for her death, placing all the burden on himself for what transpired. And if that wasn't enough, he doubles down and claims that he won't let it happen again. Clearly someone who has not found peace with what happened, highlighting the toxic nature of his overly critical views on himself, being self-deprecating to the point that it does more harm than good. Following Shmi's funeral, Anakin and Padme are pulled back into the fray of the galaxy's greater issues, as they receive and transmit a message sent by Obi-Wan, and the fear of his fate would be left in question.
Protect the Senator at all costs. That is your first priority.
Understood, Master.
Anakin's demeanor shows again that just being told what to do by the stoic Mace Windu and the Jedi in general is just business as usual, as he's become almost numb to it, feeling that they don't trust him enough to help his own master, who he would be able to reach far sooner than anyone else.
If he's still alive.
He's your friend, your mentor.
He's like my father. But you heard Master Windu, he gave me strict orders to stay here.
Anakin has become so upset and a bit brainwashed that he forgot what he just mentioned a few minutes ago about not letting something like this happen again. This showing how much of a strangle the Jedi have on every action of his.
He gave you strict orders to protect me, and I'm going to help Obi-Wan. If you plan to protect me, you'll just have to come along.
Padme then reminds him of his rebellious nature and inspires him to do what he feels is right, even if it means breaking a few rules. They did the same for his mother, and now they will do the same for his father in Obi-Wan. As they leave, Anakin is beginning to feel in better spirits, as he's not only getting along with Padme's mindset, but he's given an opportunity again to do what he loves: fixing things.
I'm not interested in getting into a war here. As a member of the Senate, Maybe I can find a diplomatic solution to this mess.
I've given up trying to argue with you.
Anakin has learned that Padme is not someone to argue with when she believes in something, so he just lets things be. This is also a reminder of the importance of this trip to Geonosis, as they're simply trying to rescue their friend who's being held hostage. But they're in sensitive territory, as enacting in aggressive negotiations would be the call for the start of a war that would fracture and divide the galaxy. As they enter the droid factory, they're given a surprise welcome by the Geonosians. It's here that he would have to put his Jedi training to the test and survive a series of obstacles that stand in their way. He displays not only his skills with the lightsaber, but his Force abilities. Unfortunately though, he gets trapped under the machinery and loses his lightsaber in the process, something that was foreshadowed by Obi-Wan as his reckless ways are catching up with him, as he continuously puts himself, and in turn others, in harm's way, reinforced when he states that it's not the first time either.
Not again. Obi-Wan's gonna kill me.
This scene also shows that no matter how valiant his efforts, Anakin can't always save everyone, as once Padme is in danger, he can't be there for her, only to be saved by R2, showcasing that everyone needs help, even if he feels that he can solve all his problems by becoming all-powerful. In short, Anakin and Padme are captured, and they have a few moments together before being carted out to the arena for their own executions.
I've been dying a little bit each day since you came back into my life.
What are you talking about?
I love you.
You love me? I thought that we had decided not to fall in love, that we would be forced to live a lie, and that it would destroy our lives.
I think our lives are about to be destroyed anyway.
In what they believe would be their final moments, Padme reveals to Anakin how she truly feels. This of course throws him by surprise, but it's music to his ears as he finally has confirmation that she feels the same way about him as he does her, even describing it in a similar way about it being torture, or in her case, that she's been dying. It's a moment that really drives home their star-crossed lover tale, similar to Romeo and Juliet's forbidden but inevitable love. But similar to the Shakespeare tale, this would only further seal their fate as it propels them to their demise. And right after receiving this great news from Padme, of course Anakin must immediately receive that classic Obi-Wan sass after severely disappointing him.
I was beginning to wonder if you'd got my message.
I retransmitted it just as you had requested, Master. Then we decided to come and rescue you.
Good job.
Even when he's on the brink of execution, he still lets Anakin have what he deserves. Although Anakin probably does deserve it this time, it's just another example of how Obi-Wan continuously shows disappointment in his apprentice, which over time has an effect on Anakin's psyche.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Really, you don't say.
Just relax, concentrate.
What about Padme?
She seems to be on top of things.
And Padme is clearly the prepared one in the relationship, so Anakin should take some notes. With Obi-Wan's defensive approach to fighting, it's fitting for him to advise patience, as he has the patience to allow things to come to him, rather than rushing into things as Anakin might as a more aggressive fighter. So Anakin really needs to heed his words if they're to survive. Anakin starts off strong as he uses the Reek's aggressive nature against itself to land on its back, attempting to take control of this wild beast, showcasing Anakin's cunning and ingenious ways of coming up with solutions, knowing that strictly fighting wasn't an ideal option. Anakin also showcases his ability to calm down the Reek and form a bond with him, again not choosing to fight it head on, rather use it to his advantage, as that would help the team with the other beasts as well, keeping them safe for long enough until the other Jedi arrived. And once they did, Anakin and Obi-Wan are given lightsabers, and Anakin shows how valuable of a warrior he is in the battle.
You call this a diplomatic solution?
No, I call it aggressive negotiations.
Amidst all the chaos, it's here that Anakin feels like everything is finally going his way, as he's on the battlefield, a place he's comfortable being in with someone that he loves and someone who understands him in Padme, all reinforced by the fact that he shows that he's beginning to rub off on her.
Surrender, and your lives will be spared.
We will not be hostages to be bartered, Dooku.
Anakin shows that he was completely ready for the scenario, as he takes a stance and shows that he's prepared for a fight to the death, making their final stand. But fortunately for him and all the heroes of the Republic, the new Grand Army would arrive just in time, as they surely would have met their demise if not. They would then make their way across the battlefront, ready to do their part and halt the Separatist plans to escape.
Aim right above the fuel cells. Good call, my young Padawan.
It's nice to see Obi-Wan give Anakin credit where it's due, although he again does so in a somewhat impersonal way as he calls him his young Padawan rather than by his name or anything more endearing. Also, Anakin's immense knowledge on technology shines again and shows that he will be a natural when it comes to making decisions as a leader in this new time of war, as he would go on to be one of the clones' most respected and revered generals throughout the Clone Wars, and the Republic would crown him as the hero without fear.
It's Dooku! Shoot him down! We're out of rockets, sir.
Anakin also shows that he is one to always think of attacking before anything else, a shoot-first mentality, prioritizing offense over defense. Also, it's refreshing to see that someone actually suggests this, as it would immediately solve their problems, similar to Han shooting Vader with no hesitation when he sees him in Empire, showing Anakin has a more gunslinger mentality than his Jedi brethren who previously thought Dooku was incapable of murder.
He is a political idealist, not a murderer.
You know, milady, Count Dooku was once a Jedi. He couldn't assassinate anyone. It's not in his character.
Follow!
We're gonna need some help.
There isn't time! Anakin and I can handle this!
While Obi-Wan may be critical of Anakin, he understands that in critical times, he must show faith in his apprentice to give him the boost of confidence to excel, as an entire war could be prevented with their teamwork. This bit of confidence from his master is all that Anakin needs going forward, as trust is more powerful than any other thing Obi-Wan could give him. Unfortunately, his confidence would be shot out of a window as quickly as Padme falls from the gunship.
Put the ship down! Anakin! Don't let your personal feelings get in the way!
This is where Obi-Wan is truly tested as a master, as his apprentice has much fear, which can cause him to do things he otherwise wouldn't if he was at calm, at peace, passive, which is how someone can determine what the right thing to do is. Anakin filled the void of one attachment with his mother and now places it in Padme, as people will do crazy things when they're in love. It can be a noble effort in some cases, but others, it can simply deter you from the bigger picture.
Lower the ship! I can't take Dooku alone! I need you! If we catch him, we can end this war right now! I don't care! Put the ship down!
Obi-Wan tries everything to bring Anakin to his senses. First, he expresses vulnerability and weakness, reminding Anakin that he's as important to taking Dooku down as anything else that's happening, and that if he sacrifices her for the greater good, then he could save the lives of the many. When that doesn't work, he then uses logic by reminding him that he would essentially lose all his life's work by committing treason.
You will be expelled from the Jedi Order! I can't leave her! Come to your senses!
And when that doesn't work, Obi-Wan flips the script and asks him to put himself in her shoes and vice versa. Only then does he begin to calm down as Anakin respects and admires the type of person that Padme is, and he realizes that she would make the tough choice that he's afraid to make.
What do you think Padme would do were she in your position? She would do her duty.
Obi-Wan does a great job here of trying to align his apprentice's desires with his for the greater good, and for Anakin's own sake as well, as he would have given up everything he worked for in a split second. A reminder that sometimes a mentor is needed to save us from our worst enemy, ourselves. Overall, Anakin showcases here firsthand what an attachment can do to someone as he throws all logic out the window, proving Padme right about sacrificing his own life for her. Similar to his reckless care of his lightsaber and his physical life, he does so here in his personal life, through his career and the greater good. So here he must take some of his own advice and do what is requested of him. And instead of letting go of his pride, he must let go of his love, his attachment, and most importantly, his fear. The duo and Obi-Wan and Anakin then arrive at Dooku's hangar, acting as the last hope for ending the war before it even begins.
You're gonna pay for all the Jedi that you killed today, Dooku.
We'll take them together. You're going slowly on the left.
Taking him now! No, Anakin, no!
Unfortunately though, Anakin is still hot-headed and rushes into attack rather than heeding the words of his master, a reminder that the two are just never on the same page. This juxtaposing Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, as while they may have had their own differences, they were always able to settle them and work together. This is most relevant in how their duels against the respective Sith apprentices goes, as Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon fought with extreme coordination together against Maul, with them only failing when they were separated. Comparatively, Obi-Wan and Anakin have to verbally bicker to even be in the same book, and still, they never get to actually fight Dooku together at all, showing how they need to work further on their relationship to thrive and have any positive results. Anakin's fear again leads to his anger and hatred, which he must then suffer the consequences for as he foolishly attacks Dooku on his own, showing how these characteristics that are quick to join him in a fight have consumed him and he's weaker for it. leaving his master by himself, as others must suffer the consequences of his selfish actions, as he was acting more in the mindset of revenge for Padme rather than justice for the Republic. Obi-Wan is disarmed and maimed, and right before Dooku delivers the killing blow, Anakin swoops in to save his master.
Brave of you, boy, but I would have thought you had learned your lesson.
I am a slow learner.
Anakin can't help but be smug in this situation, showing how he always has something to say to his enemy. Anakin really isn't a slow learner, at least in lightsaber combat, but again his emotions can cloud his judgment. Also, this feels similar to when Luke says,
"You'll find I'm full of surprises,"
as he passed on his battle banter to his son. Also, what Dooku is saying is quite true, as Anakin is truly one of the bravest characters in Star Wars itself, as he always throws himself back into a battle even when the odds are stacked against him. Meanwhile, ironically, or fittingly, being most times the person with the greatest amount of fear in the room, as fear is required for a man to be brave, as a man can only be brave when he's afraid. Obi-Wan tosses Anakin his lightsaber, and he's able to contest with Dooku for a bit, as Dooku must adjust to a unique form. It's also symbolic of Anakin and Obi-Wan taking him on together in a sense, as he uses both blades to fight Dooku. But of course, they're not actually fighting together, and he's easily disarmed. The fight continues, but unfortunately, Anakin is outclassed by a superior swordsman in Dooku and is disarmed for a second time, this time losing his arm in the process, losing a bit of his humanity with it. Similar to his actions in this movie, this would be the first steps to becoming more machine than man, as the loss of his arm would also fill him with a desire for revenge on the man that not only harmed or attempted to execute his love in Padme, captured his master, started a war, and now robbed him of his arm. And his arm, particularly for Anakin, is representative of the part of him he values the most as a Jedi, as he was known for practicing his lightsaber skills more than any other aspect of being a Jedi, even though he, as the Chosen One, has the greatest potential and propensity to achieve unheard of feats with the Force had he practiced more like his master implied earlier in the film. Although he mentioned lightsaber skill, but the point still stands. It's also the hand that has done both great acts of good, but unspeakable acts of evil. So it would become a machine as he's acted as a Terminator, killing others in acts of revenge rather than justice, including the innocents. And so, Master and Apprentice must bask in their failure as their lack of teamwork lands them with needing to be saved by Yoda and Anakin losing his arm. However, with them being saved, Dooku escapes, and as a result, a full-scale galactic war has begun. All because Anakin allowed his emotions to get the better of him.
I have good news for you, my lord. War has begun.
Excellent. Everything is going as planned.
Dooku has already brought about his master's vision. He successfully started the war, and the Jedi will become crippled by its consequences.
The shroud of the dark side has fallen. Begun. The Clone War has.
A victory in battle for the Jedi proves to be a major loss, as now they are at war, something that could have all been avoided. Where the movie should be ending on a positive as the heroes won the battle, it ends on a foreboding note as it births the start of the Empire, the clones representing the obedient soldiers that Palpatine will use in his quest for power. As he looks down at his army, the sun sets on what was once the Republic of old, and so begins its slow fall and the rise of the Empire. The final scenes transition from the Imperial March to Across the Stars, Anakin and Padme's love theme, and it's a perfect representation of how their forbidden love has planted the seeds of the Empire, as Anakin is falling into the grand plan and trap that Palpatine has laid out for him, as with love comes a fear of losing that love, and which could be used to manipulate his actions. We're then shown Anakin and Padme being wed in secret, which would typically be a great end to the fairy tale story. However, this bodes as an ominous sign of what is to come, showing how far he's willing to go to break the code to do what he feels is right. Also a subtle thing to note, rather than exchanging wedding rings, the two exchange their droids in R2 and 3PO, and in particular for Anakin, he gives Padme his only possession in 3PO, representing him giving all of himself to his love, and receiving it in exchange with Padme giving him R2. Although the action of their marriage is based on love, it is a forbidden act from these two. Shakespearean, like Romeo and Juliet, with the two star-crossed lovers destined for tragedy. Their love leads to happiness, yet their own demise. This secret would cause them to live with alter egos in a sense, and for Anakin, this would further cement the dichotomy of his good and evil sides, or, as we commonly know them, Anakin and Vader, as both sides would fight for control, another sign of how his mechanical hand represents the spread and conquering of Darth Vader in his mind, and the inner turmoil that this would cause the Chosen One would simply leave him a conflicted hero. At the start of the film, we see that war has become commonplace for the people of the Republic, as the Separatists kidnap the Chancellor himself. This normalization of violence is furthered as we see Obi-Wan and Anakin leading the mission to rescue Palpatine, as this clearly isn't their first rodeo, as simply an exclamation of war to start the opening crawl says it all, along with there are heroes on both sides, evil is everywhere. This line emphasizes the idea that good really is a point of view, as both sides consider themselves good and the other evil. This idea symbolizes the dichotomy of war, and in the case of Anakin, the conflict that's growing within him, as all the lines begin to become blurred. The perfect synchronization between Anakin and Obi-Wan highlights the strides that they've made in their relationship, as they're now on the same page more than ever, working cohesively to get their job done. The conflict of war has allowed the master and apprentice to create a tighter bond with one another.
Master, General Grievous's ship is directly ahead.
Oh, I see it. Oh, this is going to be easy.
And so, their mission begins, and we get to see how the master and apprentice play off each other.
This is where the fun begins.
Anakin is right in his comfort zone, as flying and fighting for something he believes in alongside brave soldiers is like a dream come true for him. It's also a reminder of his adventurous nature as he embraces the moment and seizes it head on.
I'm gonna go help them out.
No, they are doing their job, then we can do ours.
While to an extent, Obi-Wan is right to keep Anakin focused on the mission, Anakin can't help but wonder if Obi-Wan has become partially desensitized to a clone's death through the war itself, or even not valuing their lives as highly as others. It can almost come across as if he sees their only purpose is to die, so they could live. Of course, for Anakin, we know he values all lives equally, even if clones were designed for war. Anakin wouldn't ask the clones to do anything he wouldn't do himself for them, and risking his own life is one of them, especially for those that are on the front lines with him, which is why he would be known as one of the most respected generals during the Clone Wars. Either way, Anakin's compassion shines through here, and Obi-Wan's obedience to the code rivals it. A sign of how this difference in philosophy will force the two to be at opposite sides by the end of the film. How Anakin and Obi-Wan deal with the same problem also shows the difference in how the two deal with conflict. Anakin is more emotion-based and takes the fun approach by tricking the missiles into running into each other just for the humor of it, whereas Obi-Wan specifies nothing too fancy and uses the logical approach by nearing another object that's heat could be detected and tracked by the missile. It also highlights the aggressive versus defensive mentality the two have, as Anakin wants to eliminate his threats immediately, where Obi-Wan is willing to wait and then exploit a weakness when the opportunity arrives.
Move to the right so I can get a clear shot at them.
Get to the command ship, get the Chancellor! We're running out of tricks here.
Once again, Anakin's aggressive nature is put on full display, and Obi-Wan virtuously puts the mission before his own life. Their philosophies clash again, as Anakin believes that if there's a will, there's a way, and he will not rest without ensuring those he cares about are safe, where Obi-Wan wants to protect others by sacrificing himself. Basically, both have a hero complex, where one believes that everyone can be saved, you just have to have the will to do so, and the other believes that not everyone can be, so it's his job to be the sacrificed life so others could live, similar to the clones. Summarized by this exchange.
Get out of here! There's nothing more you can do!
I'm not leaving without you, Master.
Hold your fire! You're not helping here!
I agree. Bad idea.
Anakin is quick to shoot first, but at least he's more open now to realizing the error in his ways when Obi-Wan throws it in his face.
Move to the right.
Hold on, Anakin! You're gonna get us both killed!
Anakin is persistent and impatient, and Obi-Wan is patient and more passive.
Get him, R2!
R2, hit the bus droid, center eye!
Even the advice they give R2 shows again how they deal with conflict, as Anakin just suggests to blindly attack, and Obi-Wan exposes a weakness of the droid and suggests to concentrate his focus on that area.
The General's command ship is dead ahead. Well, have you noticed the shields are still up? Sorry, Master. Oh, I have a bad feeling about this.
This just reminds us that they work well together because they're opposites, as Obi-Wan prefers structure and Anakin can just wing it to get the results they need. Once on the ship, Obi-Wan and Anakin show again how effective they can be when they work together.
I sense Count Dooku.
I sense a trap.
Next move?
Spring the trap.
They complement each other well, as where Obi-Wan thinks rationally, sensing the deception in their mission, and Anakin thinks emotionally, sensing or detecting a man that has wronged him. This allowing them to proceed with caution and be ready for anything as long as they stick together. Overall, these differences between Anakin and Obi-Wan set the tone for the rest of the film, as their ideologies would be put to the test. Again, with Anakin basing his decisions on emotion and Obi-Wan's on logic, with Anakin trying to save someone at all costs, even if it destroys the man he once was, and Obi-Wan standing for what he believes in and making a sacrifice and letting go of someone he once loved for the betterment of the galaxy, something that Anakin simply could not do, as the two characters really emphasize the theme of loss and suffering, and how the way we handle those things will define us. This quote from the Revenge of the Sith novel sums up these themes that will be explored. It's a story of love and loss, brotherhood and betrayal, courage and sacrifice, and the death of dreams. It's a story of the blurred line between our best and our worst.
Well, there's more than one way out of here.
We don't want to get out, we want to get moving, R2.
A reminder of the difference in how they approach things. Anakin is impulsive and aggressive, and he begins to create a hole in the elevator so they can get going by any means, where Obi-Wan is willing to be patient and wait for R2 to help them.
Always on the move.
Anakin can never slow down and think, where conversely, Obi-Wan lives to think of his actions.
No loose wire jokes.
Did I say anything?
He's trying.
I didn't say anything.
Obi-Wan is not only critical of his apprentice, but even R2 at times. But at least Anakin has his back. It's a lighthearted moment, but this is also a microcosm of how Anakin feels when Obi-Wan criticizes him. Sometimes he feels like Obi-Wan's sass can be a bit much at times, even in the form of a joke or sarcasm. Ultimately, constant criticism can be frustrating to deal with when, to Anakin, what should be important is, as he says, the fact that he's trying, not that he messed up or made a mistake. This showing why Anakin is quick to defend others with that because he knows that it's something he doesn't enjoy himself, even if it's towards a droid, because, again, he views them as people, and Obi-Wan generally sees them as a tool with a function, and sometimes Anakin can feel like he's being treated that way, in the way that Obi-Wan ridicules him as his apprentice. Anakin and Obi-Wan arrive to the top of the spire to find the Chancellor, only for Anakin's suspicions to be confirmed, being greeted by Dooku.
This time we will do it together.
I was about to say that.
Obi-Wan can't help but once again be the playcaller, as he knows that while Anakin has matured, he still very much needs guidance. And Anakin's response at least shows that he's learned over the years from his mistake of not heeding Obi-Wan's advice. Not only from this moment, but the fact that he and Obi-Wan seem to work better as a team in this film compared to the previous one, showing that sometimes failure is the greatest teacher. Anakin has definitely been waiting for this moment for a long time, unfortunately though with revenge on his mind, shown by the fact that he's the one person who already has his lightsaber in his hand, emphasizing his shoot-first mentality and his need for vengeance.
Your swords, please. We don't want to make a mess of things in front of the Chancellor.
You won't get away this time, Dooku.
Both sides showing confidence in their ability, and rightfully so, as Obi-Wan and Anakin just get right into it, showing that they are definitely more on the same page when it comes to dueling, as their failures in Episode 2 have been addressed over the years throughout the Clone Wars.
I've been looking forward to this.
My powers have doubled since the last time we met, Count.
Good. Twice the pride, double the fall.
Like Anakin, his adversary in Dooku has been awaiting the inevitable, where the two would meet and settle things once and for all. Anakin has been training and has improved exponentially, fighting valiantly throughout the years of the Clone Wars and all its battles. This has given him an untouchable confidence in his skills, but, like Dooku alludes to, his excessive pride in these skills will make his failure that much greater. Similar to the phrases, the bigger they are, the harder they fall, or pride goeth or goes before a fall, or simply, people that are too overconfident or arrogant are likely to fail, all embodying themes that are a part of Anakin's struggle as a character that he must wrestle with in this film, as his quest for greater power and the destruction of the man he was in order to achieve it makes his fall that much greater. As the fight ensues, Dooku clearly focuses on Obi-Wan first, as he has the confidence that he can more easily take on Anakin alone, showing that not only does he view Obi-Wan as a bigger threat, but more importantly he knows that he's mentally tough, and Anakin is impressionable and can be manipulated. Despite the two fighting valiantly together, Dooku then makes short work of Obi-Wan, and with seeing this happen, Anakin gets a glimpse of his fears becoming a reality, as he sees someone that he cares about put in harm's way, and more importantly, on his watch. This reminds him of the time that he wasn't strong enough for his mother, and only heightens the tension within Anakin, as now he's only filled with rage. So he taps into the dark side and gives Dooku a taste of his own medicine by attacking him blow for blow. This gives him a fighting chance, but like Dooku would assess, Anakin is unwilling to fully commit to the darkness and not let it take over his actions.
Sense great fear in you, Skywalker. You have hate, you have anger, but you don't use them.
Anakin then takes his words to heart and utilizes his anger and hate, channeling it into his movements, temporarily giving him strength and focus, to which then he's able to deliver an eye for an eye, or an arm for a pair of hands, and returns the favor of a scarred body by disarming the man that did so to him. Now, Anakin is left with the most important thing in terms of determining character: choice, as Dooku's fate rests solely in his hands. No pun intended.
Good, Anakin, good. Kill him. Kill him now.
Anakin must choose between the light and the dark to show compassion and empathy for the man that has caused the death of so many lives and that he has a personal anger towards, sparing his life and serving him with justice through the system of democracy that he's been fighting for years in a war for, or to give in to revenge and his emotions, serving a dish best served cold, giving Dooku and the Republic a finality to his part in the war, fighting violence with more of the same in the hopes to end it once and for all. This all represented beautifully through the imagery of Anakin holding both a blue and red lightsaber, symbolizing good and evil respectively, of course. This is further highlighted by the fact that Palpatine and Obi-Wan are on either side of him, just like his blades in either hand, similar to the devil and angel on one's shoulders. However, Obi-Wan of course has been subdued, similar to the good part of Anakin's conscience in this moment as he feels the conflict growing within him. But unfortunately, all he can hear metaphorically or internally and literally or externally is the devil on his shoulder encouraging him to take his steps toward the dark side.
I shouldn't. Do it.
Not only is this iconic line a great meme, but it's a test to Anakin, testing to see if he's willing to give in to his hatred and obey the orders of his future master. It lets Palpatine know that Anakin has that kind of obedience to him and trust that he does not have in the Jedi. He claims,
I shouldn't have done that. It's not the Jedi way.
But he did it anyway, understanding the consequences and valuing revenge more than justice in that moment. Anakin begins to show who he will listen to and follow, even breaking his own moral compass because he trusts Palpatine over Obi-Wan, who would never suggest that he kill an unarmed prisoner. Anakin voicing what his conscience says is basically what Obi-Wan would have advised to him.
Yes, but he was an unarmed prisoner. I shouldn't have done that. It's not the Jedi way.
Essentially, it's not what Obi-Wan would have done.
You did well, Anakin. He was too dangerous to be kept alive. He cut off your arm, and you wanted revenge. Remember what you told me about your mother and the Sand people?
Basically, Palpatine advises, if it was okay then, it's okay now. That the two scenarios aren't any different from each other. Also, this gives us further insight into their relationship and the incredibly strong trust Anakin has in Palpatine, as he never told anyone else about that except for Padme, showing that he's only willing to go to those depths of vulnerability with his wife and the man he views as a father. So, Obi-Wan and the Jedi have failed him, as it's on Obi-Wan to fill that role. But they are more like brothers, so Anakin never opens up in quite the same way. This story of the Sand People being brought up again also emphasizes how critical of a point that this was in Anakin's life, as this is what sets the precedent for his ability to kill in this way, only opening the door to further escalation.
Leave him, or we'll never make it.
His fate will be the same as ours.
At the end of the day, Anakin has too much love and compassion for his mentor to leave him for dead. While the Jedi Code may advise no attachments, the bond that the two share is genuine brotherly love. This reflecting the end of the movie where Anakin is left for dead by Obi-Wan, making it all the more tragic. The team would begin to make their escape, but not without any obstacles along the way, as the invisible hand would take heavy fire from a Venator and chaos would ensue. In the elevator sequence, Anakin shows his cunning and ability to think on his feet as he keeps them alive while Obi-Wan is down and the ship is falling straight towards Coruscant.
We're in a bit of a situation here. I missed something? Hold on.
As ridiculous of a situation as Obi-Wan finds himself in, he, like his apprentice, is quick to go with the flow and adapt to what's happening.
Oops. R2, shut down the elevator. Too late, jump!
Ironic as Anakin takes the cautious approach, and his master the spontaneous or improvised one, showing that every once in a while, they rub off on each other.
Ray shields.
Wait a minute. How did this happen? We're smarter than this.
Apparently not.
Anakin actually has a pretty good point. This also shows maturity by Anakin to take their situation for what it is, rather than asking why or where they messed up. It's part of the reason why he can strategize and come up with ideas so quickly, as he doesn't concern himself with the past when it comes to the mission. He just looks at the situation that he's in and tries to find a way out. Although it would do him some good to analyze their mistakes so they don't end up in it again, like Obi-Wan is suggesting.
I say patience.
Patience.
R2 will be along in a few moments and then he'll release the ray shields.
Anakin shows again their strength in believing in others, as if you're part of the team, you will never lose faith in your ability to contribute, especially when someone like R2 has proven it time and time again. Of course, in this case though, R2's efforts are too little, too late, and in classic fashion, Anakin must deal with Obi-Wan's sassy commentary.
See? No problem.
Do you have a plan B?
They'd then be taken prisoner to the evil General Grievous himself, and Anakin would for the first time come face to face with this legendary enemy.
I was expecting someone with your reputation to be a little older.
Anakin shows that he doesn't back down from anyone, and on the surface, he really earned the title of the hero with no fear. It's also nice to see the banter and trash talk that Anakin throws back at his enemy, proving that he won't be intimidated by simple fear tactics or be provoked by Grievous's veiled insults.
General Grievous, you're shorter than I expected.
Jedi scum!
His calm nature to this, in comparison to his overreaction to other insults, such as not being a master, or not being powerful enough to overcome the high ground, reinforce the idea that Anakin doesn't get as riled up with these things if it's by someone that he doesn't care about, like Grievous, who he literally just met. But when it comes from a master of his that he's known most of his life, then it becomes personal.
Not this time. And this time you won't escape.
R2.
Although the plan B was played off as a joke, this plan definitely screams Anakin thinking on the fly, and Obi-Wan's ability to just roll with it makes it work. Again showing that Obi-Wan is doing a greater job of valuing and showing appreciation towards his apprentice by utilizing his ideas, where before it came across as if Anakin's opinion didn't matter. Anakin showcases his legendary skills some more and frees the Chancellor, then helping Obi-Wan corner Grievous until his cowardly ways take over, and he runs away from the fight, something that Anakin just can't relate to doing. And that leaves them with a starship that's about to free fall through the atmosphere with all the odds stacked against them. But Anakin is always up for the challenge.
Can you fly a cruiser like this? Well, under the circumstances, I'd say the ability to pilot this thing is irrelevant. Strap yourselves in.
Obi-Wan knows where his apprentice's strengths and weaknesses are, just like he understands his own. Where Obi-Wan is not a fan of flying, and Anakin is an ace pilot himself, he knows to defer to Anakin and his expertise. Also, Anakin's go-with-the-flow mentality plays great in situations like these, as he knows that his skills won't have as great of an effect on the outcome as much as his confidence and his belief in himself will. as that will give them the greatest chance of survival. The odds may be stacked against them, but that won't stop him from strapping in and giving it his best shot.
We lost something.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
Obi-Wan brings the undying optimism the team needs, and Anakin with the understatement of the year. With the help of others, Anakin is capable to cap off this day with achieving unreal feats by miraculously landing the invisible hand with minimal damage to the city, and keeping the team alive, adding to his legend and why he truly was considered not only the best star pilot in the galaxy, but a cunning warrior, with all this starting because he was always first and foremost a good friend, willing to do anything to save them.
Another happy landing.
Anakin and Obi-Wan are then tasked with facing something far scarier than the battles of war. Politics.
Oh no, I'm not brave enough for politics. Besides, someone needs to be the poster boy.
Hold on. This whole operation was your idea.
They really aren't a fan of politics, even though their entire life has become centered around it. They avoid it when they can, as they would rather focus on being Jedi, which is a reminder of how it should be.
Let us not forget, Anakin, that you rescued me from the buzz droids. And you killed Count Dooku, and you rescued the Chancellor, carrying me unconscious on your back.
All because of your training.
You definitely get the feeling that this isn't the first time that this has happened, either, having to take turns dealing with these politicians.
And you deserve your glorious day with the politicians.
But you owe me one, and not for saving your skin for the 10th time.
9th time. That business on Cato Nemoidia doesn't count.
This scene also does a great job of showing the banter and friendly nature between master and apprentice. And even though Anakin sees through Obi-Wan's sarcasm or flattery, this gives some insight to the idea that Anakin definitely likes having his ego stroked. And in that same way, his ego definitely takes a hit if you underestimate or challenge it. Just another sign of how much his master truly understands him, as would be used in the movie's climax against him.
Wait, not here. I'm tired of all this deception. I don't care if they know we're married.
Anakin reunites with Padme and shows how his emotions can get the better of him, as his excitement to see his wife has him in a mindset of impulsiveness, willing to throw it all away if someone saw them in public. Anakin's response also shows how their discussion about it in episode 2 on the difficulty of keeping their love a secret is catching up with them. And if they're feeling this way now, especially Anakin, then others aren't too far from knowing, like Obi-Wan. This scene also shows again how Padme is more logical, and she's the one who grounds Anakin, as he needs someone who can speak some sense into him when he becomes irrational, something he definitely is when it comes down to love.
You're trembling. What's going on?
Something wonderful has happened. I'm pregnant.
That's wonderful.
What are we gonna do?
This is a happy moment. The happiest moment of my life.
Anakin can immediately tell that something's off, and the fact that Padme is trembling only can be seen as a sign of fear. And when he hears the news, fear is definitely one of the emotions that runs through his mind at first. However, after some contemplation, he's overwhelmed with joy. Padme's worried because of the very real consequences to their actions, as both of them could essentially lose their jobs because of this. And Anakin is a man who goes off of feelings over facts, and ideally believes that love will conquer all. So Anakin reassures her that everything will be alright, which shows how the two balance each other out, as being opposites in that regard allows them to be a good team that's always there for the other. In most cases, this would be great news, but in the case of Anakin, it would only spark a new attachment that would form and that he would stop at nothing to protect, which would prove to be fatal to others around him. Anakin then returns home, and he and his wife discuss the news of their baby and their dream future together.
Annie, I want to have our baby back home on Naboo. We can go to the lake country where no one will know, where we can be safe. I know the perfect spot, right by the gardens.
Her desire to have their child on Naboo and live a happy life shows her hopeful nature, and how at the end of the day, she really only needs Anakin to be happy, which is what she calls back to at the end of the movie. This image that Padme has is where Anakin's mind should be focused on. But in the following scene, the premonitions of the future would begin to consume him. How they deal with these nightmares would begin to show how Anakin's experiences have made him fearful of taking chances and living the life of his dreams with Padme.
You're so beautiful.
It's only because I'm so in love.
No. No, it's because I'm so in love with you.
So love has blinded you.
Well, that's not exactly what I meant.
But it's probably true.
Anakin's thought process only furthers the idea that he's blinded by love. It's a romantic sentiment, but one that can skew his perception on reality. Throughout his life in general, he's always been one that simply follows that instinct, and in this case, to the point that it may blind him to what's actually important, forgetting why he does things out of love, further changing himself as a person in order to keep everything else the same. This is a subtle line that shows Padme's incredible ability to observe and read others, also foreshadowing that Anakin will act blindly and use his love as a justification for his actions, rather than stopping and asking if his actions are doing more harm than good. Anakin begins to have nightmares of Padme's death, and, similar to his mother, he begins to become obsessed with them. And because the same thing is happening again, it consumes his life, and he wants to make sure that he doesn't make the same mistake twice, failing to realize that not everything is necessarily a cause and effect, that some things are just out of your control. But that lack of control over fate only creates more fear, as the Chosen One has been raised to believe that he should be able to alter his destiny for himself and others for the better, no matter what.
What's bothering you?
Nothing. I remember when I gave this to you.
How long is it going to take for us to be honest with each other?
Anakin tries to deflect, as sometimes it's easier not to address the problem and ignore its existence. It's also a bit of the idea that he doesn't want to place any burden on Padme or worry for her. If he can, he'll try to deal with the problem on his own, failing to remember that they're a team. In the same way that he would be there for her in a situation like this, so would she. So, she reminds him of this.
I made this for you, so you'd remember me. I carved it out of a pore snippet. It will bring you good fortune.
It's beautiful, but I don't need this to remember you by.
It's also fitting that he reminds her of this, as it feels like poetry that he has all these dreams of bad fortune, and he gave her the necklace for the opposite reason. And even as an adult, similar to as a kid, he forgets its purpose. It doesn't possess inherent qualities that will actually help. It's like anything else. It's the thought that counts, and what it means. In this case, as long as he's there for her, even when the bad fortune comes, then they'll be fine. Similar to his take on having a child.
It was a dream.
Bad?
Like the ones I used to have about my mother, just before she died. And it was about you.
Tell me.
It was only a dream.
Anakin hesitates to tell Padme because he knows, just like in his dreams, that once he says it out loud, it'll be like anything else. It'll be all the more real, and he doesn't want to speak it into existence.
You die in childbirth.
And the baby?
I don't know.
It was only a dream.
I won't let this one become real.
Anakin doesn't want to shut Padme out, so he tells her, and when he does, the fear begins to creep in her too. And she tries to stay strong for Anakin, knowing that if he believes that these will become a reality and history repeats itself, that something much worse than what he did to the Sand People could transpire. Anakin also already confirms the idea that he will stop at nothing to ensure that this doesn't happen. But when he puts no limits to anything he would do, then it opens the door for madness to ensue. He starts believing that this is the good that he seeks, preventing what's out of his control rather than focusing on what he can and making that his reality.
This baby will change our lives. I doubt the Queen will continue to allow me to serve in the Senate. And if the Council discovers you're the father, you'll be expelled.
I know.
The consequences have been heightened as the product of their forbidden love may blow up in their face. Anakin understands this, but simply wants answers to their conundrum.
Do you think Obi-Wan might be able to help us?
We don't need his help. Our baby is a blessing.
Here we get a behind the scenes of how Anakin truly feels about Obi-Wan, as part of it is his own pride and inability to seek out help, but another part can be seen as his mistrust in Obi-Wan, as he may feel like he's too close to the Council in this situation. Had Obi-Wan been more like Qui-Gon and separated himself from them and focused more on being Anakin's father figure, he might be more willing to confide in him in times of conflict such as this one, even though this typically would be a blessing, as Anakin states. Although Anakin claims that he doesn't need Obi-Wan's help, he reaches out to Yoda for guidance when he begins to have visions of Padme's death, showing that Yoda is still someone that he feels comfortable with opening up to, and that he respects the wisdom that may be passed down to him.
These visions you have.
They're of pain, suffering, death.
Yourself you speak of? Or someone you know?
Someone.
Close to you?
Yes.
Careful you must be when sensing the future, Anakin. The fear of loss is a path to the dark side.
Here, Yoda makes a good point, as fear is what can cause people to do terrible things, as a clear mind is when you can make the correct choices in life, especially as Anakin has lived in fear of losing others his whole life.
Death is a natural part of life. Rejoice for those around you who transform into the Force. Mourn them, do not. Miss them, do not. Attachment leads to jealousy, the shadow of greed, that is. Train yourself to let go of everything you fear to lose.
While it is true that death is inevitable, it's probably not the best advice for Anakin, as this is telling him to suppress the emotions that make him the good person that he is. He has more compassion than the average Jedi, which is why he wants to do his best to save others, from the clones in the battles, to Obi-Wan, and to Padme, as when he's Anakin, he has people to fight for. As Vader, he's alone. Overall, Yoda shows that he's become a bit unempathetic and dogmatic, as he's preaching the idea that attachment is forbidden, something written in the code, rather than to embrace his compassion and to live in the moment. This feels like a big swing and a miss for Anakin, as he tries to open up to Yoda but receives advice that more so avoids the problem rather than trying to tackle it head on, which only makes him further question the judgments of the Jedi Council, as their wisest member's message doesn't quite hit home for him. Also to note, the shading in the room is a perfect representation of the conflict between the light and dark thoughts that Anakin is having, with just light being casted on his eyes, verifying that there is still good in him, but the darkness is beginning to take over. Anakin then meets with Obi-Wan, and is given news that would spark a recurring hesitation by his master about the Chancellor.
What's wrong then?
The Senate is expected to vote more executive powers to the Chancellor today.
Well, that can only mean less deliberating and more action. Is that bad? It'll make it easier for us to end this war.
Obi-Wan has a clear concern for the consequences of giving one man, especially a politician, more power, as it may help out in the short term, as Anakin suggests, but at the cost of the long term. Obi-Wan strongly believes in democracy, and for him to witness its slow downfall, he can't help but be concerned. It's a lot more difficult for Anakin to see the negative in his actions, as he primarily places his faith in people, and the person he seems to trust the most is Palpatine. So, for him, this is a complete win, not realizing that this gaining of power is a slippery slope that the Republic is heading in, similar to the opposite of what Obi-Wan would say, as Anakin's allegiance is to the leader, not the Senate or the ideology it stands for, which makes him easy to manipulate in Palpatine's eyes.
Be careful of your friend, Palpatine.
Be careful of what?
He has requested your presence.
What for?
He would not say.
Obi-Wan's mistrust in Palpatine and politics is very clear here, as he doesn't even associate himself with being friends with Palpatine and shifts that on Anakin, knowing that their relationship is stronger than that of most working colleagues. For Anakin, this is difficult to see. He gives people the benefit of the doubt and wants to believe in their best intentions, where he sees his master as simply being cynical and overly critical.
You didn't inform the council? That's unusual, isn't it?
All of this is unusual, and it's making me feel uneasy.
If it wasn't clear before, Obi-Wan does not like this one bit, knowing that Palpatine is getting more comfortable with his seat of power politically, and with Anakin in particular, as he's pushing the envelope of what he could get away with. So, this is why Obi-Wan expresses his concern with Anakin, so he can go into his meeting with Palpatine with caution. Anakin is finally starting to see how things are a little off compared to the usual, but he's willing to hear out Palpatine's side of things before placing judgment, something he wished that others, like the Council, would have done for him growing up. Overall, this sets up the idea that while they may be approaching the end of the war, a greater threat still looms, and they need to look at all sides, as the vacuum of power may lead to betrayal from one of their own.
I hope you trust me, Anakin.
Of course.
I need your help, son.
Even the way Palpatine presents things to Anakin is from a place of innocence, as if a father is requesting something from his son, and that only fills Anakin with a greater desire to do whatever he's asked, as Anakin only wants to do him right and make him proud. Palpatine also calling him son is a form of endearment to truly gain his trust, as it's something that's always been missing in Anakin's life, and now he gets a semblance of that from Palpatine.
Anakin, I'm appointing you to be my personal representative on the Jedi Council.
Palpatine accomplishes a lot with this one gesture, where he shows the greatest amount of trust in Anakin as he essentially states that he wants him to speak on his behalf to the Council. A great honor, especially from one of the most powerful men in the galaxy. So, Anakin says,
Me, a master. I am overwhelmed, sir.
He understands the implication, and Palpatine will now pressure the Council to make a choice, betting on the fact that they will make the wrong one and insult Anakin by denying him his dream. This move basically has no consequences for Palpatine, as it builds trust in him and distrust in the Council for Anakin. This is really emphasized by the fact that Palpatine has always shown trust, faith, and belief in Anakin's abilities and character, always encouraging him. So to hear this from someone he looks up to, it means more because of it. Where the Council has not always done the same for him, feeling like he's always been underappreciated by them. So this door that opens presents him with an opportunity for the Council to meet him halfway, as they typically do things in favor of the Senate. Unfortunately for him, this time would be very different.
If the Council elects its own members, they'll never accept this.
I think they will. They need you more than you know.
Palpatine knows this, as the Jedi have become too prideful and arrogant to make the right choice here, and giving Anakin assurance that they should do it makes them seem all the more foolish in Anakin's eyes when they don't. Basically, Palpatine is continually trying to make Anakin think, why don't they see what Palpatine sees in me? Overall, this proposal gives Anakin a false sense of hope, and even though, like he already said, the Council won't accept it, Anakin can't help but feel like he might be proven wrong. And when he isn't, it simply begins his questioning of the Council and the Order as a whole, and his frustration will only grow the more he thinks about it, and the more he becomes disappointed by them due to his own expectations.
Disturbing is this move by Chancellor Palpatine.
I understand.
Anakin knows that this is a very unusual situation that's transpired. However, he definitely sees that it can greatly benefit him, further building anticipation in his expectation of the outcome.
You are on this council, but we do not grant you the rank of master.
What? How can you do this? This is outrageous. It's unfair. How can you be on the Council and not be a master?
Take a seat, young Skywalker.
In this moment, Obi-Wan shows clear and visible disappointment in his pupil, as he failed what could be considered a test of humility and gratitude. While the Council in some ways has disrespected him, he doesn't appreciate the honor that's been bestowed upon him, that very few have ever accomplished. This going back to the same arrogance and pride he saw in his apprentice in Episode 2. Anakin is outraged by the Council's decision. It's definitely seen as a slap in the face in his eyes, and even a lack of respect. To Anakin, he's done everything to warrant being granted the title. However, they still don't do so, and it, like everything else that happens to Anakin, is taken as a personal jab, almost as if they're doing so to spite him. And it doesn't help either that this comes from Mace Windu, a Jedi Master who has strongly represented the Jedi Council and its code, as well as someone who shows very little compassion towards Anakin whenever they interact with one another. Anakin is left in a position where he's left to steam in his frustration at the unfair hand that he's been dealt. This moment would be one of the most defining to Anakin's questioning of the Jedi Order and their entire philosophy, as he would feel betrayed by the people closest to him, only for it to be further highlighted in the next scene.
What kind of nonsense is this? Put me on the Council and not make me a master? It's never been done in the history of the Jedi. It's insulting.
Oh, calm down, Anakin. You have been given a great honor.
Obi-Wan reminds Anakin to look at the positive, where his apprentice is cynical and pessimistic. It's a reminder that sometimes we need to change our perception to something more optimistic and positive, as it's similar to how Qui-Gon said,
"Your focus determines your reality."
It's because of this that it becomes so difficult for Anakin to see the positives in the situation. Rather, he's overwhelmed with negative emotion, and it becomes difficult to distinguish the good side from the bad, because he's no longer at calm, at peace, or passive. This again shows yet another example of how it can be difficult for Anakin to complain and vent just to let off a bit of steam, as Obi-Wan's first response is to simply calm down. His message afterwards is good, but it might not be received so well because the execution is asking him to simply get rid of the emotion.
The fact of the matter is you are too close to the Chancellor. The Council doesn't like it when he interferes in Jedi affairs.
What's important here is that Obi-Wan, along with the Council, is starting to keep their distance from Palpatine, as they rightfully should, whereas Anakin is still trusting him fully because of the emotional attachment and relationship he has to him. Also, because Obi-Wan is the closest to Anakin out of all the members of the Council, he's the one they have speak for them on their behalf. This makes Anakin's distrust in the Council only become magnified and amplified onto his master, as he's acting as their spokesperson, and in Anakin's view, it's as if he's defending their actions and taking their side rather than his own.
I swear to you, I didn't ask to be put on the Council.
But it's what you wanted.
Obi-Wan is willing to call Anakin out, where he knows that he's telling the truth, but not giving all the info. The fact that it's what Anakin wanted is important, because he wouldn't be reacting as passionately as he is if it didn't matter to him. So, Obi-Wan reminds him to own up to that. Anakin needs to understand that his ego and pride is causing a lot of this feeling of frustration, and once he accepts that, he'll be closer to finding peace with the outcome.
Your friendship with Chancellor Palpatine seems to have paid off. The only reason the Council has approved your appointment is because the Chancellor trusts you.
This is where Obi-Wan is put in a difficult situation, as he must be honest with Anakin about something that might not be easy to hear. He has to tell him that he's on the Council, not because of his merit, but because of his relationship with Palpatine, which of course will rub Anakin the wrong way, as even the one honor he was given was not because the Council believes he earned it, but because it would benefit them. If things weren't bad enough, they get worse for Anakin, and he begins to see the Council prove themselves to be nothing close to what he expected. This is a shot to the gut, as he feels that the work he's been doing has been for nothing, as the Council have only accepted him because of the direct benefit Anakin serves to them, not because he earned it like everyone else.
And?
Anakin, I am on your side. I didn't want to put you in this situation.
What situation?
The Council wants you to report on all the Chancellor's dealings. They want to know what he's up to.
They want me to spy on the Chancellor?
Telling Anakin this clearly makes Obi-Wan uncomfortable, as he knows he's now forcing tension with his apprentice, as he's asking him to betray someone that he trusts. It also doesn't give the Council itself a good image, as their first mission for Anakin is to commit treason, which goes against the honor of the Code. Obi-Wan here must suffer the consequences of his negotiating skills, as he's being directly associated with the Council's plan, which is why he even goes as far to tell Anakin that he's on his side, because he doesn't fully agree with the decision himself, but must do it for the greater good. It's a testament to Obi-Wan's ability to do things to help others and take the fall. Similar to the idea presented earlier that he's always willing to sacrifice himself to save others, where Anakin believes there's a clear right and wrong way of doing something like this. One day into being on the Council, and Anakin is already having to question the ethics of the Council, a group of people he once idolized. But it's moments like this that they seem to follow the Code when it suits them best, not too dissimilar from himself, but in both himself and the Jedi, he holds them to the highest standard, so when he sees that they so easily break it, he's dumbfounded by the reality of their nature.
That's treason.
We are at war, Anakin.
Anakin is viewing this as an absolute, or as black and white, whereas Obi-Wan understands that this is a situation that they're in the gray. Their philosophies collide, as Anakin is thinking purely ideally, and Obi-Wan believes that you have to crack a few eggs to make an omelet.
Why didn't the Council give me this assignment when we were in session?
This assignment is not to be on record.
Once again, the Council is just off to a rough start for Anakin, as they're already operating in a shady manner, which only makes Anakin begin to have doubt in his own master.
The Chancellor is not a bad man, Obi-Wan. He befriended me. He's watched out for me ever since I arrived here.
That is why you must help us.
While Anakin sees the good that Palpatine has done for him, he naively fails to see things from an outside perspective. So, Obi-Wan implies that Palpatine has a separate agenda, and that Anakin would be the best person to find out what it is, as he's the one Jedi that Palpatine truly trusts.
Our allegiance is to the Senate, not to its leader, who has managed to stay in office long after his term has expired.
The Senate demanded that he stay longer.
Yes, but use your feelings, Anakin. Something is out of place.
This, at its core, are the juxtaposing principles of Anakin and Obi-Wan. Anakin chooses to believe in people, where Obi-Wan chooses to believe in ideals. There's nothing inherently wrong with putting your trust in others, But people have agendas, and agendas can change. Whereas if you follow your own ideals, that can be unwavering, because it's a belief that you have and no one can alter. But in Anakin's defense, you must trust and believe in people, or life becomes impossible. Anakin's mindset is in line with this idea, as it's all that he knows. It's the only way that he can see things because he wants others to believe in him. So he treats them the way he wants to be treated, and does the same for them. He wants to live in a world where trust and teamwork can make anything possible, uniting people together for a common goal, not dividing whenever the opportunity arrives.
You're asking me to do something against the Jedi Code, against the Republic, against a mentor and a friend. That's what's out of place here.
Because he's never had full trust in the Council, or more importantly, they've never shown full trust in him, Anakin is hesitant and suspicious of their true intentions, while the opposite is of Palpatine, as he can ask Anakin to kill a man, and he does it partially because he trusts him. This shows that Palpatine focused on the importance of establishing a relationship with Anakin that is built on trust and care, where the Jedi only preached for him to do the right thing, but never spent the time to show him enough compassion, best exemplified by Mace Windu, a good man whose aloof nature and lack of empathy would constantly give Anakin the impression that he wasn't welcome.
Why are you asking this of me?
The Council is asking you.
This is a reminder of how Obi-Wan suffers as the middleman. Where Anakin viewed him as a friend, he now sees him as someone who's asking the worst of him, which is why Obi-Wan must remind him that this comes from the Council. He's simply the messenger. However, because it is Anakin, he can't help but feel hurt by his friend. This conversation represents the start of the end of their friendship, as Anakin can't help but feel betrayed and see Obi-Wan as a puppet of the Council. But Obi-Wan sacrifices his own pride and image in Anakin's eyes to try to do what's right for the galaxy and establish balance in the Force. This showing how betrayal strikes Anakin even harder than the average person, as he views any disagreement like this as someone who's his enemy. And it's when the leading members of the Council discuss Anakin that a suspicion of their doubt in him would be confirmed to the audience.
Anakin did not take to his new assignment with much enthusiasm.
It's very dangerous putting them together. I don't think the boy can handle it. I don't trust him.
The Council shows even further distrust in Anakin behind the scenes, and it shows when they interact with him, so much so that they question if he even is the chosen one, doubting his potential.
Is he not to destroy the Sith and bring balance to the Force?
So the prophecy says. A prophecy that misread could have been.
Here, Obi-Wan begins to show further doubt in his apprentice, along with Mace and Yoda. Although, Obi-Wan simply poses the question because things don't look quite as nicely as the way Qui-Gon once presented it to him. But it's this moment of doubt that the Council expresses here that Anakin seems to feel from them on a daily basis, and has a great impact on how he perceives them. This also shows how Mace blindly follows the prophecy as he does the code. Yoda is willing to admit that they were all wrong, as he's willing to learn from his mistakes. And Obi-Wan chooses to maintain faith, which is probably the most Jedi-like thing to do, as he's willing to allow the Force to decide their destiny, and he will maintain a positive outlook along the way. We may have our moments of doubt, but that's simply fear talking. So changing your mindset to believe in the positive, even if it doesn't seem likely, makes a world of a difference in how things will occur. So he chooses to take a page out of Anakin's book, and he chooses to believe in people. He chooses to believe in his apprentice.
He will not let me down. He never has.
I hope right you are.
When Anakin returns home, we would then see how all of this has been affecting him and his mindset, as he opens up to Padme.
Sometimes I wonder what's happening to the Jedi Order. I think this war is destroying the principles of the Republic.
Anakin shows here his true assessment of the Council's mission for him, and how he's further losing faith in the Council themselves, as they're not all what they were cracked up to be. This also shows Palpatine's success at making Anakin doubt the Jedi, as he questions their methods more and more.
Have you ever considered that we may be on the wrong side?
What do you mean?
What if the democracy we thought we were serving no longer exists, and the Republic has become the very evil we've been fighting to destroy?
I don't believe that. And you're sounding like a separatist.
Anakin shows shades of his absolute mentality, as he's quick to generalize and villainize others that may challenge the system that they have in place. As to challenge the Republic or the Senate, is to challenge his dear friend in Palpatine, and to hear this from his wife only draws concern for him, as it's the last place that he would want to be hearing this rhetoric from, as it almost feels like betrayal.
This war represents a failure to listen. Now you're closer to the Chancellor than anyone. Please, ask him to stop the fighting and let diplomacy resume.
Don't ask me to do that. Make a motion in the Senate where that kind of a request belongs.
Anakin has become brainwashed into thinking that everyone is against him, and he's extremely defensive at the thought of asking Palpatine a favor as direct as the one that Padme requests of him. So his two allies in the Jedi and his wife are becoming his enemies in his eyes, as they have their doubts about his father figure in Palpatine, who Anakin clearly is willing to defend. The fact that he has both his wife and the Jedi breathing down his neck in suspicion of his friend in Palpatine makes him all the more frustrated, as it feels like they're simply using Anakin because of his position of power, in this case his relation to Palpatine, with Anakin not realizing the impact that he can have in his position beyond being just a general and soldier in the war.
What is it?
Nothing.
Don't do this. Don't shut me out. Let me help you.
Padme understands that if you're surrounded by those that you care about, everything will be okay, no matter the circumstance, where Anakin has simply become paranoid with the what-ifs in life.
Hold me, like you did by the lake on Naboo. So long ago when there was nothing but our love. No politics, no plotting, no war.
Anakin needs reassurance from Padme to go back to a time when life was simple, when love was the answer to all of their problems. Back when their relationship started, they embarked on a leap of faith, and love was what steered them past the complex questions they had. But now, as Anakin's questions grow, he seems to forget what got them there and has tried to shut out Padme on multiple occasions, trying to keep her in the dark when he should be embracing their love, as it's the one thing he can control. Anakin then makes his way to the Opera House, where he would then have one of his most important interactions with his mentor in Palpatine.
He's hiding in the Utapau system.
At last, we'll be able to capture that monster and end this war.
It's been implied how Anakin feels about the Separatists, and he feels that way but even stronger towards their leader. He's focused and is all about creating finality to this 3-year war, not necessarily caring who gets the job done, as he uses the word "we" when talking about it.
I would worry about the collective wisdom of the Council if they didn't select you for this assignment. You're the best choice, by far.
Once again, Palpatine plays into Anakin's ego and expresses how he should feel if not chosen. Anakin trusts the wisdom of Palpatine more than anyone, so when he essentially says that the Jedi would be foolish to do something, or not in this case, Anakin fully agrees and believes it. This then flipping his perception from only seconds before, as he now believes that he should be the correct choice. After all these years, he's been seen as the hero without fear and one of the most successful generals, being the one to lead this final assault and capture General Grievous himself would then cement his legacy in the Clone Wars and give him an undeniable accolade that would warrant being a Jedi Master, alongside being one of the only Jedi alive to defeat a Sith Lord on his own.
You know I'm not able to rely on the Jedi Council. If they haven't included you in their plot, they soon will.
For Anakin, this simple insinuation causes the gears in his head to start turning. Where he already had his reservations, now they're only heightened, as Palpatine is bringing to life his fear by speaking them into existence, about the idea that the Jedi Order and its principles are broken, the conspiracy that the Jedi are planning something terrible. One thing to note here is that even though Anakin is a part of the Council now, Palpatine always disassociates Anakin from it in order to make it feel more like an us versus them scenario, even though they should all be on the same team, which is why Palpatine plants the idea that the Jedi are plotting to take over, and have Anakin as their pawn, even though Palpatine has always viewed Anakin as a chess piece to his own game.
I'm not sure I understand.
You must sense what I have come to suspect. The Jedi Council want control of the Republic. They're planning to betray me.
I don't think that...
Anakin, search your feeling. You know, don't you?
Palpatine makes a bold claim about the Jedi, and by Anakin's reaction, it's not so far-fetched in his own mind. The Jedi have always wanted control of his own life and the lives of thousands of other Jedi. So why not the Republic? and the easiest way to do that would be through their leader.
I know they don't trust you.
Or the Senate, or the Republic, or democracy for that matter.
Palpatine smartly portrays himself as the victim in this situation, even though he has been the shady one obtaining more power. He plays into Anakin's sympathy for him and makes it seem like everyone is out to get him, even the thing he claims to love in democracy. Anakin opens up about how the Council feels about Palpatine, not realizing that he's playing right into his trap, confirming his suspicion, and more importantly, validating that Anakin clearly has more trust in Palpatine than the Jedi Council.
I have to admit, my trust in them has been shaken.
Anakin opening up to him is another clear sign that Anakin's trust in Palpatine is stronger than anyone else, besides Padme. But where Padme said something that he didn't like or that didn't sit well with him, Palpatine feigns concern and responds with a spot-on answer of why he distrusts the Council.
Why? They asked you to do something that made you feel dishonest, didn't they? They asked you to spy on me, didn't they?
I don't know what to say.
Anakin is left even more conflicted, as he's been trained to side with the Council, but his heart tells him to side with Palpatine, the beginnings of the human heart in conflict with itself. What would follow would be the first time we get to see as an audience what being mentored from a Sith Lord is like from Anakin's perspective, as his journey very much mirrors the prototypical hero in Luke. Here, rather than receiving greater wisdom and knowledge from a virtuous sage, he receives it from someone more sinister, someone who doesn't have his best interest at heart. And as Anakin would challenge his opposing ideals, Palpatine would counter them at every turn, giving points that are hard to argue with, truly giving new meaning to playing devil's advocate.
All who gain power are afraid to lose it, even the Jedi.
Palpatine now begins to plant the idea that the Jedi are not as virtuous as they claim to be, as their power gives them an innate fear of loss, a natural human emotion to experience when you gain something of value. Of course, Anakin is quick to defend the Jedi, as he has a very black and white perception on right and wrong, failing to see that context is everything. What makes something good or evil to someone is what it's used for, which makes the concept a lot more subjective than he originally thought.
The Jedi use their power for good.
Good is a point of view, Anakin.
Similar to what Obi-Wan would say.
So what I told you was true, from a certain point of view. You're going to find that many of the truths we cling to depend greatly on our own point of view.
Basically, two people can be doing what they believe is the right thing to do, but from their perspective, the one who opposes them could be seen as evil. Palpatine is trying to open Anakin's perspective and let him know that not everyone is just good or evil. This is necessary if Palpatine is to seduce and manipulate Anakin to joining him, because he needs to believe that he's doing the right thing, no matter how horrible the action. It's like George Lucas himself has said, no villain believes they are evil, or in the words of philosopher Mary Wollstonecraft, no man chooses evil because it's evil. He mistakes it for happiness, the good that he seeks.
The Sith and the Jedi are similar in almost every way, including their quest for greater power.
It's interesting to get Palpatine's insight here, as he doesn't see it as a means to bring chaos or balance to the Force, rather as a competition for power, and the Jedi want it just as much as the Sith.
The Sith rely on their passion for their strength. They think inwards, only about themselves.
And the Jedi don't.
The Jedi are selfless. They only care about others.
Palpatine directly challenges what the Jedi have always told him about the Sith. It's ironic as Palpatine is the only one to truly show Anakin compassion, whereas the Jedi tend to be detached and forbid attachment, even though that comes from caring about others. Anakin may show to be locked in his belief here, but there's definitely conflict that's stirring, as he's been questioning everything the Jedi have done to this point. And it's with this heightened inner conflict that Palpatine would pull the ace up his sleeve to truly begin to lure Anakin with a temptation that is the dark side.
Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
No.
I thought not. It's not a story the Jedi would tell you.
Palpatine begins to tell the tale of his former master, with the intent of seducing Anakin to the powers that the dark side has to offer. And it's only fitting that Palpatine tells the story in an opera house, the home of many famous comedies and tragedies alike, as the tragedy of Darth Plagueis is one of the biggest factors that ignites the tragedy of Anakin Skywalker, from the chosen one to fallen hero.
He could use the Force to influence the Meditichlorians to create life. He had such a knowledge of the dark side, he could even keep the ones he cared about from dying.
Once again, Palpatine tells Anakin what he wants to hear, knowing that he cares about Padme's safety more than anything the Jedi tell him. This, of course, intrigues Anakin, as it's literally the solution to all his problems, something that he's been vouching for since Attack of the Clones after losing his mother. And the fact that this is being presented as a dark side power opens his mind to the idea of tapping into that side of the Force to accomplish his goals.
He could actually save people from death.
The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural.
Once again, Palpatine opens Anakin's mind to the idea that the Sith aren't so bad, and that there are benefits that come with it that he would never be able to obtain with the Jedi, but he wisely leaves out the negative consequences of turning to the dark side, as adhering to the unnatural dark side of the Force will leave you in an unhealthy state of turmoil, constantly consumed with anger and aggression, and a slave to your emotions. And if that's not enough, the power you seek is what others crave.
What happened to him?
He became so powerful. The only thing he was afraid of was losing his power, which eventually, of course, he did.
This, of course, being the destructive cycle of the Sith, toxic in nature, as a Sith apprentice can only be promoted through one action. And of course, without realizing it, this is how Anakin begins to enter this cycle, as he begins to crave this power, and only when he obtains it would he be satisfied.
Unfortunately, he taught his apprentice everything he knew, then his apprentice killed him in his sleep.
Once again, the way of the Sith. Anakin doesn't see the dark lesson here, that even though he saved others, he still suffered the same fate nevertheless, and acquiring this power probably didn't give him happiness, as it probably would not for Anakin as well.
Ironic. He could save others from death, but not himself.
The face Palpatine makes when he says this shows that he has so much joy in doing the most horrible things. As the clear apprentice of this story, he was overjoyed to become the master that day. Also, the line is similar to Palpatine's own fate, as he saves Vader from death, but is betrayed by that same apprentice and killed. Also, again, Anakin does not look at the consequences and simply wants to learn it anyways, and once it's been spoken, he will not rest until he's acquired this ability. While submitting yourself to the dark side is a dangerous game, Palpatine still accomplishes his mission of manipulating Anakin and piquing his interest. And when he expresses this interest, Palpatine makes it clear that only one path can lead him to what he desires.
Is it possible to learn this power?
Not from a Jedi.
Anakin then returns to the Jedi Council, hopeful that their decision will finally align with Palpatine's recommendation, and more importantly, his own desires.
The Chancellor has requested that I lead the campaign.
The Council will make up its own mind who is to go, not the Chancellor.
A master is needed with more experience. I concur. Master Kenobi should go.
Anakin is quickly introduced to the consequences of his lateral promotion to the Jedi Council, as Yoda immediately pulls rank on him, where Anakin is swiftly denied the mission he believes he deserves. And what makes it worse is that Mace almost says this in a way to spite Anakin, and now Anakin must witness his master take on the task he desires. This again places Obi-Wan and the Council in a bad light, and he's directly associated with their wrongdoings, even if he had nothing to do with the final decision. Also, Obi-Wan being sent to go after Grievous is the final piece of the puzzle for Palpatine's success, as Anakin will only be able to rely on Mace for help. This being a microcosm of the greater issue with the Clone Wars, as the Jedi divided themselves over the years from each other, and they were easier to eliminate compared to if they had been united.
You're gonna need me on this one, Master.
Oh, I agree. However, it may turn out just to be a wild panther chase.
Obi-Wan understands that Anakin is a great asset, and is willing to give him his respect as a warrior. He also knows that this mission had significant meaning to Anakin, so he wisely downplays its importance to ease his frustrations. Anakin is sad to see his master leave, truly believing that his place is by his side. They've been one of the best duos throughout the Clone Wars, so to see him go on his own makes him worry a little. It also not only leaves him on his own physically, but mentally as well, as now both Yoda and Obi-Wan are gone, two people that he truly looks up to, and being left with just Mace is a recipe for disaster, which is why Anakin feels like he must get what's on his mind off his chest, to leave his master on good terms, knowing that their last few interactions have been a little rough, to say the least.
I've disappointed you. I haven't been very appreciative of your training. I've been arrogant, and I apologize. I've just been so frustrated with the Council.
You are strong and wise, Anakin, and I am very proud of you.
Anakin does a great job here of taking accountability, something he feels that the Jedi have been lacking as of late. So he chooses to be the bigger person and own up to his mistakes, apologizing and explaining his point of view on things, and it makes his fall all the more tragic, as Obi-Wan truly did believe in him here, finally giving him reverence and speaking highly of him, trying to lift him up with words of encouragement. For once, not hitting him with sass or being overly critical of him, something that Anakin has been wanting his whole life.
I have trained you since you were a small boy. I have taught you everything I know, and you have become a far greater Jedi than I could ever hope to be. But be patient, Anakin. It will not be long before the Council makes you a Jedi Master.
Here, Obi-Wan gives Anakin some great advice and reassurance. He sees that Anakin is willing to open up and show vulnerability, so Obi-Wan does the same and praises the growth that he's made as a Jedi and a person, emphasizing the idea that the man he's become is more important than any rank the Jedi could ever give him. In hindsight, this goodbye is the final time that the two characters truly speak to each other as brothers.
Obi-Wan, may the Force be with you.
Goodbye, old friend. May the Force be with you.
And the younger brother must take his master's teachings and use them to aid him, as he will be given an important choice with destiny. This is the tough part about being a master, as you can train someone their whole life and guide them along the right path, but they must make the final decisions for themselves. Although Anakin does not truly seem satisfied, as once Obi-Wan turns away, he has a much more serious demeanor. He's tried taking the high road, but the reality of feeling better after is a hard skill to master, one that only comes when you learn to accept things for what they are. Anakin's dreams keep recurring, and the images become stronger than before. This time he sees Obi-Wan in the mix, as he's there for Padme when he probably feels that if anyone is there, it should be him, only heightening his suspicion of those closest to him, as seen by the frustration on his face as he's in his home.
Obi-Wan's been here, hasn't he?
He came by this morning.
What did he want?
He's worried about you. He says you've been under a lot of stress.
The previous idea is furthered by the fact that Anakin shows signs of getting paranoid or defensive when discussing his master, asking in a more interrogation or detective style rather than out of pure curiosity. And when Padme tells him why he's been there, essentially that he cares about him, Anakin finds it difficult to accept the truth.
I feel lost.
Lost? What do you mean?
This line alone defines what Anakin feels most accurately throughout not only this movie, but his character arc as a whole in the series. When he goes to others for answers, he only finds himself with more questions, and the list of people he trusts only seems to get smaller, and where he usually lives by placing his faith in others, now that's in question, as those others have given him cause to believe that they don't truly have his best interest at heart. A man who feels alone in the world can be a dangerous one, and the more he feels alone, the more he will want to salvage the life of Padme, and the more he will cling to Palpatine to fill the void of the Jedi who not only has he lost faith in, but they have in him.
I don't trust him.
Obi-Wan and the Council don't trust me.
They trust you with their lives.
More signs that Anakin is becoming paranoid. Again, he doesn't listen to reason, as it's difficult for him to buy into the idea that they care about him, because he's a man of action, so he looks at their actions. And right now, even after all these years, he feels like he's still being used, just as he was when he was a slave on Tatooine.
Something's happening. I'm not the Jedi I should be. I want more, and I know I shouldn't.
You expect too much of yourself.
While Anakin has complained that Obi-Wan has been overly critical, sometimes our biggest critic is ourselves. Anakin is comparing himself to the idealized Jedi, or the concept of the Chosen One, an expectation that the entire Jedi Order has placed on him. A dangerous thing to do, as comparison is the thief of joy. So he will never truly find happiness if this is his mentality going forward. As Padme points out, his expectation is from where all this disappointment stems from, and his quest to meet those expectations will only end in heartache and pain, as he would have to change himself for the worse in order to meet them, as he believes that his success is directly tied to his power. But in truth, true success is reaching our potential without compromising our values. An idea his son would accomplish on his way to becoming a Jedi, and Anakin would finally understand after.
I found a way to save you.
Save me?
From my nightmares.
Is that what's bothering you?
I won't lose you, Padme.
I'm not gonna die in childbirth, Annie. I promise you.
No, I promise you.
It's clear that Palpatine's words have been stuck in his mind, and now he's obsessing over it. Anakin is willing to do anything to protect Padme, and anything has no limits, whether for good or bad. Rather than placing his faith in his love and trust as Padme does, he places it in his fear.
General Kenobi has made contact with General Grievous, and we have begun our attack.
Thank you, Commander. Deliver this report to the Chancellor. His reaction will give us a clue to his intentions.
Yes, Master.
And Mace would be more than right, as once he delivers this message, the veil that Palpatine has been wearing would fall, and Anakin would not be prepared for the news he was about to receive.
He has engaged General Grievous.
We can only hope that Master Kenobi is up to the challenge.
I should be there with him.
Anakin feels this way for two reasons. One, because he genuinely cares about his master and feels that he should be there to help him and protect him, as he always has, throughout most of his life and the entirety of the Clone Wars. But also, Anakin feels that he's been slighted and underappreciated, which, on the latter reason, Palpatine would tug at to further paint the Jedi in a bad light.
It's upsetting to me to see that the Council doesn't seem to fully appreciate your talents. Don't you wonder why they won't make you a Jedi Master?
I wish I knew.
Palpatine plays into Anakin's frustrations, making it seem like the Council is almost jealous of him, and that Anakin should be suspicious of them. Anakin's frustrations even solidifies that he's just become annoyed with the whole ordeal, and is on the verge of questioning the side that he's on, and possibly shifting to something else.
More and more, I get the feeling that I'm being excluded from the Council. I know there are things about the Force that they're not telling me.
Anakin's suspicions have him paranoid, to the point that he believes that the Council are withdrawing information from him, when ironically, it's Palpatine that has been doing that, not telling him that he's a Sith until moments later. His fears have drawn him to this conclusion, and Palpatine capitalizes on it. Anakin has gotten to the point that he will see what he wants to because of his negative experiences, fabricating the idea that the Jedi have been intentionally holding him back for some greater purpose. Meanwhile, he's too blind to see the reality of the true evil that the man he considers a father figure plans on doing.
They don't trust you, Anakin.
They see your future. They know your power will be too strong to control.
Palpatine puts it plainly here to warp Anakin's perspective and make him believe that the Jedi don't have his best interest at heart. Palpatine seems like he does, but obviously doesn't, which makes him the perfect foil to the Jedi, as they do care about Anakin, but don't properly show it. These words by Palpatine would incite the idea of others needing to be with him, or they would be his enemy, as anyone that becomes a question mark to Anakin will be an antagonist in his eyes, with nothing in the middle, which is the start of a very dark and lonely endeavor, as only those that are willing to put up with it or encourage it, like Palpatine, would be left by his side. And those are the people that don't truly care about him. This being how Anakin fails to see how someone being told no by someone they really care about really only proves that they have their best interest at heart.
You must break through the fog of lies the Jedi have created. Let me help you to know the subtleties of the Force.
My mentor taught me everything about the Force, even the nature of the dark side.
Palpatine reveals to Anakin, after all these years, the truth about himself, and for the first time, Sheev and Sidious become one. as he still maintains the charm of Sheev, but the intimidating presence of Sidious. And in this moment, Anakin's world gets flipped upside down, as a man he trusted has lied to him. His philosophy of believing in others, primarily Palpatine, has failed him. The anger begins to swell as he's in disbelief of the idea that the man he cares about and the enemy he's been searching for could be one and the same. That he's been in plain sight this whole time and he was too foolish to see. But like Anakin does with everyone, he gives them a chance to speak their mind and give their perspective.
If one is to understand the great mystery, one must study all its aspects, not just the dogmatic, narrow view of the Jedi. If you wish to become a complete and wise leader, you must embrace a larger view of the Force.
Once again, perspective is everything, as Palpatine sees the dark side as knowledge that can be used to enhance his overall development as a warrior and a leader. This making the dark side more appealing, especially when compared to Yoda's teachings, where the dark side is seen as a drug of false hope that will consume its users. This presentation makes Anakin more open to learning about it, as it's just an alternative school of thought, or a subject that the Jedi don't teach, so to speak. So it would be foolish not to try to understand it all, especially after he just finished complaining about how there are things about the Force that he's not being taught. It makes the dark side seem more like it's just about being open-minded to learning it all, rather than doing evil for evil's sake.
Only through me can you achieve a power greater than any Jedi. Learn to know the dark side of the Force, and you will be able to save your wife from certain death.
Palpatine's evil smirk says it all, as he's in Anakin's head both literally and figuratively, as he presents Anakin with an ultimatum disguised as a choice, exploiting Anakin's forbidden attachment, and more importantly, using his fear of loss to control his actions, a concept that Yoda warned him about earlier in the film.
The fear of loss is a path to the dark side.
With Palpatine revealing his knowledge about Padme, Anakin can't fully unleash his fury, as he not only is dumbfounded that he has this knowledge, but that, as he states, he's the key to solving all of his problems, as in Anakin's eyes, striking him down would eliminate any chance he had of saving Padme, which is all he really cares about. So when Anakin shows further resistance, Palpatine plays the caring father trying to help his son through a hard time.
What did you say?
Use my knowledge, I beg you.
And as a father would, Palpatine attempts to encourage Anakin to strive for greatness by reminding him of his potential, feigning genuine care for his well-being and painting the dark side as almost virtuous in nature.
You're the Sith Lord.
I know what's been troubling you.
Anakin decides for a moment that he can take matters into his own hands, igniting his blade as a means to threaten and potentially arrest the Chancellor himself, or worse. However, he would not be ready for the fact that Palpatine shows zero sign of being intimidated, only to psychoanalyze him in a situation, proving that he truly knows him better than anyone else, maybe even better than himself.
Don't continue to be a pawn of the Jedi Council. Ever since I've known you, you've been searching for a life greater than that of an ordinary Jedi. A life of significance, of conscience.
Palpatine really understands how to play into Anakin's emotions, as he reminds him of the life he's always dreamed of, and with the path that he's offering him, it's all possible, and that the Jedi have been nothing but disappointing to him. He makes the dark side almost sound virtuous, as it would give him a greater purpose, and he could be better than the average Jedi. But in this case, it would be a trap, as this would require him to destroy the good man that he already is, to fall from grace and become something unrecognizable.
Are you going to kill me?
I would certainly like to.
I know you would. I can feel your anger. It gives you focus, makes you stronger.
Palpatine almost does this as a means of reverse psychology, as he knows that when he points out that Anakin is showing characteristics of a Sith, he will hesitate. But he's also saying this in a literal sense. As Anakin swells with rage, Palpatine is loving every second of it. His plan is coming to fruition, and Anakin is falling for it. The anger he senses in him is like no other, something that would be worthy of his training. Anakin realizes this and chooses not to act on impulse, as he understands that it would be something that he could never come back from, as murder is one thing, as he's done it before, but essentially patricide would bring it to a whole new level. He passes his first test of not giving in to temptation, but he would be put to the test again, and only then, where the conflict is at its highest and the stakes are raised even further, would his true character show.
I'm going to turn you over to the Jedi Council.
But you're not sure of their intentions, are you?
I will quickly discover the truth of all this.
You have great wisdom, Anakin. Know the power of the dark side. Allah save Padme.
Anakin defaults to what he's been told to do is the right thing, but he's still conflicted, as from his point of view, saving his wife is also the right thing to do. Palpatine sees this conflict and reminds him not to trust the Jedi, and that only he will make the wise choice and save his wife. Ironically, he leads Anakin to a conclusion that will result in doing what Palpatine wants, without ever reprimanding him and making him feel inferior. Palpatine instead builds him up and trusts him to make the right choice, whereas those like Mace show Anakin minimal trust. Anakin heads over to Mace to report his recent discoveries, and it's through this conversation that the way he's treated highlights the clear juxtaposition of what he experiences on a daily basis between the Council and Palpatine. Perception is everything, and even when they're on opposite sides, Palpatine still treats him with respect, whereas Mace proves that he only trusts Anakin as far as he can throw him.
We're on our way to make sure the Chancellor returns emergency power back to the Senate.
He won't give up his power. I've just learned a terrible truth. I think Chancellor Palpatine is a Sith Lord.
A Sith Lord?
Anakin does the right thing to share the truth with the highest ranking member of the Council still on world in Mace. He's of course treated with questioning, partially because it's a dangerous accusation to make, but no doubt, there's a bit of Mace that just doesn't trust Anakin 100%.
Yes, the one we've been looking for.
How do you know this?
He knows the ways of the Force. He's been trained to use the dark side.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
And our worst fears have been realized.
He's surprised when Anakin tells him the truth about Palpatine, but Mace is stoic and immediately understands the gravity of the situation.
We must move quickly if the Jedi Order is to survive.
Master, the Chancellor is very powerful. You'll need my help if you're going to arrest him.
For your own good, stay out of this affair. I sense a great deal of confusion in you, young Skywalker. There is much fear that clouds your judgment.
Anakin believes that he should be rewarded for doing the right thing, but instead, he gets slapped in the face again. While Mace is right that he has a great deal of conflict in him, Anakin is sure that going is the right thing to do, so it would be in everyone's benefit that he was allowed to go. Not only is it the one thing he's sure of, but it would warrant and validate a needed trust in Mace and the Council to be standing alongside them to arrest one of the most powerful and evil beings in the galaxy. Simply allowing Anakin to go with him would ease him of some of the fear that's been building up inside of him.
I must go, Master.
No. If what you've told me is true, you will have gained my trust. But for now, remain here. Wait in the Council chambers until we return.
Yes, Master.
Anakin is left to reluctantly stay and do one of the things he hates the most. Nothing. To stand idly by and allow fate to take its course. This is something he's incapable of, as again, he's a man of action. He always believes that he has control of his destiny and will stop at nothing to try to take control of it if he can. Overall, this scene shows how Mace's unwillingness to trust Anakin is what causes him to help Palpatine in the end. Had he essentially rewarded Anakin for informing him by asking him to join them in arresting Palpatine, together they could have taken him down. Instead, it ends up being his downfall. This then leads into a defining scene with Anakin and Padme as they gaze upon each other across the city. No words are spoken between the two lovers, but the scene represents their story so well. The sun is setting on the city, a representation of the last bit of light that's fading from Anakin, only to be consumed by the night or the darkness within himself. Also to note, the time of day being sunset represents the end of their relationship as we know it, fading from light to something much darker. With Padme at home and Anakin in the council chambers, they look at each other from across the city, highlighting how far their ideals have come from each other. Where they were once on the same page about the Republic, they now don't see eye to eye due to the conflict of war. Padme's at home, showing that she prioritizes the family, as Anakin is in the council room, prioritizing what actions he can take to control his destiny, not learning that being by the side of your family is what's important, as Padme is taking action with what she can control, and Anakin with what he truly can't. When she looks down, she's coming to the realization that he's become a changed man for the worse, but she still has hope that he's still the man she fell in love with. He looks down, realizing what he's done and what he must do to fix his mistakes.
You do know, don't you? If the Jedi destroy me, any chance of saving her will be lost.
Anakin is left truly conflicted, hearing the voice of Palpatine, and Palpatine is banking on the fact that his love for Padme, and more importantly, his fear of losing her, will consume him and control his actions as the dark side does. This is why Palpatine is the embodiment of evil, as he forces you to his will through emotion. Anakin so far followed Mace's orders and is left all the more alone for it. Everyone he could turn to for answers is gone, with Yoda and Obi-Wan off fighting a war, and now Mace is off to the Chancellor's office. And even now, Palpatine's life hangs in the balance, as he seems to be the best chance he has of saving his wife. The conflict that remains is no longer about a war on a galactic level, but the personal struggle in Anakin to do what is right in a grey world, the challenge of the human heart in conflict with itself, as every answer he has to save Padme draws him closer to the dark side, only spiraling him into further turmoil, as all he can think of is that his actions may have just killed the love of his life, bringing him to tears as the gravity of what will happen on that fateful night will change everything. Anakin tries to find peace, but is only met with the ideas of pain, suffering, and death. Shortly after, Anakin makes his choice and rides to meet his destiny in the hopes that he can save his wife, his quasi-father, and the rest of the galaxy from peril.
You are under arrest, my lord.
Anakin, I told you it would come to this. I was right. The Jedi are taking over!
Palpatine has him right where he wants him. In this vulnerable position, he can easily play the victim card, even though he is clearly the biggest threat in the room, even unarmed. Anakin arrives and the scene is everything he feared, as Mace is in striking distance of taking down the man he trusts most in the galaxy, the one who has always been there for him and will help him save his wife. It's an image and role reversal of Vader in Cloud City, when he knocks down Luke and tells him to give up. Now, the roles are reversed, and without any context, Mace comes across as the clear villain and aggressor, with his weapon ignited at a defenseless old man. And when context is added, from Anakin's point of view, Mace is the man who has done more harm than good to his psyche, and Palpatine is a virtuous man who only wants the best for the galaxy and always has Anakin's best interests at heart.
The oppression of the Sith will never return. You have lost.
No, you must die!
Taking full advantage of his vulnerable position, Palpatine plays the victim, painting the Jedi as the evil and manipulative faction that chose to revolt against the established government. And to help further his case, he chooses to portray himself as helpless, disfiguring himself with his own lightning, all in the hopes of gaining Anakin's sympathy.
Don't let him kill me! I can't hold it any longer. I'm too weak.
During this chaos, Palpatine succeeds at giving Anakin a convincing reason to save him, whereas Mace fails at doing the same.
I have the power to save the one you love. You must choose. Don't listen to him, Anakin!
And Anakin would be left with an important choice to make, as the stakes are at their highest. The end of the war may have arrived, but the fate of his wife, the Jedi Order, and the Republic are all left in his hands. To save the galaxy from the oppression of the Sith, or to save the person that he simply can't live without.
I am going to end this once and for all.
You can't. He must stand trial.
It's clear at this point that Anakin is siding with Palpatine, and it's only a matter of time before he must make a choice. Palpatine has set up this scenario in a way where Anakin would be aware of what was happening and would more than likely intervene. So when he did, Palpatine would be seen as the victim. Anakin has always tried to abide by the Jedi Code to the best of his ability, but he definitely bends and outright breaks the rules at his own convenience. But to see the man who represents the code more than anyone else want to break it in Mace, this fills Anakin with anger and frustration, because if it can be broken in the most critical point of galactic conflict, why not with Anakin all these years? It can definitely rub him the wrong way, as it feels like the goalpost is constantly shifting, and that he's being treated unfairly.
He has control of the Senate and the courts. He's too dangerous to be left alive.
I'm too weak. Oh, don't kill me, please. It's not the Jedi way. He must live.
This is ironic, as it brings what Anakin said at the beginning of the film full circle, as he once said that Dooku should have been put under trial himself. The importance here is Palpatine's ability to connect with Anakin on a personal level. This is why he can persuade Anakin to take his side, because he understands what Anakin's desires are. Unlike the Council, it's through this connection that trust is built, almost to a fault, which is why when Anakin is presented with the same scenario again, Anakin chooses to trust Palpatine, even if Mace provides him with the same rationale.
He was too dangerous to be kept alive.
Yes, but he was an unarmed prisoner. I shouldn't have done that. It's not the Jedi way.
He has control of the Senate and the courts. He's too dangerous to be left alive.
I'm too weak. Oh, don't kill me, please. It's not the Jedi way. He must live.
Of course, this is also Anakin giving Mace one final chance to prove that everything that he preached about the Jedi way wasn't just nonsense, that it actually means something, that he believes in, that he would stand by his words even in the darkest hour, because Palpatine has planted the idea that the Jedi are planning to take control of the Senate and overthrow the Chancellor. Anakin must confirm that Mace will follow the code, as he's its most avid follower. So when he goes against this, Anakin has to believe that the Jedi have lost their way and truly are evil. It's ironic that he says he's too dangerous, as that's exactly what Anakin felt like Mace and the Jedi Order were treating him like since the beginning, as their fear of Anakin drove him away from them, and Anakin probably can't help but think that they would have done the same thing if he ever got too powerful, even if he is their chosen one. Not only does Palpatine manage to manipulate Anakin here, but Mace as well, as he uses him as the representative of what the Jedi have become, pushing him to break the rules, even if it could be seen as the right thing to do for the greater good.
Hey, I need him!
Even when he says this, Mace doesn't give Anakin the time of day, which is representative of how the Jedi have treated Anakin. It makes sense that Anakin must choose between Jedi or Sith with these two people, as they represent their factions in this era of the Republic. Whereas if Qui-Gon was still around, someone who represents the ideals of a Jedi, then things may have been different. And of course, Anakin chooses the man that he trusts and needs in Palpatine. Even though he was manipulating him, it shows the importance of showing compassion and care for others. Mace did care for Anakin, but he rarely showed it. He had his best intentions for him, but because he never took that extra step, it cost him. And for Palpatine, he's overjoyed with Anakin's choice, as he can now drop the facade of weakness and remind everyone that not only is he the strongest being in the room, but the entire galaxy. And as Mace falls, so does the Jedi Order. And now, Palpatine can reap the reward and crown his new apprentice.
What have I done?
You're fulfilling your destiny, Anakin.
Once again, Palpatine is a master at spinning things around, making Anakin's terrible actions rationalized, almost making it seem like it was for the greater good. Anakin, similar to at the beginning of the film, immediately regrets his choice, understanding that it was a step towards the dark side, and like most acts of vengeance, unfulfilling, as the conflict he feels within himself is still there, the turmoil stirring within. And when that's expressed by him externally, only death comes from it. And unfortunately for him, it wouldn't stop there, as the consequences of his actions would only pile up, forcing him to take the plunge into a mental space that's hard to come out of.
Become my apprentice. Learn to use the dark side of the Force.
I will do whatever you Ask.
Good.
Just help me save Padme's life. I can't live without her.
Palpatine is in full control of Anakin now, as he's clearly willing to throw the life he once had away, just to save his wife. Anakin sounds like a defeated man. The conflict within himself has been continuously weighing him down, this being fear personified, as his fears have driven him to the point of what seems like no return. He submits himself entirely to it, all in the hopes that it will give him what he wants. He mistakes evil for the good that he seeks. He truly believes that he has no choice, that he's too far gone, and that the only thing he can do is try to save Padme, because he's allowed his focus to determine his reality in all the wrong ways.
To cheat death is a power only one has achieved. I know we can discover the secret.
And it's with that line, Anakin will blindly follow him, on the false hope of learning the power to save others from dying. So Anakin would do anything to help Palpatine, believing he would be helped in return.
I pledge myself to your teachings.
Even though it looks like it hurts him to do this, he does it anyway, and Palpatine, like the dark side itself, will force him to be a slave to his emotions, and Anakin would be chained again as he was in his youth.
The Force is strong with you. A powerful Sith you will become. Henceforth, you shall be known as Darth Vader.
Thank you, my master.
Officially, Palpatine has corrupted the man that was once Anakin, and has transformed him into Darth Vader.
Rise.
With Anakin now dead in Palpatine's eyes, it's fitting that he requests his new evil creation to rise from the ashes and to be born anew. It's from here on that this persona of Vader would begin its quest to overthrow the good man in Anakin. In reality, they're all one and the same, but it allows us as the audience to distinguish between the good and evil in man itself, as it personifies and brings to life the concepts of the good and evil in all of us.
Because the Council did not trust you, my young apprentice, I believe you are the only Jedi with no knowledge of this plot.
And so, Palpatine continues to play the game, feeding into Anakin's paranoia, and further strengthening Anakin's loyalty to him by making the Jedi the villains of this story.
When the Jedi learn what has transpired here, they will kill us, along with all the senators.
I agree. The Council's next move will be against the Senate.
The genius in making Anakin think this way is that it not only separates him from the Jedi, but it brings him closer to Palpatine, making him more loyal as it becomes an us versus them mentality for their own survival. Essentially, we have to stick together if we want to live. And Anakin has fully bought into this lie, trusting in the person that he believes Palpatine to be, convincing himself that not only Mace, but all the other Jedi would be capable of such a sinister and cunning plot to take over the galaxy, maintain power, and rule over everyone. And he also really believes that's the case because he believes that's what he wants, which was hinted at in Attack of the Clones and solidified in his conversation with Padme on Mustafar, valuing the idea of gaining more power to make the galaxy the way he wants it to be.
Every single Jedi, including your friend, Obi-Wan Kenobi, is now an enemy of the Republic.
I understand, Master.
Palpatine demonizes the Jedi as a whole and singles out Obi-Wan, understanding the brotherly bond they share, and trying to break it as soon as possible, as Obi-Wan reaching out to his apprentice could be the determining factor to whether Anakin stays on the path of the dark side or not.
We must move quickly. The Jedi are relentless. If they are not all destroyed, it will be civil war without end.
Even placing a time constraint forces Anakin to not think his actions through, basically saying that we need to kill them now while they're not suspecting it. If not, we'll be in danger. This also falls in line with Anakin's established line of thinking, as he would prefer to take action before just waiting, shooting first and asking questions later. Even the idea of another war as a consequence is also something that he wants to avoid, having just fought in one for the past 3 years. So for Anakin, he wants peace above all, no matter the cost, even if it must be done by force. as he's claimed before that the system doesn't work. So now that he has the authority and has someone to back him up and encourage him, he's more than willing to do so to establish order.
First, I want you to go to the Jedi Temple. We will catch them off balance. Do what must be done, Lord Vader. Do not hesitate. Show no mercy.
Unlike the Jedi, the Sith play by their own rules, and they live and die by them, as their strength gives them purpose. So it's the first time Anakin will be sent on a mission without fear of being told what to do. The Jedi were always breathing down his neck and micromanaging his every move, and now, for the first time, there are no rules. However, he may not realize it yet, but this means the consequences for his actions are just as limitless, leading to things he may regret for an eternity.
Only then will you be strong enough with the dark side to save Padme.
Palpatine never forgets to bring things full circle. He asks Anakin to do his bidding and wipe out the Jedi as a part of his plot, but quickly gives Anakin personal reason to invest in his actions, rather than just telling him to do it, or else. True manipulation comes from making the other person believe it's their choice, and that they're doing it for their own benefit. Anakin will become so consumed by the dark side he will forget why he did those things in the first place. This gives Anakin the green light to just throw himself down the dark path without a second thought, pushing his conscience to the side and simply listening to the devil on his shoulders, as he would mistake his actions as a means for love. But in reality, this is far from it, as he would betray and murder those that he grew up with in the temple, simply becoming an agent of chaos. As another great villain once said,
"See, madness, as you know, is like gravity. All it takes is a little push."
Go to the Mustafar system. Wipe out Viceroy Gunray and the other separatist leaders.
Palpatine understands that timing is everything. He must rid himself of his biggest threat and power in the Jedi first. But he must also cut all loose ends in the Separatists, as they'll just be dead weight if he strings them along. Once again, everyone is a pawn in his game, and he will send out his newest asset to eliminate them. Anakin is all for this too, as it would ensure the end of the Separatists, and he could enact on those that have threatened his and Padme's life on various occasions, where she wanted them dealt with through their justice in the legal system. Anakin is willing to take matters to his own hands. It also helps too that as the leaders of the Separatists, they're the symbols of the faction that Anakin somewhat blindly hated for years. So to eliminate them, he believes it would give him satisfaction, happiness, and peace.
Once more, the Sith will rule the galaxy, and we shall have peace.
And so begins the Great Jedi Purge, with Order 66 being executed. Vader leads the siege on the Jedi Temple, and the clones are now being used for their true purpose, to overwhelm and eliminate the Jedi once and for all, with Anakin being no different to the clones, just a soldier in Palpatine's plan, simply following orders. Anakin then marches on the Jedi Temple, a place that he's called home for the majority of his life. While it was where he lived, he never truly felt welcome, and now he returns to deliver the pain, suffering, and death that he's been fearing the majority of his life. Anakin's betrayal leads to the dark deeds that he's capable of, as he would march in with his clone brethren in the 501st. But this time, they would truly be Vader's fist. In Vader's eyes, it would be the fist of justice, but this is really far from it, as it's more of a bloody act of genocide. As this first mission would show what not only the clones, but Anakin could do, as they would slaughter those they all once fought alongside. Here, Anakin can take down the establishment that has oppressed him all his life. In his mind, he's taking revenge on the Order that had once chained him, similar to his days on Tatooine, not realizing that he's truly a prisoner to his emotions, to Palpatine, and to the power of the dark side. As we see the other Jedi being executed by Order 66, we see the impact that one man's actions have had, as he's managed to break the entire Jedi Order from the inside. Others must suffer the consequences because of it, even if he's not the one pulling the trigger. The man that they all believed in and gave them hope in the Chosen One has now turned their back on them and betrayed them. For those that believed in the prophecy, and more importantly, believed in Anakin as a person, they're now just as lost, conflicted, or suffering just as much as he is because of it. The man that was once known as a hero without fear would be seen as a villain controlled by fear, becoming a symbol of despair rather than hope, similar to a Shakespearean tragedy. The Revenge of the Sith novelization encompasses this moment and the entire theme of Episode 3, Best Here. The story happened a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It's already over. Nothing can be done to change it. It's a story of love and loss, brotherhood and betrayal, courage and sacrifice, and the death of dreams. It's a story of the blurred lines between our best and our worst. It's the story of the end of an age. The strange thing about stories, though this all happened so long ago and so far away that words cannot describe the time or the distance, it's also happening right now. Right here. It's happening as you read these words. This is how 25 millennia come to a close. Corruption and treachery have crushed 1,000 years of peace. This is not just the end of a republic. Night is falling on civilization itself. This is the twilight of the Jedi. The end starts now.
Master Skywalker, there are too many of them. What are we going to do?
Another example of how far Anakin is willing to go, taking Palpatine's words to heart and embracing evil itself, where when he was once a child, like the younglings, who virtuously wanted to help others, that dreamed of becoming a Jedi to save slaves like himself and be a worthy hero, he now stands on the other side, a man who has fallen and lost his way, becoming the very thing he swore to destroy. It really drives home the idea that Anakin has truly fallen from grace, where he was once optimistic and idealistic. Now he's blinded by pessimism and cynicism, acting out of fear, anger, and hatred.
I heard there was an attack on the Jedi Temple. You can see the smoke from here.
I'm fine. I came to see if you and the baby are safe. The Jedi have tried to overthrow the Republic.
I can't believe that.
I saw Master Windu attempt to assassinate the Chancellor myself.
Of course, Anakin conveniently left out the fact that he led the attack on the temple himself, also failing to mention the big promotion he got earlier that night to Sith Lord. Around Padme, we get a glimpse of his softer side, the side that still has good in him, the side that is Anakin. As long as Padme and the baby are okay, Anakin will still have one last thing to fight for. Anakin also shows here how he doesn't necessarily lie to her, from a certain point of view, but he spins the truth to avoid discussing his actions and create a narrative that demonizes the Jedi, and how he separated himself from them because of it. Essentially, if he can convince her that the Jedi are in the wrong, maybe he can justify his actions at a later time, and maybe he can one day convince himself that what he's doing is right, a sign that he knows that what he's doing is wrong, but he follows through with his choices anyways, no matter how much it hurts him or others that stand in his way.
What are you gonna do?
I will not betray the Republic. My loyalties lie with the Chancellor, and with the Senate, and with you.
Anakin is so brainwashed as even the order in which he lists off his loyalties prioritize Palpatine over the love of his life. It's a nice touch that when he enters this, not only can he not look her in the eye, but he faces away entirely from her, directly towards the darkness, fully embracing the side that is Vader in his actions. He even says things in a robotic way that show how even before the events of Mustafar, that he became more machine than man, lacking the compassion that was once his greatest strength, but now serves as his greatest detriment.
What about Obi-Wan?
I don't know. Many Jedi have been killed. We can only hope that he's remained loyal to the Chancellor.
Again, Anakin believes in people. He's prioritized Palpatine above everyone, and now he's basing his opinion and their fate on their allegiance to a man that wants to rule the galaxy with an iron fist. His lack of empathy is severely juxtaposed with Padme's concern for his brother's well-being, this being a great dissent from a man that once looked at him as the closest thing he had to a father.
Anakin, I'm afraid.
Have faith, my love. Everything will soon be set right.
Not only is this situation and the state of the Jedi and the Republic a scary thing, and something that Padme's mostly referring to, but there's probably a bit of her that's referring to seeing the man that she loves change in front of her. He's still acting very caring around her, but as most significant others can that truly love each other, they can sense when something's wrong, or that there's something he's not telling her. Also, this would be the perfect time to simply spend time with Padme and end the fighting. But Anakin is so consumed with this idea of taking this path to save her that he fails to realize that he's propelling himself to a self-fulfilling prophecy.
The Chancellor has given me a very important mission. The Separatists have gathered on the Mustafar system. I'm going there to end this war. Wait for me until I return. Things will be different, I promise. Please, wait for me.
Again, Anakin really has a way of spinning the truth. He's honest with Padme, but not completely transparent with her, failing to mention that he's going to execute these political leaders, that there will be no attempt to negotiate or have them sign a peace treaty, a way that many, including Padme, would assume that he's talking about. And the hope would be what he's talking about. Same goes for mentioning that things will be different, and the formation of an empire will definitely do the trick. This scene also shows the duality of Anakin and Vader, that is almost like a superhero with a secret identity, as they lie to their loved ones to protect them. But in this case, his alter ego is Vader, and like most superhero aliases, it's definitely part of him, if not closer to his true self. Anakin has lived most of his life living with this duality, being used to hiding secrets, only this time from his wife. And the dark side that is Vader has always been there, only now has it been pushed to the forefront as it has begun to consume his everyday actions.
Well, he is under a lot of stress, I know.
That's a generous way of putting it. Anakin then embarks on his mission to officially end the Clone Wars and arrives at the fiery red planet of Mustafar. Mustafar as well is a perfect symbol of the conflict in Anakin's heart, as the volcanic planet is representative of hell itself, and what it would feel and look like, emphasizing that one is ready to erupt when they have given themselves to the dark side. It allows us to see, in the form of imagery, the fiery and volatile nature of Anakin, as fire as an element is typically known to harm, that it's seen as a form of intense, expressed passion, which Anakin definitely has. This would be seen visually as he carries out his mission, losing himself in the darkness with extreme emotion and conflicted feelings, expressed through his juxtaposing crying eyes and Sith red and yellow eyes as well. And those evil eyes would show how Anakin has embraced the dark side, blinding him and consuming his very being, as the eyes are the windows to the soul, emphasizing that Anakin's soul can't be found in this moment. Only Vader, using Anakin's body as a vessel to commit further atrocities.
R2, stay with the ship.
Anakin again doesn't let certain people see this side of Vader, ultimately being a sign that he understands what he's doing is wrong.
Welcome, Lord Vader. We've been expecting you.
Vader locks the doors and traps the Separatists in with him, and creates an execution playground for himself as they're caged in for slaughter. Anakin can now unleash his rage on a man in Nute Gunray and other leaders alike that he's had thoughts of killing like this before, as they're the source of much pain in his own life with not only the war, but the trouble that they've caused prior, time and time again targeting Padme and attempting to assassinate her. Now he can exact his revenge on them with no one to tug on his leash, as the Jedi can no longer tell him what to do. And what Padme doesn't know won't hurt her, but it's what he knows about what he's done and what he's doing that will and is hurting him.
Not even the younglings survived.
Killed not by clones. This Padawan, by a lightsaber he was.
Who could have done this?
The betrayal is then furthered, as they were not only killed by their allies in the clones, but one of their own, as a lightsaber means another Force user was leading the charge. What's painful here is that as the audience, we already know that Anakin committed these atrocities, but because Obi-Wan is not informed yet, we see his raw reaction, as he never assumes who it could be, because while others doubted Anakin, he truly always believed in him, and would never think that someone who might as well have been his own blood would do something so evil. This scene, mirrored with Anakin committing more murders, makes it all the more tragic, as Obi-Wan still clings on to hope, and Anakin has delved into despair, as we see the pain and agony on his face as he completes his mission. While this is happening, in parallel, the Republic and liberty that Anakin once fought so hard to protect is being destroyed by a simple,
thunderous applause,
emphasizing that evil can take many shapes and forms, with Palpatine being the puppet master and Anakin being the executioner of brutality.
The war is over! Lord Sidious promised us peace! We only want...
A reminder of what can happen when you sacrifice freedom for peace, as you no longer have control over your destiny, something Gunray and the Separatists learned far too late. By Anakin doing this, it really shows his warped perception of peace, as when a defenseless Newt Gunray pleads with him for said peace, he rewards him with death, very far from the guardian of peace and justice mentality he once stood by. Also, seeing Vader eliminate the Separatists in parallel with Palpatine's promotion to Emperor is symbolic of how the duo complements each other, with one being the brain, the other the brawn, as the two attributes are utilized to assert control over the galaxy. Essentially, you either give away your rights and power to your ruler, or the Shadow Invader will enforce the Empire's rule by fear tactics, Vader truly being the Empire's fist. The irony in his claim to the throne is not that Palpatine simply took it, but he was given it by the people, in individuals like Anakin, as power resides where men believe it resides, and Anakin blindly believed in him more than anyone. So it didn't matter that Palpatine is stronger than everyone in that room combined. It mattered that they believed in him and gave him a power that couldn't be learned or bought, only earned through trust, representative of how democracy can only die if we let it. The shot of Anakin staring out into the sun of Mustafar as an eclipse is happening is a representation of Anakin's inner conflict. We see all the dead bodies of the Separatist leaders as they have all been slaughtered as a means to not only end the war, but send a message to others that treason will not be tolerated. But for Anakin, even when he delivered this false sense of justice, he's still a broken man, as tears roll down his eyes. The sheer violence that he's caused, unleashing his rage, still leaves him alone and afraid. Even with all the power that the dark side has to offer him, he still feels helpless, no closer to saving Padme than before. The eclipse too is a nice touch as it represents Anakin's story. As the chosen one, he was meant to be a bright light and beacon of hope for the galaxy, someone that would inspire others. But now that he's embraced Vader, the darkness has suppressed the light that once shone on others. A true tragedy as he's fallen from grace, becoming a monster in the eyes of many.
The Separatists have been taking care of my master.
It is finished, then. You have restored peace and justice to the galaxy.
Palpatine can finally begin to claim victory, as the remnants of the Clone Wars have been disposed of. Everything is going as he's foreseen, all with the help of Vader. He also assures Vader that his actions are virtuous and for the benefit of the galaxy, making him believe that they're fighting for the greater good and establishing peace, when in reality, they're establishing a tyranny to reign over the oppressed, to rule and control them. Padme arrives to Mustafar right after, and we see Anakin take down the Shroud of Vader, represented physically by him lowering his hood, and in every other sense in his demeanor, as he's reunited with life, joy, and personality at the sight of his pregnant wife.
What are you doing out here?
I was so worried about you.
Anakin needs compassion, something Padme has always provided, but with the fear of losing her, it consumes him and pushes him further from the ideals that she stands for. Padme is concerned, and because of her unlimited compassion and love for Anakin, she's willing to bravely give it one final shot to snap him back to his senses. How Anakin would react would tell her everything she needs to know.
Obi-Wan told me terrible things.
What things?
He said you've turned to the dark side, that you killed younglings.
Obi-Wan is trying to turn you against me.
Anakin's so far gone that he's forgotten who his friends are and is willing to push out anyone that may stand a chance of standing in his way. Hearing this only fuels Anakin's hatred towards Obi-Wan, as while everything she said is true, it paints him in a bad light, as he goes out of his way to try to rewrite the narrative in his favor, making it seem like Obi-Wan is the one spreading rumors with an agenda of his own. Again, never denying the allegations themselves.
He cares about us.
Us.
He knows. He wants to help you.
It's revealed to Anakin here that the facade is over, as Obi-Wan not only knows about him and Padme, but has always known. Rather than looking at this positively, as a chance for a friend to help, as Padme does, he sees this as someone invading his privacy, ruining everything he's built, and has been working on for himself and his wife. His perspective is simply twisted.
Anakin, all I want is your love.
Love won't save you, Padme. Only my new powers can do that.
At what cost? You're a good person. Don't do this.
This is the very essence of what Padme is about, to make a change in the world without sacrificing her ideals, as they make up her identity. Anakin and Padme in this moment illustrate the idea of dying the hero and living too long to see yourself become the villain. Padme understands that she can't control everything, but she can control the type of person that she is through her actions, where Anakin believes he can change the world, and is willing to make sacrifices to his character along the way. He's fallen a long way from the man that once wisely preached about compassion and being encouraged to love. That was an essential part of a Jedi's life. But now, he clearly has become something entirely different.
I won't lose you the way I lost my mother. I am becoming more powerful than any Jedi has ever dreamed of, and I'm doing it for you, to protect you.
Anakin is dead set on controlling the uncontrollable, and avoiding a repeat of history, an event that torments him to this day as he never allowed himself to reach acceptance in the grieving process. Now he has forsaken the power of love and uses the strength of his abilities as a justification for the horrible things that he's done and plans to do. But as we know, it's our choices that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities.
Come away with me. Help me raise our child. Leave everything else behind while we still can.
We don't have to run away anymore. I have brought peace to the Republic. I am more powerful than the Chancellor. I can overthrow him. And together, you and I can rule the galaxy. Make things the way we want them to be.
The two have very different ideas of how they want to spend the rest of their lives together. Padme still believes in the very idea that he once convinced her of, that love will find a way and conquer all, that focusing on each other would be all that they would need to find happiness. But for Anakin, he's become consumed by his ever-growing power, as absolute power corrupts absolutely. His once impervious sense of morality has lessened to the point that he's now filled with ideas of conquering the galaxy, becoming the slaver that he's always hated, overthrowing the Emperor and betraying the one man he still trusts, and devaluing the power of love.
I don't believe what I'm hearing. Obi-Wan was right. You've changed.
I don't want to hear any more about Obi-Wan. The Jedi turned against me. Don't you turn against me.
Anakin's relationship with Obi-Wan has become shattered. Where he once viewed him as a friend, he is now an enemy. And this is one of the many reasons Padme begins to break down, as she knows that Anakin's care for Obi-Wan is unmatched. And when that's been broken, there's very little hope for the Chosen One to be able to see the light. It's here that we start to see the threatening nature of Anakin directed at Padme, as he would never do that in any other circumstance. But his consumption of the dark side has imbalanced him to the point that he would dare contemplate being a menace towards the love of his life.
I don't know you anymore. Anakin, breaking my heart. You're going down a path I can't follow.
Because of Obi-Wan.
Because of what you've done, what you plan to do. Stop. Stop now, come back. I love you.
Anakin has changed, and it's left Padme in heartbreak. He's transformed, and only for the worse. He's chosen the dark path, and as a result, it's a lonely one. Anakin has lost sight of the good person that he was, and he can't look into a mirror and self-reflect and take accountability, blaming Obi-Wan yet again for all the problems in his life, trying to convince himself of this as it's a truth that he wants to believe. Padme reminds him again, it's always about actions, as it defines character more than anything. And despite those actions, she still remains idealistic, hopeful, and optimistic, admitting that she still loves him, showing him compassion when he needs it the most. Unfortunately though, The same way that love had blinded him, so has its antithesis in hate, as he sees Obi-Wan standing, looming over in Padme's ship. Hatred paralyzes life. Love releases it. Hatred confuses life. Love harmonizes it. Hatred darkens life. Love illuminates it.
Liar!
No!
You're with him! You brought him here to kill me!
No!
Let her go, Anakin! Let her go!
Obi-Wan has now not only witnessed Anakin kill innocent children, but also harm the very person he loves the most in the galaxy. If he's willing to do that to her, then in his mind, there's no hope for him. Anakin here reaches an all-time low, as he chooses to harm the one person that's always believed in him, and the love of his life, as he pulls out the iconic Force choke on Padme. Padme is a representation of the last bit of good that Anakin had in him, and, like the Eclipse, Anakin, or Vader, chooses to snuff out the last bit of light that remains in him. Up to this point, there was a duality between Anakin and Vader, but from here on out, except when he asks about Padme in the suit, we see Vader take over. What was once a Romeo and Juliet tale of forbidden love now ends in a similar tragic fashion, with the death of Padme and Anakin, only to be replaced by Darth Vader.
You turned her against me!
You have done that yourself!
Obi-Wan reminds Anakin that he has all the power in this scenario. Rather than blaming others for the outcome, he must look within if he wants to see change. There's nothing Obi-Wan can do to make Padme change her opinion of Anakin. It's only Anakin that can do that, as it's his actions that speak the loudest when it comes to others determining his character. If Obi-Wan could show Anakin that it's his own fault and have him accept responsibility as he does, then he could have a chance. Unfortunately though, Anakin blames everyone but himself, projecting his shortcomings and failures on his master. But a simple look in the mirror would show him the monster that he's become.
You will not take her from me!
Your anger and your lust for power have already done that. You have allowed this Dark Lord to twist your mind until now you have become the very thing you swore to destroy.
Obi-Wan eloquently states the flaws in Anakin's decisions, as he's been manipulated into seeking happiness in a place that would never give it to him. He has seen Anakin grow from an altruistic young boy that only wanted to help others to a man who has become a tyrant and lusts and craves power above the people that he cares about.
Don't lecture me, Obi-Wan. I see through the lies of the Jedi. I do not fear the dark side as you do.
Anakin attempts to reduce Obi-Wan's words to a misguided lesson that the Jedi have reiterated time and time again. As he's done being lectured and told what to do, Anakin feels that he can see more clearly than everyone else because he's bought into the truth that Palpatine believes he wants to hear. And as a result, he may claim to be unafraid of the dark side itself, but he definitely should be fearful of the consequences of using it.
I have brought peace, freedom, justice, and security to my new empire.
Your new empire?
Don't make me kill you.
Anakin, my allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy!
Obi-Wan reminds Anakin that it's not about the side itself that they once fought together so valiantly for, but what they stood for, as the philosophy behind democracy is that everyone has a voice and everyone's opinions matter, that through communication we can reach a common goal. But Anakin has just embraced the ideals of the Empire, where one rules all and makes what they deem the best decision for them is, emphasizing that he's become what he hates, as he once grew up a slave and now he's treating the galaxy's citizens as slaves of his own. Anakin has redefined in his mind what freedom is, as the plague that is Sidious has manipulated him into believing that this is right. Anakin also threatening to kill Obi-Wan is reminiscent of him telling Luke,
"Don't make me destroy you."
It's as if he's doing things, or going to do things, that he truly doesn't want to do, discarding the idea that he has a choice. Even though, as we know, the major theme in Star Wars is the idea that we all have a choice.
If you're not with me, then you're my enemy.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
I will do what I must.
You will try.
Anakin has become closed-minded and has made everyone his enemy. Obi-Wan was still willing to compromise with Anakin, but he has failed in showing him that he can be reasoned with. Ironically, Obi-Wan states an absolute, but in context, he's giving Anakin a chance to choose not to fight, spoken like a true guardian of peace. He will defend what the Jedi stand for, and Anakin speaks like a true Sith, as he will eliminate anything that stands in the way of his goals, where the Jedi will only interfere if it affects others, not necessarily themselves. The idea of being selfish versus selfless. And so, the Battle of the Heroes begins, and the name is as fitting as they come, as they were once both heroes of the Republic. But as the title card suggests, it's all about perspective. In their own right, they are now the heroes and champions of their sides. It's again a great representation of the dichotomy of the Jedi and Sith, as Anakin is the full aggressor with Obi-Wan on his back foot the entire time. Anakin constantly goes for the kill, never holding back, and being almost Terminator-like in some instances, as no matter what, he menacingly approaches his master time and time again, with no remorse and only hatred in his eyes, truly evolving into more machine than man, using his body as a weapon, where Obi-Wan looks to tire his opponent and look for an opening, a visual representation of offense versus defense. The fact that Obi-Wan matches Anakin's intensity, speed, and ferocity blow for blow, and survives as long as he does, essentially having an answer to all his tricks, just shows how much the two truly know and understand each other, even able to mimic each other's moves. Although, in terms of power in the Force, this is not only a failing on Obi-Wan as a teacher for his students not to surpass him, but equally a failure on Anakin as the chosen one with unlimited capabilities and potential to not easily tear through Obi-Wan, most notably represented through his inability to overpower him and reach a stalemate during their Force push segment. Even the two fighting each other and little by little destroying the facility that they're in is representative of the consequences of choosing violence over finding peace. Without realizing it, everyone else suffers due to their fighting. Similar to the idea that united we stand and divided we shall fall. In this case, the structure of the Republic is what suffers the most along with the Jedi Order, and most importantly, the once good friendship that these two brothers had. Also to note, the difference in color of their clothes represents their stance on the classic tale of good versus evil, as Obi-Wan has always sported a lighter color tunic, symbolizing his unwavering affiliation to the light side of the Force, and the consistency of his clothes throughout the trilogy, emphasizing his incorruptibility. For Anakin, we see how his clothes have gotten progressively darker throughout the films of the prequels, representing his descent into darkness. Not only do they represent good versus evil, but that of the good and evil we see in everyday life, as they are the most metaphorically human representations of it, with flaws and being in the gray, rather than as black and white, which is sometimes what those like Yoda and Sidious could be seen as. Also, what this thing most simply represents is two friends in conflict with each other.
I have failed you, Anakin. I have failed you.
Anakin has felt this way for a long time, that his master was the person who ultimately failed him. However, it's Obi-Wan's ability to take accountability, and Anakin's lack of, that allows a person like Obi-Wan to continuously learn and grow from his mistakes, whereas Anakin stagnates, never reaching his true potential.
I should have known the Jedi were plotting to take over. Anakin, Chancellor Palpatine is evil. From my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Well, then you are lost.
Ironically, Obi-Wan shows here one of the ways that he's failed Anakin as a teacher, as he fails to communicate with him properly, only looking at the situation from his perspective, never stopping to think how Anakin came to his own conclusion. This concept of perspective is what Palpatine understood and exploited. As he stated earlier,
good is a point of view, Anakin.
So when Anakin doesn't listen, Obi-Wan just gets more frustrated, rather than explaining or even hearing him out. Anakin's perspective has him believe without a doubt now that the Jedi are the villains. He's convinced himself that he's still the hero of this story, which is the real tragedy, as he's incapable of seeing himself for who he has become, to see how far he's fallen. But because of his belief in this false truth, he can't come back from the dark path that he set himself on.
This is the end for you, my master.
The two know that the fight will only last so long, and Anakin will not be reasoned with, as he makes it clear that he will not stop until one of them is dead, that the man in Anakin is destroyed, and Vader will complete his task by wiping out all the Jedi, including his own brother in Obi-Wan. So Obi-Wan does what he can to put him in a no-win scenario by taking the high ground and challenging his ego.
It's over, Anakin! I have the high ground! You underestimate my power! Don't try it!
It's a bit of reverse psychology, but it effectively works. Also, the idea of having the high ground is not only a physical truth used to exploit his hubris and arrogance, something Obi-Wan's seen in Anakin before, and as well in his duel with Maul, overall a common trait among the Sith in general, but it's also a metaphor for Obi-Wan having the moral high ground, as Obi-Wan feels his actions are justified, as he fights for others and Anakin fights for himself and the power he can obtain, and how it benefits him, to the point that he's still concerned with trying to prove his strength as a warrior. Anakin tries yet again to do the impossible, and fails. He falls for Obi-Wan's trap and allows his arrogance and pride to be his downfall. It's a moment of encapsulating his great hubris. As Luke would say, his overconfidence is his weakness. He cares too much about what others think, and having his great skills challenged in combat, the very thing he prides himself in most as a Jedi, it blinds him to attempt a trick that would have been near impossible to execute, especially against the man that trained him and raised him. In the same way that Obi-Wan has the moral high ground, Anakin has stooped to the level of those that he once fought against and their ideals that he so admittedly opposed. He became the very thing he swore to destroy. And there's a bit of poetry in the fact that Anakin tries to leap his way to the high ground to surpass his master, and fails rather than work his way up one step at a time, a more likely route to succeeding. It's symbolic of the philosophy of the Jedi and the Sith, as the Sith always choose the quicker and more seductive route, not realizing that they're cutting corners to achieve a false sense of greater power, where the light is truly stronger, but simply harder to master with the amount of effort, patience, and dedication that's required. In one swift stroke, Obi-Wan wins by dismembering Anakin, which forces him to become the very thing he mentions in the original trilogy.
He's more machine now than man, twisted and evil.
It's fitting of Anakin, as losing his limbs is symbolic of losing a piece of his humanity, a scar he would live with for life, and the price he would pay for betraying all that he cared about. It's sad as Obi-Wan, his best friend, essentially closes the casket on Anakin, as he would live the rest of his life in the tomb that we know as the iconic suit.
You were the chosen one! It was said that you would destroy the Sith, not join them! Bring balance to the Force, not leave it in darkness! I hate you! You were my brother, Anakin! I loved you!
In other words, Obi-Wan is simply saying, I'm disappointed in you. Obi-Wan was one of the few people that always truly believed in Anakin, and while in Anakin's eyes he only feels resentment towards his former master, he felt he held him back. Obi-Wan was only so hard on him because he believed in him so firmly. He witnessed the good boy that was once Anakin transform into something evil, and as Anakin yells with rage about his hatred, Obi-Wan can only respond with love. And more painfully, he expresses it in the past tense. There was a time he would do anything to save Anakin, but Anakin, the very symbol of hope for the Jedi as the prophesied chosen one, causes Obi-Wan's hope to die with him. Anakin can't help but be filled with hatred towards his master as he expresses his disappointment in him one final time. All the times in his life that he felt Obi-Wan was overly critical gets compounded into this moment, as Anakin had the weight of the world on his shoulders, and to the best of his ability he tried to carry it, and balance it. But he failed. And he was always in fear of what others would think, and now he gets one final slap in the face reminding him of all of his failures. He had so much potential not only as a Jedi and a Force user, but as a person. As he was the person that once would have tried to save the galaxy even before he knew of his powers. And now, he aims to destroy it. Anakin's pain also makes him incapable of seeing Obi-Wan as the brother that he once was to him, as their relationship feels like it would forever be severed. This scene even mirrors one at the very beginning of the film where Anakin saves Obi-Wan without question. But this time, Obi-Wan doesn't return the favor. As even Anakin said,
"But you owe me one, and not for saving your skin for the 10th time."
So Obi-Wan doesn't save him. Not out of spite, but he leaves him to die because he doesn't want to save Vader. He would rather that the memory of Anakin remain. Essentially, if he died now, he could still die the hero and the friend that he admired. Depending on how you look at it, it could be cruel. But Obi-Wan would rather not only his memory of him be intact, but also that Anakin would no longer be in pain. He attempts to do Anakin one last favor, to rid him of his pain forever, so that the boy who lived in fear may finally rest in peace. As Anakin burns with rage, so does he physically. As he's engulfed and consumed in the flames, he now becomes as unrecognizable physically as he was mentally to his friends. We as the audience can see now Vader through Obi-Wan's eyes, as a monster. And while this happens, Obi-Wan forces himself to see what Anakin has become, to remind himself of the reality of his failure, so he could remember this image and do everything in his power to ensure that it never happens again. In the same way Obi-Wan mentions,
"This weapon is your life."
Him taking Anakin's weapon is symbolic of that very thing. He left believing that he killed Anakin Skywalker, but he wouldn't let the good memory of him die. So he took his weapon, so that his memory would live on, to then one day use it to inspire his son and Luke Skywalker. Even as Obi-Wan leaves and Anakin is suffering from his burns, he so ferociously holds on to life through the dark side, the thing that could be argued as a cause for more of his pain than the physical burns themselves, as the fire inside him rages on, represented and seen physically through his Sith red and yellow eyes, and more importantly, through his actions, as he continues to reach out with his one mechanical arm, attempting to pursue Obi-Wan to exact his revenge on him. It's a sad sight to behold as we see his body has been broken, but his spirit for the worse continues to fight on. As we see Anakin alone climbing the hill, we see how alone he is in the galaxy. While Palpatine comes to save him, he truly does not love and care for him. His brother in Obi-Wan is now gone and his wife is on the verge of death because of his own actions. The one limb that remains, being the already mechanical arm, reinforces the idea that he is more machine now. And that machine aspect is what we know as Vader and the dark side, as he clutches onto life through his dark nature.
He's still alive.
Palpatine then looks upon his apprentice, seeing what has become of him, and it can almost be mistaken for a loving fatherly moment, as he would place his hand on his forehead. But in reality, he's more disappointed in him than anything, worried about how this affects him, as this greatly hinders the potential that Vader had to surpassing his master in terms of sheer power. Having Palpatine come rescue him would cement Anakin's dependence on him, as he would feel, especially following Padme's death, that he was the only person left in the galaxy that he could trust and rely on, almost creating a toxic Stockholm Syndrome effect, unable to realize that he's truly his prisoner. Anakin's lack of love from a real father figure in his own life would have him mistake this for it. Anakin would then be brought to Coruscant, arriving in a thunderstorm, with the rain representing the last bit of Anakin and the Republic being washed away, and being reborn as Vader in the Empire. Reminiscent to the creation of Frankenstein's monster, Palpatine has a shell of a man built in the form of Vader's iconic suit, stripping away the last pieces of humanity that were left of Anakin. As Obi-Wan would say,
He's more machine now than man, twisted and evil.
Meanwhile, this is mirrored with Obi-Wan trying to keep the spirit of Anakin alive, attempting to save Padme's life as she represents the good in Anakin and their children, a symbol of their love and compassion. It's almost like both the good and evil masters of Anakin are still fighting to guide the chosen one on their desired path. So it's fitting that Palpatine creates a suit to trap and imprison Anakin and control him. And Obi-Wan does what he can so Luke and Leia can be born and live a free life, one that Anakin never got to live. While Palpatine's magnum opus in Vader is being created, the Skywalker twins are born as well. As the offspring of Anakin, they represent the one thing Palpatine could never do: to love. So it's fitting that the symbol of the Empire in Vader is born out of Palpatine's greed and Vader's hatred. And at the same time, Luke and Leia are born out of Anakin and Padme's love and compassion.
Obi-Wan, there's good in him. I know there's still.
Obi-Wan sees Padme die, but never her spirit. It's that belief and resilience that she possesses that would live on in Luke and Leia, and one day reawaken Anakin. Padme, like her son would decades later, would prove that there would still be light in Anakin as long as others believed in him, even if others wouldn't be able to see it for themselves. But in some cases, you need to believe before you can see, as that in essence is having faith. Unfortunately for Obi-Wan, as hopeful as he is and wants to believe that the good in Anakin still exists, he truly believes that there is no hope. That's one of the very tragedies of losing his best friend, as he lost a piece of himself in the process, as Anakin always inspired him with hope of a brighter future. It's also fitting that as Anakin gets closer and closer to Vader's suit, or Anakin's coffin, being complete, Padme gets closer and closer to death, driving home the idea of their Romeo and Juliet love story, as both their lives are taken in the end, as neither star-crossed lover can live in the world without the other. As Anakin is being put into the suit, he's in constant pain and agony, not knowing that the suit would literally be built that way, to where he would constantly feed off the dark side through his physical pain. And one key moment is highlighted as the lenses activate as the mask is being thrown on Vader. It's the last time that Anakin will be able to see the world with his own eyes, at least until the very end. What's important here is that the world will be seen through the eyes of Vader instead, that how he sees and perceives things will be filtered through metaphorically cloudy lenses. There's also a small moment where the mask is put on and his heartbeat stops. And then he takes his first breath, and the heartbeat returns, really driving home the idea that Anakin Skywalker, or at least the man that everyone had known and loved, has died. And from his ashes, Vader takes his place and is born anew. And so, Palpatine's creation in Vader, both physically and metaphorically, rises from the ashes of Anakin Skywalker.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
It seems in your anger, you killed her.
I couldn't have. She was alive. I felt it.
Anakin's worst fear has been realized, as he created a self-fulfilling prophecy. This, as we would see from his reaction, would break him as a person, with nothing left to live for, only to serve the Emperor as his executioner, as Vader would act as the fist that serves justice to the galaxy, really serving as a means and excuse for him to continuously let out his anger on those in the galaxy that he deemed deserving of it, then having a jaded, pessimistic, and cynical outlook on life, with nothing left to lose. From then on, the spirit of Anakin would be subdued and locked away in the suit, deep somewhere that would take the good nature of his son to unlock from that prison. Ironically, he's cuffed to the table and breaks free. But in that moment, he's truly in chains again, serving the Emperor, the Sith, the Empire, and his emotions. And worst of all, the one man Anakin placed his faith in and trusted above all, orchestrated his own demise, as Palpatine is thrilled, shown by the smile on his face as Vader lashes out in anger, as the galaxy is in his control, and his greatest weapon, Vader, will be loyal only to him. In the final scenes of the film, Padme's funeral is being held, and she's still holding on to the necklace that Anakin made for her all those years ago, when he begun his journey to become a Jedi, once a symbol for good fortune, now a symbol of her belief in the good in Anakin, and hence her ability to see the potential in everyone. Meanwhile, in deep space, Vader and Palpatine look on to the creation of the Death Star, the technological construct that could be considered Palpatine's greatest achievement. But truly, it's the man that stands next to him, or more so, how he corrupted him and manipulated him to the point that he's no longer recognizable to those that cared about him most. Also to note in this scene, the decolorization of the Republic ships, along with Vader now having an all-black suit, just shows through color how he, along with the former Republic, and now Empire, have embraced the dark side, as the age of the Empire has a more industrial and soulless feel to them. Vader's closing shot has him look out to the early creation of the Death Star, looking onwards into space alongside his master, and now Palpatine stands next to Vader with no one standing in his way, paralleling the end of Episode 1, where Obi-Wan and Padme were the only people left to protect Anakin. His story is a sad one, as he began the trilogy a slave and ended as one as well. It just simply took another form. It's a story of how far a man can spiral into despair and allow their fear to control them, for them to dedicate so much of their time and effort to fixing the uncontrollable and losing yourself in the process. How someone can change as a person because they sacrifice their morals in an attempt to achieve success. Vader, as the embodiment of fear, truly shows how fear is the path to the dark side, as fear can lead to anger, hate, and then suffering. And suffer he would, as death would create finality to the nightmare, as it did for his wife. But living, as he did, would force him to deal with the consequences of his actions. Simply put, dying the hero, or living long enough to see yourself become the villain. Anakin shows how anyone can fall. He reminds us of our humanity here with his descent, how we're all susceptible to mistakes, as it's the most human thing to do in nature, how he went from the chosen one to the fallen hero. But in that same regard, the fallen hero can still rise. As a wise man once said, that the reason we fall is so we can learn to pick ourselves up again. At the start of A New Hope, Vader's impact on the galaxy is clear, as we see how much has changed in the 19 years since Revenge of the Sith, as visually, the Republic's environment during the prequels was more vibrant, whereas now, during the era of the Empire, everything feels more worn down or industrialized. We also see over the 19-year period the state that Vader is in, where he was once full of conflict, he's now committed to the dark side of the Force, as he is truly seen as the machine that will terminate all life that stands in his way in order to achieve his goal, no longer concerning himself with morality, his choices. As we're caught up to speed, we see that although the rebels are able to escape with the plans, Vader ruthlessly pursues them aboard his Imperial Star Destroyer, the Devastator, an inappropriately named flagship to represent Vader, as he, like the Empire, has brought devastation to anything that goes against his mission. This is seen visually through the opening shot of the film, as the Star Destroyer pursues the Rebel blockade runner in the Tainted Four, filling up almost the entirety of the frame, emphasizing how much more powerful Vader and the Empire are in comparison to the small Rebel fleet. The Empire then boards the Tainted Four, and it's here that the audience is introduced to Darth Vader for the first time, with one of the most iconic shots in Star Wars, as no words are spoken but the mere image tells us 1,000 words. Vader approaches through the smoke to enter as he towers over not only the fallen bodies of the decimated rebel fleet, but his own stormtroopers as well. He's a menacing figure in all black, contrasted by the all-white background of the hallway. This method of storytelling with color and the towering over the dead bodies is an example of the age-old idea in the film of show, don't tell, as it simply signals to the audience that he is our antagonist and the villain. Vader also being in all black highlights the idea that he, in this mythological tale, is what is referred to as the archetype of the shadow or the villain, the one who will challenge the warrior or the hero in the story, and in this case, Luke Skywalker, who conversely wears all white, as their paths and goals are diametrically opposed, their destinies are intertwined. Vader's mask also acts as a way for us to see him as less human, as the inability to see his face, and mostly his eyes, gives him a sense of stoicism that exudes a calm and menacing nature. Simply, it can be hard to empathize with him at first, because it acts as a shell or exterior that he's created for himself to keep others at bay. And as for Vader as a character, the mask illustrates the false persona that he's put on to hide his real feelings and true emotions from other people. So as the trilogy progresses, we as the audience gain more insight into Vader's true self, as the man under the mask is revealed more and more throughout each film, both literally and metaphorically. And as we're given Vader's first speaking scene, the setup and imagery pays off and lives to the expectation, as Vader, with his menacing size and stature, are put to good use, as he's seen choking a rebel soldier, lifting him off the ground with one hand with ease, truly emphasizing his devastating nature.
Where are those transmissions you intercepted? What have you done with those plans?
We intercepted no transmissions. This is a consular ship. We're on a diplomatic mission.
If this is a consular ship, where is the ambassador?
We see how intimidating he can be, a stark difference from the man that he once was, as he's a machine that's willing to eliminate any life that stands in his way. He's the type of person to handle things himself and will kill those that he interrogates if necessary, whether or not out of necessity or to send a message to both his enemies and his allies, or even just because he can.
Commander, tear this ship apart until you found those plans and bring me the passengers. I want them alive!
Vader commands the respect of not only the audience and his enemies, but his subordinates. As he gives orders, there is never any doubt that the stormtroopers will follow them, as they're just as afraid of him as anyone else, emphasizing all aspects of the Empire's methodology of ruling by fear.
Darth Vader, only you could be so bold. The Imperial Senate will not sit still for this. When they hear you've attacked a diplomatic...
Don't act so surprised, Your Highness. You weren't on any mercy mission this time. Several transmissions were beamed to the ship by rebel spies. I want to know what happened to the plans they sent you.
Vader doesn't even entertain the lie and just cuts through the chase. As usual, he's a man of action, and once his mind is set on a mission, he will bulldoze his way to seeing it through.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a member of the Imperial Senate on a diplomatic mission to Alderaan.
You are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take her away!
If he doesn't get a straight answer, he won't waste any time either, calling Leia out and sending her away, knowing that he can and will get the truth from her by other means.
Holding her is dangerous. Word of this gets out, it could generate sympathy for the rebellion in the Senate.
I have traced the rebel spies to her. Now she is my only link to finding their secret base.
Vader knows what the consequences are, but he's a man of taking risks if need be, as the reward will be well worth it.
She'll die before she'll tell you anything.
Leave that to me.
Vader always has a few tricks up his sleeve, although he underestimated how resilient his next subject would be.
Send a distress signal, and then inform the Senate that all aboard were killed.
Vader shows his intellect and cunning to complement his ruthless nature, as he understands the importance of not showing the Senate all his cards, knowing that they would simply get in his way if they knew that he was holding a prisoner.
Lord Vader, the battle station plans are not aboard this ship, and no transmissions were made. An escape pod was jettisoned during the fighting, but no life forms were aboard.
She must have hidden the plans in the escape pod. Send a detachment down to retrieve them. See to it personally, Commander. There will be no one to stop us this time.
Vader shows his confidence in his split-second deduction, based off of the evidence given to him, never hesitating and immediately taking action to retrieve the plans he was looking for. It also shows that the people that he's working with don't share his same level of intuition, as they allowed the escape to go with no resistance, simply because there were life forms. Throughout the film, Vader appears sparingly, but when others speak of him, the legend that is Darth Vader only grows, as we see the impact that Vader had on Obi-Wan as he speaks of him fondly as Anakin, yet is mentally scarred by Vader and what he has done, showing how his actions have had a profound effect on the story and its characters, even after all these years. And it's with this growing legend of the history of Anakin and Vader that would directly mold his son's perspective of it, making him idolize Anakin and resent Vader.
I wish I'd known him. He was the best star pilot in the galaxy, and a cunning warrior. I understand you've become quite a good pilot yourself, and he was a good friend.
Obi-Wan's memory of Anakin is not tarnished as he disassociates him from Darth Vader. We can see that he truly sees the two as two different beings. Whether he wants to admit it or not, he wants to believe that the man in the suit may still be there. Although, because Obi-Wan is a realist, his look of fondness in his once best friend fades away, as the reality sets in of what he became and his failure along with it.
Your father wanted you to have this when you were old enough, but your uncle wouldn't allow it. He feared you might follow old Obi-Wan on some damn fool idealistic crusade like your father did.
While it's not necessarily true that Anakin ever said he wanted him to have the lightsaber, the sentiment is there. And this is something that Obi-Wan truly believes that Anakin would have wanted, as it's the weapon and symbol of a Jedi. Guardian of peace and justice, a beacon of hope, as Anakin once was.
Your father's lightsaber. This is the weapon of a Jedi Knight, not as clumsy or random as a blaster. An elegant weapon for a more civilized age. For over 1,000 generations, the Jedi Knights were the guardians of peace and justice in the Old Republic. Before the Dark Times. Before the Empire.
Obi-Wan, like many other elderly people, is like a window to the past. Through them, we see the world's events through their point of view, and it makes the events all the more real, not something that you can gather from a history book per se, as we see the pain in Obi-Wan of reminiscing the change between how good society once was before the era of the Empire. And Anakin's weapon reminds him of not only how society once was, but on a more personal level, how his good friend in Anakin was, as Anakin was once a hero of light who filled the galaxy with hope and inspiration, whereas now, Vader is a villain of darkness, overshadowing it with fear and despair.
How did my father die?
A young Jedi named Darth Vader, who was a pupil of mine until he turned to evil, helped the Empire hunt down and destroy the Jedi Knights. He betrayed and murdered your father. Now the Jedi are all but extinct. Vader was seduced by the dark side of the Force.
What Obi-Wan is saying is true, from a certain point of view, as he would one day say. A reminder that perspective is everything. He truly feels that the two are separate, as it's how he can sleep at night. Overall, this introduces the idea that the Jedi, like Anakin, are not perfect. They're people just like everyone else, with flaws, wants, and desires. This greatly juxtaposing the storybook description of being the guardians of peace and justice. Back on the Death Star, Vader's interactions with other Imperials further sets the tone of his intimidating presence. Vader walks in with Tarkin, and while he may not say much, he still holds the power, emphasized by the idea that he's the one person who stays standing in the room, looking down on the other Imperial officers. And with the Imperial Senate having been dissolved, his rank as the Emperor's Fist and number 2 in command only strengthens, only to be arguably challenged by Grand Moff Tarkin himself.
Fear will keep the local systems in line. Fear of this battle station.
And what of the rebellion? If the rebels have obtained a complete technical readout of this station, it is possible, however unlikely, that they might find a weakness and exploit it.
The plans you refer to will soon be back in our hands.
Here we see the different concerns and thought processes of Vader, Tarkin, and Taggy. Tarkin is more concerned with their progress in conquering the galaxy, as they have finally established an absolute galactic empire, failing to control the looming threat. As Leia would say,
"The more you tighten your grip, Tarkin, the more star systems will slip through your fingers."
Vader is confident, but it borders on arrogance as he never addresses Taggi's actual concern, which is, what will they do if they find a weakness? Taggi may come across as paranoid, but he's being more thorough than every other person in the room. Vader, like everyone else on the Empire, has an issue with hubris, as they've been winning for so long that they collectively don't properly react to their first defeat in years.
Any attack made by the rebels against this station would be a useless gesture, no matter what technical data they've obtained. This station is now the ultimate power in the universe. I suggest we use it.
Don't be too proud of this technological terror you've constructed. The ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the Force.
While they may have gotten cocky, Vader always reminds others where the true power lies. It's interesting to see that over time, and post-Mustafar, Vader becomes more in tune with the Force and respectful of it, becoming a true student of the Force where in his younger days, he cared more about the physical, such as lightsaber combat. All the tools and technology can keep advancing, but he knows that nothing will give him the power the Force has, something he has learned directly from his masters, his training, and his failures.
Don't try to frighten us with your sorcerer's ways, Lord Vader. Your sad devotion to that ancient religion has not helped you conjure up the stolen data tapes, or given you clairvoyance enough to find the rebels' hidden fort.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
An iconic moment as Vader shows the true nature of the Force. While others feel that the Death Star gives them power, Vader reminds everyone that power comes from within. He does so in an aggressive manner, but nevertheless gets his point across, as anyone who dares to mock his beliefs will suffer for it. He will make them a shining example of what happens when not only do you doubt his religion, but more importantly, Vader as a person, what he's capable of, truly being the epitome of rule by fear, as the representation of fear itself, having been afraid his whole life. He knows how to strike fear into the hearts of others.
Enough of this. Vader, release him.
As you wish.
This bickering is pointless.
Vader complies with Tarkin, as he's the only one that he respects enough to listen to, knowing that, like him, he's a man of obtaining results through actions. This being an example of how with Tarkin, things would never get too out of hand, as he would keep his rage in check with a simple reminder. This in comparison to Empire Strikes Back, where he has no supervision, and he unleashes his anger on anyone that stands in his way. And speaking of which, Vader would now use some of his aggressive tactics in an attempt to extract much needed intel out of the princess.
And now, Your Highness, we will discuss the location of your hidden rebel base.
Vader shows the means he will go to find answers. It may be cruel, but he's a man of finding results, and given his history, this is nothing in comparison. But given time, we'll find that her resilience is unparalleled, and he must find a solution that doesn't simply involve physical pain.
Her resistance to the mind probe is considerable. It'll be some time before we can extract any information from her.
Vader has spent such a long time being the Emperor's fists that he's forgotten that there are alternative means to getting what you want through fear, as he should know better than anyone that some people don't fear death on themselves, rather on those that they hold closest to them. Tarkin reminds him of this, and it shows how the brain and brawn truly complement each other, showing how they've been able to be so dominant for so long.
Perhaps she would respond to an alternative form of persuasion.
What do you mean?
I think it is time we demonstrated the full power of this station. Set your course for Alderaan.
Tarkin is willing to use the fear he suggested earlier by killing innocents for the information Leia has. The lengths the Empire must go to break her spirit is incredible, and Leia stays strong throughout the entire process, emphasized by the fact that she has no real powers such as the Force and the small size of the rebel army she leads. And the only real hope she has is on an unassuming droid completing his mission.
I should have expected to find you holding Vader's leash. I recognized your foul stench when I was brought on board.
The dialogue also shows that Tarkin is just as great a threat as Vader, emphasized by the idea of being under his leash. this giving some insight to how Vader is viewed by the galaxy, seen simply as an enforcer of the Empire's will, rather than a man with his own agenda. Having Tarkin around allows Vader to do what he's good at, and for Tarkin to deal with the finer politics and strategy. Tarkin really is a polar opposite to Vader, as Tarkin poses no physical threat, yet he intimidates as much, if not more, than Vader does, as his words truly are his weapon, juxtaposed by Vader's silence, highlighted by his breathing and the literal grip he has on Leia.
The more you tighten your grip, Tarkin, the more star systems will slip through your fingers.
An idea that Leia stands by, as she gains more followers to the cause of the rebellion as the Empire gains control. Also a great line that shows the very flaws in a leadership that's based on gaining more and more power by oppressing its people. This would be a metaphor for Vader, as his grip is always tightening as the story would progress, and at times it would find him success as it would in Empire Strikes Back, but would rally the rebels even more for the cause in Return of the Jedi.
Alderaan is peace, but we have no weapons. You can't
You will
possibly...
prefer another target, a military target? Then name the system. I grow tired of asking this, so it'll be the last time. Where is the rebel base?
Tatooine. They're on Tatooine.
There, you see, Lord Vader, she can be reasonable.
A lesson for Vader and how to use different methods for getting what you want out of your enemies.
Continue with the operation. You may fire when ready.
What?
Vader does not say anything in the scene, but his compliance and lack of empathy or compassion to the situation shows how far he's come since he was a kid on Tatooine that just wanted to help others. Now, genocide is simply seen as just another day at the office.
She lied. She lied to us.
I told you she would never consciously betray the rebellion.
Terminate her, immediately.
Tarkin is not a man you ever want to cross. You get one strike with him, and that's it. Something Vader shows in Empire Strikes Back as well. However, of course, he has the power to do so at will in a moment's notice. This scene and failure by Tarkin also sets up the moment later in the film where Tarkin is then willing to take a greater risk to use Vader's strategy instead, allowing them to lead the Empire to the rebel base, which ultimately backfires.
They must be trying to return the stolen plans to the princess. She may yet be of some use to us.
Vader is perceptive and is able to immediately deduce why the Millennium Falcon was caught by their tractor beam. Ideas also begin to formulate in his mind of how they could use this to their advantage, as Vader's cunning continuously shows.
It must be a decoy, sir. Several of the escape pods have been jettisoned.
Did you find any droids?
No, sir. If there were any on board, they must also have jettisoned.
Send a scanning crew aboard. I want every part of this ship checked.
Yes, sir.
Vader is still skeptical, as he doesn't want his crew falling for the same trick twice, so he then ensures to leave no stone unturned, and has the ship searched thoroughly.
I sense something, a presence I've not felt since...
Obi-Wan's presence has been detected, as his former apprentice is thrown off. It soon becomes apparent to the two that their destinies are to encounter each other one final time. This is a complete shock for Vader, as it only defies what he once believed, but it also awakens thoughts and emotions in Anakin Skywalker. As to him, Obi-Wan is the last thing connecting him to the past and his former self, so to defeat him would be symbolic of ridding himself of Anakin for good. It would be his final test of cementing himself to the dark side of the Force. There's a small scene of Vader and Obi-Wan walking through the halls of the Death Star, and it shows how the two still very much have a connection with each other, as the bond between master and apprentice never truly fades, emphasizing that their destinies will always be intertwined with one another, and there's more that must be resolved to tie up some loose ends between the two. A small thing to note, but Vader continues down the right side of the screen and Obi-Wan the left, highlighting their alignment with the dark and light side of the Force, respectively.
He is here.
Obi-Wan Kenobi? What makes you think so?
A tremor in the Force. The last time I felt it was in the presence of my old master.
Surely he must be dead by now.
Don't underestimate the Force.
The Jedi are extinct. Their fire has gone out of the universe. You, my friend, are all that's left of their religion.
Even Vader has a respect for Obi-Wan as he does the Force. This makes sense, as Obi-Wan is as synonymous with the Force as any other Jedi. This showing that, even at his ripe age, Obi-Wan is a formidable foe and demon for Vader, adding layers to the conflict that the two shared. Tarkin's opinion that the Jedi are truly dead shows again their differing beliefs, that Tarkin can be more pragmatic and grounded in realism, where Vader's faith in the Force allows him to see beyond and look at every possible scenario more clearly.
Obi-Wan is here. The Force is with him.
If you're right, he must not be allowed to escape.
Escape is not his plan. I must face him alone.
Similar to Obi-Wan leaving Luke, Vader makes it clear that he must face Obi-Wan on his own terms. The two understand that after the last time they faced each other, if they were to meet again, they would need to settle things once and for all. Where they were once brothers, they now only see each other as sworn enemies. And so, after all these years, the Master and Apprentice are reunited, both ready for a fight, with Vader already having his weapon ignited and Obi-Wan with his ready in his hand.
I've been waiting for you, Obi-Wan. We meet again at last. The circle is now complete. When I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master.
Only a master of evil, Darth.
Vader is as confident as ever, taking this as a moment to show his former master that he has no use for him anymore. However, Obi-Wan reminds Vader that he has only mastered something he has no interest in, so he hasn't really surpassed Obi-Wan in any way, only completed his journey of disappointment.
Your powers are weak, old man.
You can't win, Darth. If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
Vader still believes the lie that power makes you strong. Obi-Wan sees through this and knows that his strength is defined by more than just winning a duel. Obi-Wan is ready to become one with the Force and knows that in that his true power will lie. Also, Obi-Wan knows that for Vader, even if he defeats Obi-Wan, he will not truly be satisfied by it, and would only further his sorrows and the dark side. Essentially, it won't give him the happiness he seeks. It's almost as if in this moment Vader is trying to convince himself that he made the right choice in his pursuit for power. However, deep down he knows that he is left unsatisfied with life and wanting more.
You should not have come back.
These would be Vader's final words to his old master. As to him, he knows that the inevitable will be Obi-Wan's death, and hence, the end of his story, allowing Vader in his eyes, as the Sith see it, to finally surpass his master. However, he would not expect for his story to be far from over, as Obi-Wan would transform into the Force and do the very thing all Sith want, as they fear death above all else, allowing Obi-Wan's journey to continue in the afterlife. Overall, the duel is the epitome of good versus evil, how there's good and evil in all of us, and our most troublesome conflicts can come from those that we care about the most. As Obi-Wan looks to Luke and then back to his former apprentice, he grins, knowing that he's done all that he could to give Luke the tools he needs to defeat the Empire. Obi-Wan in this moment concedes the fight and allows Vader to strike him down. In this moment, he becomes more powerful as he transforms into the Force, a concept that not even Vader can comprehend as he searches Obi-Wan's robes with disbelief. Vader is left feeling more frustrated as his master was right, as he achieved a power greater than he could have ever dreamed of, conquering death, the very thing, fueled by fear, that drove him down the dark path. And with this, there is still a hole left in Vader, as he didn't feel the closure he thought he would with defeating his master, as he knows that his spirit still remains in the galaxy. And to top it off, he simply became distracted, as the heroes are able to escape with the princess and the plans, all due to Obi-Wan's selfless sacrifice, and Vader's need to face him, blinding him to the big picture, as his emotions, as per usual, got in the way of his success. His master tricked him yet again, first on Mustafar, and now in a similar fashion, with a more subtle bait rooted in his need to win and feel powerful.
They've just made the jump into hyperspace.
You're sure the homing beacon is secure aboard their ship? I'm taking an awful risk, Vader. This had better work.
Tarkin for once defers to Vader and his plan, a significantly riskier one that seemingly pays off. However, backfires on them ultimately, as their hubris would be their downfall, as they severely underestimated what the rebellion was capable of. all culminating to the results we would see on the Battle of Yavin.
This will be a day long remembered. It has seen the end of Kenobi, and will soon see the end of the rebellion.
Obi-Wan's death has given Vader a rejuvenation in arrogance, as his hubris would be his downfall, providing truth to the idea that he would not be any stronger by defeating Obi-Wan.
We count 30 rebel ships, Lord Vader, but they're so small they're evading our turbo lasers.
We'll have to destroy them ship to ship, get the crews to their fighters.
Vader, as usual, is quick with a plan as he addresses the immediate situation, taking action and wanting to rid themselves of the issue rather than standing back and being passive, as Tarkin does in his final moments. Vader's hubris may have them believe that they will not lose, but he will never stand by while others fight for him. Vader calling for the deployment of the TIE fighters also has an immediate effect as they begin to take down some of the rebel pilots, and at the very least, distract them to buy themselves more time to get in range of the rebel base.
Several fighters have broken off from the main group. Come with me.
Again, Vader is a fighter, so he takes some pilots with him and directly throws himself into the action, never leaving anything to chance. Vader, also fighting alongside the other pilots, is consistent with his character, as he's always been one to never ask a fellow soldier to do something that he wouldn't, a reminder of the war hero that he was, and still is, and why he's always revered by the infantry units that are on the front lines, showcasing his leadership by example. And as the rebels make their initial attack run, Vader emerges from the Death Star and joins the fight.
I'll take them myself. Cover me.
Yes, sir.
A bit of a showman as he takes on the task of taking down each fighter by himself. Vader pursuing the rebels from behind and eliminating them one by one only builds the tension further, amplified by the fact that he's almost always directly behind them, as the enemy you can't see is that much more terrifying, almost like the Grim Reaper taking each life one at a time.
Gold 5 to Red Leader. Lost Tyree, lost Hutch.
I copy, Gold Leader.
They came from behind.
This highlighting how useless their efforts feel in comparison to Vader's superior piloting skills and experience in a dogfight. With them lining up for him in the trench, it's all too easy.
We've analyzed their attack, sir, and there is a danger. Should I have your ship standing by?
Evacuate? In our moment of triumph? I think you overestimate their chances.
The Empire shows time and time again their overconfidence, and this would be a grave mistake. On the battle itself, every time the turbo lasers stop firing, it spells doom for the rebels, as it can only mean that their fear in the shadow is emerging from the darkness of space. And every time he gets the chance, he doesn't disappoint, as Vader showcases his well-deserved and universally recognized legendary title as an ace pilot, both literally as he took down nearly the whole rebel squad on his own, but also in his sheer skills, as he finishes the job nearly every time he's given an opportunity.
Get clear, Wet. You can't do any more good back there. Sorry.
Let him go. Stay on the lead.
Vader is dialed in. He doesn't let his desire for violence get in the way, as he understands that Luke being the lead is the priority.
The Force is strong in this one.
Now it's just Luke and Vader. There's a bit of a surprise and respect there from Vader as he realizes Luke's potential. In a way, the Force is highlighting Luke's confidence, as others around him can feel it, and it makes him stronger for it. Vader feels something in Luke and understands that he has a power much like his own, almost as if he was looking in a mirror, as young Skywalker possesses many of the qualities that he did, only amplified by the Force. And there's an awakening in Vader as he's met his match. This is also the only real interaction between Luke and Vader to this point, and it establishes a connection between them that would prove to be imperative throughout the rest of the series.
I have you now.
Vader has him in his sights, but his pursuit is thwarted by the return of Han Solo and the Millennium Falcon. The shadow in Vader is defeated due to Luke and his faith in his friends, starting the trend of Luke being saved by someone in every movie, a testament to Luke's ability to believe in others, which makes sense because, as the New Hope, he must be the most hopeful character in the series, one that does not need to see to believe. On the other end for Vader, as he tries to do everything on his own, he ends up alone in the end, as the team that work together reap the rewards, or the spoils going to the victor. Not only does he lose the Death Star, but Tarkin in this swift act, and creates an enemy in Luke in the process, only proving his point about the technological construct being insignificant compared to the Force, as the strong Force user in Luke proved him right at the Empire's expense. As for losing Tarkin, this would be symbolic of Vader losing his leash, or the restraint that he maintained, as in the following movie, there would be no one left to hold him back from unleashing his rage and pursuing the young Luke Skywalker that bested him on the Battle of Yavin. Now that he's left with nothing and is alone in the galaxy, yet again, he would focus all of his attention and efforts to obsessively find and capture the one who defeated him, making this all the more personal in the next film. This defeat would act as a catalyst to Vader's darkness reaching new levels and unlock emotions he hasn't felt in quite some time. Vader would leave this film with a new sense of purpose, and when Vader has purpose and nothing left to lose, the Shadow truly can be the most dangerous man in the galaxy. In The Empire Strikes Back, right from the opening crawl, it's established that while the Empire may have just come off the heels of their worst defeat yet, they, and in turn Vader, are looking to avenge the destruction of the Death Star. And for Vader, it's personal, as finding Luke has become an addiction, setting the tone for the rest of the movie as he would be ruthless and at times cruel in his search for him, this time with no one like Tarkin to rein his efforts in or hold him back, truly being the movie where Vader and his fury is unleashed upon the galaxy. And as his shadow grows, Luke must choose to act as the light to counter it. Vader has sent probes to search for Luke, showcasing the obsessive nature that the main antagonist has for our hero, and the great lengths he will go to find the man that bested him and the Empire. In a sense, this also gives credence to the idea that Luke and Leia had to be hid from Vader, as if he knew of their existence. Vader proves that there's no corner of the galaxy that they could hide from, that he would not search. This highlighting his obsessive and controlling nature, one of the negative aspects of attachment that caused his initial turn to the dark side. After the rebels find the Imperial probe droid, the movie cuts to what the Empire is doing for the first time since the beginning of the film, and the scale of the Empire and all the fleets at Vader's disposal shows just how powerful he is. It's here that we're introduced to his flagship in the Super Star Destroyer, the Executor, or the Executor. This dreadnought is a representation of Vader himself and how powerful, intimidating, and lethal he is, completely dwarfing the already established large, regular Imperial Star Destroyer, a ship truly fit for Vader. What's important is that this would be what Vader feels like to the rebellion throughout the movie, nearly invincible and quite simply a force of nature, as he would test our heroes physically, mentally, and emotionally, pushing them to the brink and having them question their place in the fight of good versus evil. We also hear the infamous Imperial March in full for the first time, as the legendary score truly heightens the scene and the threat that Vader is as the main antagonist of the film. In this shot, Vader is overlooking his armada in the Death Squadron, and although we can't see his face, one, because of the mask, and two, because he's facing away from the camera, we can still feel that Vader is in full control of his navy, and expects everyone to be up to his standard just based off his body language with his posture. Similar to Tarkin, he expects only the best from his ranks. However, unlike Tarkin, he has the means to not only physically intimidate, but follow through with his fear tactics at any moment.
You found something?
Yes, my lord.
That's it. The rebels are there.
There are so many uncharted settlements. It could be smugglers, it could be...
That is the system, and I'm sure Skywalker is with them. Set your course for the Hoth system. General Veers, prepare your men.
Based on the evidence, there's reason to believe that something is suspicious about Hoth, but Vader shows extreme confidence in his belief that the rebels are indeed on the ice planet. It also makes you wonder how many times he's done this, because he could have been very wrong. But really, Vader showcases strong leadership as he sticks with his gut feeling even when others question it, understanding that while others may question his decision, they've only truly lost once he questions himself. It again shows how obsessed he is with finding Luke, as he's adamant to a fault that they must pursue this lead, as he's fearful of not capitalizing on the best chance that they've had to find Luke since A New Hope. This small interaction even reestablishes how commanding he is over his subordinates, as the one officer in Admiral Ozzel that challenges him gets shut down quickly, and Veers and Piet simply know better and remain quiet and obedient.
What is it, General?
My lord, the fleet has moved out of Lightspeed.
The rebels are alerted to our presence. Admiral Ozzel came out of Lightspeed too close to the system.
He felt surprised, was wiser.
He is as clumsy as he is stupid. General, prepare your troops for a surface attack.
To say the least, Vader is extremely honest about the people that work for him. This early mistake by Ozzel would give a glimpse into what Vader has to deal with, as his subordinates would make mistakes time and time again throughout the film that would thwart Vader's efforts. He also shows how, despite their shortcomings, he simply adjusts the plan and makes do with the cards that are given to him.
Lord Vader, the fleet has moved out of Lightspeed and we're preparing to...
You have failed me for the last time, Admiral.
When Vader says this, he means so quite literally, not just as a threat, but a promise, showcasing how the Dark Lord of the Sith deals with insubordination. This is also a nice nod and follow-up to the Force choke tactics in A New Hope, where then he used it primarily to send a message to the one he choked, but now he uses it as a statement to their colleagues of what would become of them if they were to fail him.
Captain Piet.
Yes, my lord.
Make ready to land our troops beyond their energy field, then deploy the fleet so that nothing gets off the system. You are in command now, Admiral Piet.
Thank you, Lord Vader.
Vader stoically delivers one of the most terrifying promotions ever given. It's a nice touch how at the start of the sentence, Vader refers to Piet as captain, and by the end, he's admiral. It's also just hilarious to see how Vader just acts like they're having a normal conversation, which forces Piet to try and do the same, even though the whole situation understandably makes him uncomfortable. This scene is the first of many that showcases how truly unhinged and off the leash that Vader is once there's no one there to stop him. If killing Ozzel wasn't enough of a threat, the way that Vader even calls Piet Admiral sets the tone that this promotion is a threat of what will happen if he fails, as all the responsibility falls on his shoulders now.
Sir, rebel ships are coming into our sector.
Good. Our first catch of the day.
Well, that aged poorly. Immediately, we see the ramifications of Ozzel's miscues as the first rebel transport is successful in escaping.
First transport is away. The first transport is away.
As opposed to A New Hope, we begin the film with the battle rather than ending on it, which flips the script of the film. Another difference is that this time the Empire is playing offense, and the battle for the rebels is more about survival than actually winning. So everyone knows that their efforts are simply to buy time. Visually, the fight is different as well, as now it's a ground-based assault, so the advantage that Luke has as a pilot are a bit more subdued. While Vader is not a key player in the majority of the Battle of Hoth, his presence is felt throughout, as the ground assault the Empire embarks on screams Darth Vader, seen primarily through the AT-ATs, as they, similar to the Executor, are an intimidating force that seem nearly unbeatable. They march their way towards the rebel base and spell doom for their cause, as there's initially what seems to be no way of stopping them. And similar to Vader, we only ever see them walk menacingly towards others, as this is scarier in many ways than if they were to just rush in and attack the rebels, almost as if the slow march forces their opposition to slowly lose faith in their cause, as they must accept their deadly fate.
That armor's too strong for blasters. Rogue group, use your harpoons and tow cables. Go for the legs, it might be our only chance of stopping.
When Luke sees a weakness, he quickly exploits it, similar to the idea that the bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Twice the pride, double the fall.
The Empire is the same way in general, as, once again, the rebels use a creative way to outsmart the Empire and use their own obsession with power against themselves. In a general sense, they have sacrificed mobility for power, and the rebels have done the opposite, which can be seen in their representatives of Vader and Luke as well. This also shows that while defeating Vader and the Empire may seem like an impossible task, it truly isn't, that everyone has a weakness, if only you can find it and exploit it. Vader's only hoping that they don't recognize his weakness.
Yes, Lord Vader. I've reached the main power generators. The shield will be down in moments. You may start your landing.
Even despite the failing of Admiral Ozzel, the Empire is victorious, although they did not have as overwhelming of a victory as they should have, as some of the transports escaped. The rebels are in full retreat, but Luke is the only one to continue fighting, running first into the battle, a great visual that shows just why Luke is so special. He's a hero that never gives up, no matter the odds. While others run from danger, he runs towards it so others can live to fight another day. And as for Vader, he's the symbol of the fear and tyranny that reigns over the rebellion and the galaxy as a whole, as they're all running in fear of not only him, but what's to come. Towards the end, when everyone is in full retreat, Vader arrives to finish the job. Although his target in Luke is out on the battlefield, he stumbles upon something equally as valuable: his friends. Han, Leia, 3PO, and Chewie are able to narrowly escape Vader's clutches, but Vader views this as an opportunity, as he recognizes the ship that bested him and would make it abundantly clear that nothing would stand in his way to capturing them, as they are the key to Luke. Vader knows this because he was once very much like his son. As a former hero of the Galactic Republic, he remembers a time where he would selflessly put his life in danger in order to protect those that he cares about, and he knows that Luke would do the same. The longer Luke would take to make his choice, the more they would be made to suffer. And so the pursuit of the Millennium Falcon begins, as their hyperdrive is inoperable. But even with the odds stacked against them, Han, as their captain, never stops believing in himself time and time again.
Never tell me the odds.
This would rival Vader's undying confidence and ruthless nature, as they would need it in order to survive the wrath that is the Dark Lord of the Sith. And as the pursuit begins, just like Admiral Piet, we get a glimpse under the mask for the first time, and as the audience, we're reminded that there once was, and still is, a man in the suit. This visually conveying to us that he's more than the machine that others make him out to be, more than the rough, stern, and stoic exterior that he presents to everyone. We also see the scars that he has underneath, a metaphor for the mental wounds he's held onto over the years, as every bad deed is a price to pay on his psyche. This exposure plants the overall idea that there's a vulnerability to our antagonist, as, after all, at the end of the day, he's only human, and there's a part of him that hurts like everyone else. He's just all alone in the galaxy.
Yes, Admiral.
Our ships have sighted the Millennium Falcon, Lord, but it has entered an asteroid field and we cannot risk...
Asteroids do not concern me, Admiral. I want that ship, not excuses.
Literally his own version of Never Tell Me the Odds. Obviously a much darker version, as he has no care or compassion for the lives that could be lost. He simply wants results. A true contrast from the man that he once was, as he would do anything to ensure that minimal life was lost of the soldiers he sent out on missions in the Clone Wars. Now, his compassion, which was once his greatest strength, is almost non-existent. Vader here also shows the idea of moving heaven and earth to do something in almost the literal sense, as nothing in the cosmos will stand in his way and he will bulldoze through the asteroid field to get what he wants, even if it's the last thing that he does. And of course, it's a veiled threat to Piet as well, that if he fails, he will end up just like Ozzel did. In the following scene of the Empire, there's then a small detail of the Imperial Star Destroyer that takes an asteroid to the bridge, and then cutting to the officer in the hologram that puts his hands up and the signal fades. The fact that everyone carries on like it's nothing just shows again how far Vader is willing to go, as in his eyes, the ends always justify the means.
Considering the amount of damage we've sustained, they must have been destroyed.
No, Captain. They're alive. I want every ship available to sweep the asteroid field until they are found.
This just brings the idea full circle, as Vader will stop at nothing to get what he wants. He doesn't believe in half measures, and he never really has. So, he will see this through, even if others suffer for it.
Lord Vader.
Yes, Admiral, what is it?
The Emperor commands you to make contact with him.
Move the ship out of the asteroid field so that we can send a clear transmission.
This establishing that there only remains one man in the entire galaxy that has any semblance of a hold on Vader, that being his master in Palpatine, setting the tone for what kind of villain we're dealing with, as it's the only time he stops what he's doing for someone else the entire movie, completely veering course just to communicate with his master, understanding that he's not a man that you want to have waiting on you. Vader makes his call to Palpatine, and simply by kneeling do we see visually how Vader is completely subservient to this one man, the Dark Lord and Emperor of the galaxy, and the one man that he sees anymore as any semblance of family.
What is thy bidding, my master?
Even the way Vader speaks to him shows complete subservience. As he's accepted, he is simply an instrument or tool in the Emperor's arsenal, giving him the utmost respect, treating him like no other being. When we see the respect, partially built from fear that Vader, the baddest man in the galaxy to this point, has for him, we then as the audience begin to feel the same way about Palpatine, making one wonder how powerful is the Dark Lord truly, as he seems to completely control the force of nature that is Darth Vader. Even the way he says this is poetic in nature, as it shows that once you're in Palpatine's grip, he's not letting go. Similar to how Yoda says,
Once you start down the dark path, forever will it dominate your destiny, consume you it will, as it did Obi-Wan's apprentice.
Vader.
There is a great disturbance in the Force.
I have felt it.
It's funny to see the Force from the other side, as this time a disturbance in the Force is seen as the beacon of light that is Luke Skywalker, where from the light and Obi-Wan's view, it's an atrocity of genocide by Vader, Tarkin, and the Empire, emphasizing that what the Force should feel like and what balance is truly subjective.
The young rebel who destroyed the Death Star. I have no doubt this boy is the offspring of Anakin Skywalker.
How is that possible?
Search your feelings, Lord Vader. You will know it to be true.
Palpatine has made Vader so detached from his former self that they speak of Anakin in the third person. In his eyes, Vader and Anakin are two different people, and Vader is true nature, where Luke would believe that Anakin was so. Also, even calling him offspring instead of son shows even further how cold and unhuman Palpatine is, as he shows no sign of compassion for the boy and treats him as an object rather than the blood of Vader, as he doesn't want to give him any ideas of becoming a father at this point, as his compassion for him would be as strong as it was for Padme. For Vader, the idea that the boy is the son is conflicting, seen by the surprise in his voice when he questions Luke's lineage, as we then see more of the vulnerability of the man in the suit, as what once seemed like impenetrable armor has kinks and weaknesses, that being Anakin, as he would never truly be dead as long as Vader lived.
He could destroy us.
He's just a boy. Obi-Wan can no longer help him.
The bits of good in Vader shows as he states this, as well the fact that Vader offers to spare his life on the notion that he could be turned.
The Force is strong with him. The son of Skywalker must not become a Jedi.
Palpatine understands the threat that he possesses, as he knows the power the Chosen One had. A power, if passed on, would be enough to destroy the Sith.
If he could be turned, he would become a powerful ally.
Yes, he would be a great asset.
One of Palpatine's weaknesses is his greed, as it's never enough to have one Skywalker, but now he must have two. This blinds him, as he already stated the threat Luke possesses, and by letting him live, he underestimates his heart and inability to be turned to the dark side.
Can it be done?
He will join us or die, Master.
Vader displays the compassion of Anakin mixed with the cunning of Vader, having his own agenda to his suggestion to rid himself of the insidious Palpatine once and for all, as we see the rule of two at play, where the apprentice always seeks to overthrow the master, as the Dark Lord would embody the power and the apprentice would crave it. The scenes with Luke show how Anakin and Vader have truly impacted and shaped the story, as Anakin is a representation of the two paths one could embark on, to be good and virtuous as Anakin, or evil as Darth Vader. It's because of his impact on others that those such as Yoda are afraid to train Luke as his mistakes haunt him, and Luke is afraid to become him, as seen in the cave later in the film.
Why wish you become Jedi?
Mostly because of my father, I guess.
Father? Powerful Jedi was he. Powerful Jedi.
Oh, come on. How could you know my father? You don't even know who I am. No, I don't even know what I'm doing here. We're wasting our time.
I cannot teach him. The boy has no patience.
He will learn patience.
Much anger in him, like his father.
Yoda is disappointed. He was hopeful that Luke would be more patient, because his father sure wasn't. Both Anakin and Luke are rash, impatient, and get easily frustrated. Yoda doesn't want to make the same mistake twice, as he took a chance on a frustrated boy once before, and it led to the near end of the Jedi. Although this time, he has more experience to amend his failures with Anakin. It's here that the movie begins to show us the parallels between Luke and Vader, as the two are very similar characters. It's only a few key choices that Anakin has made and that Luke will have to make that separate them as people.
For 800 years have I trained Jedi. My own counsel will I keep. One who is to be trained, a Jedi, must have the deepest commitment. The most serious mind. This one, a long time have I watched. All his life as he looked away to the future, to the horizon, never his mind on where he was. What he was doing. Adventure. Excitement. A Jedi craves not these things. You are reckless.
This quote is a reminder to be in the moment and not let things pass you by, as will also lead to foolish decisions. Instead, it's better to do what you can with the cards given to you, and not worry about what you can't control. This being something that Luke's father once suffered from. In general, this line encapsulates Luke perfectly, as he's always been searching for that adventure, but never looks to the consequences of his actions, as he can miss out on the moment. Essentially, he wants to play the hero at all times, but being a Jedi is so much more than that, as they can rightfully choose when the right moment to be a hero is, and when you must take a step back and choose peace.
Jedi's strength flows from the Force, but beware of the dark side. Anger, fear, aggression. The dark side of the Force are they. Easily they flow, quick to join you in a fight. If once you start down the dark path, forever will it dominate your destiny. Consume you it will, as it did Obi-Wan's apprentice.
Vader.
Yoda here is telling Luke that the Force is his greatest strength, but if used in the wrong way, it can lead to the dark side. He believes that once you start down that path, there's no turning back, due to the path that Anakin took, as the man they once knew was gone once he gave in to the dark side. Luke learns that, like everything else, there are two sides. The Force is not all good or evil. It is what you make of it. Essentially, it's his choices that will determine his destiny. To this point, Luke has succeeded when using the Force as his ally, and used it solely for good. Although, due to human nature and things such as fear, there will come a time when he'll be tempted by the dark side. That is, when things can become dangerous, which is why the upcoming cave is an important teaching point for him. Fear is what drove Anakin to the dark side, and the same could be for Luke if he's not careful. Fear is impossible to eliminate entirely, but it's about not letting it control you and your actions, rising above and being brave in those moments to do the right thing.
Is the dark side stronger?
No. But easier, more seductive.
There's always a misconception that the dark side gives you more power, but it's just the easier path, at the cost of being consumed by it and being controlled by it. Whereas mastery of the light simply takes more time. There's more control over one's actions and true peace of mind. One could argue that true strength comes from being able to control the power you have fully, rather than have a greater potential and becoming unstable. This is why the Jedi are always calm, clear-minded, focused, and free, whereas the Sith are unstable, erratic, and emotionally compromised, being prisoners of their great power.
I feel cold.
That place is strong. The dark side of the Force. A domain of evil it is. And you must go.
What's in there?
Only what you take with you.
Caves can represent the difference between what is real and what is false. It's a metaphorical journey into the windows of oneself. So Luke enters the cave and begins his journey. It's here that he's faced with a man that most represents fear itself, in Vader. Vader not only instills fear into everyone that he shares a room with, minus Palpatine, but he's created purely out of fear. Anakin's fear of losing the life he built as a husband, Jedi, and father-to-be. Similar to how Dagobah was described as a dream, Luke quickly finds himself in a nightmare as he's face to face with Vader. Luke is even the first to ignite his weapon in this dream sequence, emphasizing the idea that he's using the Force for attack rather than defense. Luke defeats Vader, but it's revealed that Luke's face was behind the mask, this being a metaphor for the very thing that Yoda alluded to. With the wrong choices, Luke could become the very thing he swore to destroy. The same way anyone can become a hero, anyone could become a villain as well, without even realizing it.
Bounty hunters. We don't need that scum.
Yes, sir.
This guy is just trying to do his job, and Piet, well, he just wants to complain. The hiring of bounty hunters, and not just one, but various, is another example of Vader having no issue with using beyond necessary means to find his target, as the Empire is about order, doing things in a very procedural way, but the bounty hunters would be willing to use tactics that are a bit more in the gray, as the bounty hunters could cross lines that others may feel strongly against, as their sense of morality is not what motivates them, rather their payout.
There will be a substantial reward for the one who finds the Millennium Falcon. You are free to use any methods necessary, but I want them alive. No disintegrations.
As you wish.
In this short interaction, we get a feeling of a history that not only has Vader commissioned bounty hunters before, but in particular with Boba Fett, and this would show that bounty hunters can be dirty, with a lot of blood on their hands, as they're willing to do the job that others won't. So Vader makes it clear to them that insubordination will not be tolerated, and based on his actions, we know that Vader is willing to follow through on his threats.
Lord Vader, my lord, we have them.
Unfortunately though, this update of success would be short-lived, as he would almost immediately receive conflicting news.
Captain, Lord Vader demands an update on the pursuit.
Get a shuttle ready. I shall assume full responsibility for losing them and apologize to Lord Vader. Meanwhile, continue to scan the area.
He messed up, and he knows it. The best part is everyone else on the bridge knows he's not coming back.
Apology accepted, Captain Nida.
In a very tongue-in-cheek manner, Vader shows his ability to forgive and not forget. The fact too that this is done without hesitation and so calmly in front of the other Imperial officers only strikes more fear in their hearts, as they really view him as a machine, incapable of having mercy on others. It highlights how far he has fallen, as he seemingly has no compassion, as he was once someone who was defined by that very trait. It's also just great to see the other Imperials do cleanup duty, as it suggests that this really is commonplace when working for Vader.
Lord Vader, our ships have completed their scan of the area and found nothing. If the Millennium Falcon went into light speed, it would be on the other side of the galaxy by now.
Alert all commands. Calculate every possible destination along the last known trajectory.
Vader again uses all resources at his disposal, never taking no for an answer.
Yes, my lord, we'll find them.
Don't fail me again, Admiral.
The emphasis on Admiral is the world's least subtle reminder that Vader will punish him accordingly, if need be, always more than willing to use fear as the ultimate motivator to get things done the right way. While the Falcon does disappear due to the incompetence of the Imperials and brilliance and gall of Han, Vader's choice to commission the bounty hunters pays off, as Boba Fett, due to personal experience, is the one to see through Han's tricks and give the Empire the lead they desperately needed to corner the Millennium Falcon and Luke's friends on Cloud City.
I've just made a deal that'll keep the Empire out of here forever.
If only Lando knew that he was making a deal with the devil.
We would be honored if you would join us.
Vader shows that he's always one step ahead, as the moment the heroes begin to feel safe, he snatches the rug from under them and shows that he's always been in control. Also, him tanking those blaster shots with his hand just shows how much Vader really just likes flexing on people. As one could say, he has a flair for the dramatic. Now that Vader finally has his hands on the very thing that he's been searching for this whole film, he quickly takes advantage of it and goes straight to torturing Han, never even asking any questions, simply inducing pain in the hopes that this would draw Luke to him. Again, he knows that Luke is very similar to how he once was as Anakin, so the idea of his friends in peril would lead him headfirst into danger, not thinking through the consequences entirely.
Lord Vader.
Vader establishes that he does things on his own time and answers to no one, except the Emperor, of course. He has plans much bigger than Lando's concerns, and he shows it, as everything hinges on the final act of this film.
You may take Captain Solo to Jabba the Hutt after I have Skywalker.
He's no good to me dead.
He will not be permanently damaged.
Vader has his plan in place, and similar to Lando, as he does with Boba, he does things on his terms, as he's already taken control of Cloud City, so he doesn't give much attention to Lando. But since he still needs to compensate Boba for delivering Han to him, he's willing to talk logistics and finalize their deal. But he compromises nowhere, as he wants everything to go as he planned it. Luke is the priority, and there will be no one to stop him this time.
Lord Vader, what about Leia and the Wookiee?
They must never again leave this city.
That was never a condition of our agreement, nor was giving hand to this bounty hunter.
Perhaps you think you're being treated unfairly?
No.
Good. It would be unfortunate if I had to leave the garrison here.
This deal is getting worse all the time.
Vader shows how he deals with pushback in his interaction with Lando, as he puts his foot down and squashes any idea that Lando has to help Leia and Chewie, creating a stranglehold on their livelihood as he has with society in general under the reign of the Empire. Vader alters the deal, and while it may be downright unfair, to Vader, all is fair in love and war, and he's willing to double-cross anyone to get Luke Skywalker. And his veiled threats are a nice touch, as the implication alone is terrifying, promising that he will make Lando and Cloud City miserable if he has to. Also, Vader is calm the entire time when Lando comes with conflicting energy, where Lando is losing his composure and raising his voice towards the Dark Lord. So when Vader responds coolly, there's a chill of terror that reminds the audience how cold-hearted he truly is. And speaking of the cold,
this facility is crude, but it should be adequate to freeze Skywalker for his journey to the Emperor.
Vader reveals his plan, and while it's simple, complications may still occur.
Lord Vader, we only use this facility for carbon freezing. You put him in there, it might kill him.
I do not want the Emperor's prize damaged. We will test it on Captain Solo.
So testing on Han accomplishes multiple things at once. It rids himself of Han as an issue and player in the war, as he was the one that stopped Vader from taking down Luke on the Battle of Yavin. It also allows him to test the chamber properly, allowing him to transfer Han to Boba easily, and it will help in bringing Luke closer to the dark side, as the uncertainty of his friend's fate will only fill him with fear.
Lord Vader, ship approaching X-Wing class.
Good. Monitor Skywalker and allow him to land.
Vader's bait has worked, as it's brought Luke over to Bespin, so as he's making the final preparations, he, along with the rest of the Empire, will allow Luke to reach him unharmed. The scene is set as the heroes enter the metaphorical cave that is the carbon freezing chamber, and inside resides the shadow in Vader.
What if he doesn't survive? He's worth a lot to me.
The Empire will compensate you if he dies. Put him in.
Vader really doesn't care. Boba has shown to be quite the antagonist, but similar to the scene earlier with all the bounty hunters, Vader shows again that when you put him in a room together, he still maintains his title as the baddest man in the galaxy, simply not concerned about Han's potential death, as that can be easily solved in his eyes. But when the roles are reversed, he will ensure that Luke will be safely delivered to his master, which is what Boba is trying to do here precisely, so they mirror each other in that respect. And Vader winning this interaction places him as the alpha of the villains. A small moment, but Vader stops Boba from shooting Chewie, and with this he reminds Boba and everyone in the room that he is still in control, understanding that if they fight back and allow chaos to ensue from Chewie's tantrum, then Vader can easily lose that control. Or maybe he was trying to protect 3PO. I don't know.
Well, Calrissian, did he survive?
Yes, he's alive. And in perfect hibernation.
He's all yours, bounty hunter. Reset the chamber for Skywalker.
And so, Vader follows through and has Han frozen, leaving much uncertainty for the heroes, as his fate would be left in the balance, handed off to Boba and the greedy Jabba the Hutt. This shows again what Vader is capable of, and how he can have a lasting impact on others, succeeding where others may have failed, all due to his undying persistence and ruthless nature, qualities he's displayed his whole life.
Skywalker has just landed, Lord.
Good. See to it that he finds his way in here.
Everything is unfolding as he has foreseen.
Calrissian, take the princess and the Wookiee to my ship.
You said they'd be left in the city under my supervision.
I am altering the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further.
Vader bends everything to fit his plan, as he still finds use in Leia and Chewie, to which Lando can't stand, of course, as a deal with the devil is never going to be a fair one. The little tug on the throat Vader leaves Lando with is also a nice touch, as he reminds him yet again who's in charge, and what would become of him if he dares to defy him, as he's already, on multiple occasions, had to deal with his resistance. So Luke sets out to the beautiful planet of Bespin and enters the heavenly Cloud City, by far the most attractive planet that Luke has been to this film. However, it's all a guise, as Luke would find himself in something more akin to hell than heaven. Luke tries to be the hero once again that would save the princess and the scoundrel. However, this time, he's too late, and as Leia warns him, Luke's efforts to do the right thing have the reverse desired effect, as this time his every move has been anticipated and calculated by Vader. A theme of this film, as everything is reversed or flipped, again shown visually as Luke rises into the carbon freezing chamber, rather than descending into the fiery pits of the underworld. It's here that the cave is now brought to life as Luke is pinned against his enemy in the evil Darth Vader.
The Force is with you, young Skywalker. But you are not a Jedi yet.
Luke must face his fears head on, and that being personified in Vader himself. Vader also reminds Luke that he has a long way to go, planting the seeds for the idea that he could help Luke complete his training. And this fight in a sense would act as a bit of a test to see how powerful Luke really is, and if he's truly worthy of being trained. So Vader challenges him to get a first-hand glimpse of what he's really made of. Vader stands as an ominous shadowy presence that seems almost unhuman. Even Vader's breath would be a tool that helps make this machine feel unnatural, even though ironically, breathing is something only done by the living. But Vader makes it seem so much more terrifying. This compared to Luke, who is the hero of 1,000 faces, being the most relatable and human character of them all. Luke serves his friends in the Rebels, where Vader serves his master and the Empire. Again, Vader in all black, as per usual to the villains, but Luke this time has a gray jumpsuit. This compared to his white tunic in A New Hope. It shows that he's somewhere in the middle. He's still a good person, but there's a murkiness and gray side to him, as he will be tempted by the dark side of the Force. The fight begins, and again, Luke is the first to ignite his weapon. Vader shows his mastery with a lightsaber as he uses minimal effort to counter his attacks. Vader simply waits for Luke to make a mistake, and then capitalizes on it. This being the opposite of how the duels between the Jedi and Sith operate. That, of course, becomes flipped back to normal when the fight lasts longer than Vader anticipated. The ease in which he does this, especially early on, shows how much more powerful he really is in comparison to his son, using only one hand for almost every movement, even feats of strength where he throws Luke to the ground. There's also something about Luke trying to use his father's weapon that just feels poetic, as Vader could never be defeated by the weapon he constructed.
You have learned much, young one.
You'll find I'm full of surprises.
Luke now has a more confident mindset in this fight, understanding that he may be outclassed, but he's going in with the belief that he can defeat Vader. And conversely, Vader shows that he's genuinely impressed by Luke's skills, as he's unaware of any of Luke's training with Yoda, so he truly believes that he's facing a Force user that has had little to no training whatsoever, only what little he may have had with Obi-Wan. Vader can also just feel how much more confident, and therefore stronger or focused, Luke is compared to simply the raw power he had back on the Death Star. Luke loses his weapon early on here, and gets disarmed at the end of the fight again in the same exact way, showing how much Vader was holding back early on. Again, showing how much Vader tries to safely capture Luke, but he wouldn't be ready for Luke's undying will.
Your destiny lies with me, Skywalker. Obi-Wan knew this to be true.
No.
What's great here is that again, Luke shows confidence and heroically puts his foot down and stands up to Vader. Even when he's defenseless, Vader attempts to instill fear but fails to shake Luke's psyche. Vader also truly believes in this idea of destiny, as he knows that their paths are intertwined, seeing a bit of himself in Luke. So if he could be the father and teacher that Anakin never had, he could make him far more powerful than he ever became himself. And then he could rule the galaxy with his family as he once dreamed of doing with Padme.
All too easy. Perhaps you're not as strong as the Emperor thought. Impressive. Most impressive.
Vader suffers a bit from the judgment that Luke did as well, as he underestimates Luke's abilities, but quickly gives him props when proven wrong. Luke is impressive here, not as much for his abilities as for his spirit. He shows that he's not one to give up so easily, and he will fight tooth and nail to survive this fight. Seeing how Luke is capable of prolonging the fight actually gives Vader something to smile about, as the potential he sees in Luke only grows. This of course means that he would have his work cut out for him, as Luke would continuously fight. So he would need to subdue him sooner rather than later, before his anger fully took over.
Obi-Wan has taught you well. You have controlled your fear. Now, release your anger. Only your hatred can destroy me.
Even Vader can see that Luke has learned from his failures and has learned control. Luke's control, though, allows him to remain calm during the fight, as that would allow him to know the difference between good and bad, as well as see the fight itself more clearly. Now Vader continues to try to tempt Luke with his anger, as from his own experience he knows how powerful of a tool it can be to have at your own disposal. This is also reminiscent of a moment he had with Dooku, as he insisted on him using his own fear to draw strength from. So now Vader is on the other side, hoping that if his son is truly like him, he'll fall for the same trap. Although, once he says this, he's on the back foot for the first time, and is bested by being pushed off the platform. It's from here on out that Vader's own anger would begin to grow, as he could only fight with stoicism and composure for so long, before he began to erupt. Luke is able to survive the first part of the duel and knock Vader over. However, Vader would come back with a vengeance, outclassing him in the Force by a mile, never touching him but knocking him out the window, a quick reminder of how powerful his opponent really is. But Luke, being the ultimate rubber band, still survives. Vader also shows how his skills outclass Luke by simply using small gestures to make a huge impact with the Force. Vader's short work of Luke here reestablishes how he's truly in control, only heightening the tension as he creates more fear in Luke's mind of his own fate, as he barely stands a chance against the Dark Lord the longer the fight persists. Vader would carry over this built-up fear in the final phase as Luke would proceed with caution in the hallway, with Vader holding his breath, only to reveal himself in the last moment and surprise him. Vader's accelerated breath would highlight how he's truly putting everything into his efforts, no longer holding back as a force of nature, being that much more terrifying as a storm. In this third phase of the battle, Vader unleashes his anger as Luke gets overwhelmed by his flurry of attacks. It's in this moment that we see the dark side being used for attack in its full form, and Luke can only do what he can to barely survive.
You are beaten. It is useless to resist. Don't let yourself be destroyed as Obi-Wan did.
Of course, Vader tries to intimidate to end the fight and provide more fear, but Luke doesn't know when to quit, as his spirit is much stronger than his body. There's a piece of Vader that's trying to help Luke, as he doesn't want to hurt him, but Luke gives him no choice. And so, Vader would reclaim complete control of the duel the only way he knows how to. Luke shows patience compared to Vader's lack of composure, and is even able to get a hit off on Vader, but that might have been his biggest mistake, as Vader now doesn't hold back and cuts off his arm with the same move he uses in the first phase of the duel. Luke also losing his arm is him losing a piece of his humanity, and heightening the consequences of this ordeal, as he's come one step closer to becoming Vader, and hasn't realized it yet.
There is no escape. Don't make me destroy you.
Vader establishes that this is the end, and threatens him one final time, knowing that Luke would be resilient, looking for a way to get out of the situation, even if there seemingly is none. Now that he has him cornered, he can try to convince Luke to join him on his own accord, which would be far more impactful than forcing him to go through carbon freezing.
Luke, you do not yet realize your importance. You have only begun to discover your power. Join me, and I will complete your training. With our combined strength, we can end this destructive conflict and bring order to the galaxy.
I'll never join you!
If you only knew the power of the dark side.
Vader takes advantage of the scenario and seizes the opportunity to set the idea that Luke and he could work together to bring peace to a troubled galaxy, that through power and strength they can paint the galaxy in their own image as they see fit, that this power should not be feared. In fact, it should be embraced. As long as Luke had a guide in Vader, then they could unlock the secrets of the dark side and become unstoppable. United, they would stand. Divided, they would fall. So Vader pulls the ace up his sleeve that would certainly make Luke rethink everything.
Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father.
He told me enough. He told me you killed him.
No. I am your father.
This revelation is the final thing that turns Luke's world upside down. The men he revered in Obi-Wan and Anakin betrayed him, as Obi-Wan lied to him, and Anakin is the very man who's willing to kill him. The truth changes Luke's perspective entirely, as the man he trusted may not be right about everything, including the idea of killing Vader. And more importantly, this humanizes Vader in Luke's eyes, as now he's no longer just a brooding agent of evil, but a father, and a man that lives under the mask. This not only informs Luke of the truth, but it allows Vader to begin to gain his trust, as he told him something Obi-Wan never would. This then creates a bond between the two that would connect them in ways that they would not yet realize, as the two would be able to feel each other's presence and their thoughts. From now on, things would be that much more personal, and make Luke reflect on what he wants, as Vader is more than just a machine or a man in a suit, but his own father, attempting to make up for lost time.
That's not true. That's impossible.
Search your feelings. You know it to be true.
The nightmare continues for Luke, as similar to the cave, it's difficult to tell what's real anymore, and the idea of becoming Vader becomes all the more real as he shares his blood, and he may already be down the same path as him. Vader has Luke accept the truth, as he would need him to take that first step to reaching acceptance in order to have a chance at aligning their beliefs with one another.
Luke, you can destroy the Emperor. He has foreseen this. It is your destiny. Join me, and together we can rule the galaxy as father and son.
Vader gives a final offer, fully intending on maintaining the rule of two concept. The line by Vader itself is reminiscent as well of Vader's last conversation with Padme, as the scenes parallel one another as he pours his heart to a loved one of what he considers to be a brighter future, one where they can create their own happy ending. But even decades later, he's rejected all the same. First his wife, now his son. Luke rightfully chooses to give his own life instead of being tempted by the dark side. It's a dark moment, as the son would rather trust in the Force and potentially die than join his father that he only dreamed of meeting. But the reality is that he was just a disappointment to him.
Come with me. It is the only way.
Vader is truly trying to reach out to his son. He sees potential in him to do things that he never could, to help him rid himself of the prison that is Palpatine's stranglehold on his life, and for the first time in a long time, to have a family. He knows that when he was in his shoes, he found comfort in placing his trust in a father figure, and now he can do the same for Luke that Palpatine did for him. Although, unfortunately for him, the trust has not been built, as the news is still processing for Luke. There's definitely a vulnerability to Vader as he extends his hand not as the Dark Lord looking to solely overthrow his master, but as a father that knows what it's like to grow up without one. So now he has the opportunity to give him what he never had. Although, Vader learned to find good in the wrong places, so his son disagrees with him and chooses to follow the will of the Force, even if that means his own demise. leaving Vader with a sadness that he didn't expect to feel, as it's the first time he's had a chance at a family in decades and it was rejected all because of his actions and the type of person he has chosen to be.
Alert my Star Destroyer to prepare for my arrival.
The rejection makes Vader experience an emotional pain. There's a sadness in his anger, as even through all of his efforts throughout the film, he was able to will his way to put himself in a position to succeed and bring his son to the dark side. He just never expected to feel the way that he does in this moment. His son's response hurts so much because he truly cares, something he hasn't done in so many years, a feeling that's synonymous with Anakin Skywalker, as this has awakened him once more, thus severing his once infallible connection to the dark side. And so the conflict within himself is reawakened as Anakin is beginning to be born anew. As Vader makes his way back to the ship, he's all alone, surrounded by tons of Imperials, but the one person he wanted to be with rejected him, and he has to think about that on his way back to the bridge.
They'll be in range of our tractor beam in moments, Lord.
Did your men deactivate the hyperdrive on the Millennium Falcon?
Yes, my lord.
Good. Prepare the boarding party and set your weapons for stun.
Yes, my lord.
Vader has one final trick up his sleeve, as he always has a backup plan. A reflection of the first movie, as he allowed them to escape on purpose to find the base. This time, he used the base to find them, and he will not let them escape by any means.
Luke.
Father.
Son, come with me.
Man, why didn't you tell me?
Vader feels his most human in this moment as he tries to connect with his son before they escape. The rejection again is a pain he hasn't felt in quite some time. It's one that forces him to look in the mirror and do some self-reflection. In a strange way, Vader feels so much closer, yet further away from Luke all at the same time, as they now have a unique bond, but he can't get him to quite see things from his point of view. Vader looking out into space where they escape brings his opening shot in the film full circle. As in the first scene, the tone showed a man that was a force of nature on a mission and that was an unstoppable force. But now, he's simply a man that's defeated by failure, even looking down and turning away, only to look back to see if what had happened was real, hoping that they would by some miracle return. His sadness is to the point that he looks down as he leaves and even allows Piet to go unpunished for his failure. Of course, coming as a surprise to everyone, as he would never forget to do so before. However, that to him is meaningless, as he simply feels hurt, emphasizing the idea that Luke's rejection was the catalyst to Vader's turn and journey back to the light. While the movie ends on a foreboding note and an overall victory for Vader and the Empire, Vader still does not feel satisfied, as an emerging conflict brews from within, as because of Luke, he feels a pull to the light, something that he hasn't felt since his late wife in Padme. The same way that in many mythical stories the hero continues to believe in hope despite the darkness, Vader has begun to do the same, as he would want to search for Luke once more, only this time with a very different mindset, as for once, the ruthless villain's heart is in conflict with itself. In The Return of the Jedi, Vader and the Empire are in the midst of constructing the second Death Star, which would spell certain doom for the rebellion. Vader arrives, and there are quite a few troopers and officers that are there to receive him for his unexpected visit. However, this would be nothing in comparison to the Emperor himself. This arrival shows again the kind of command that Vader holds amongst the ranks, as his presence alone strikes fear into his subordinates and every officer, primarily Moff Jerjerrod.
Lord Vader, this is an unexpected pleasure. We're honored by your presence.
You may dispense with the pleasantries, Commander. I'm here to put you back on schedule.
I assure you, Lord Vader, my men are working as fast as they can.
Perhaps I can find new ways to motivate them.
Vader cuts to the chase and informs Jerjerrod why he's there, understanding that he, as seen in The Empire Strikes Back, can motivate others to do their job with greater effectiveness with a push in the right direction, as fear can be a powerful tool in the right hands.
I tell you, this station will be operational as planned.
The Emperor does not share your optimistic appraisal of the situation.
But he asks the impossible. I need more men.
Then perhaps you can tell him when he arrives.
The Emperor's coming here?
Vader actually almost comes across as though if he's looking out for him. Vader has always been seen as a man to be feared, so it's ironic to see, for as far as Sith Lords go, he's the good cop in the situation. So he gets to play the part here, warning them of what's to come, as they would rather deal with him than his counterpart.
And he is most displeased with your apparent lack of progress.
We shall double our efforts.
I hope so, Commander, for your sake. The Emperor is not as forgiving as I am.
The thought of Palpatine's mere presence strikes fear as well, and if that's not enough to motivate them, Vader is used as a barometer for just how relentless Palpatine can truly be. Again, this is a callback to Empire Strikes Back, as there are countless examples of how forgiving Vader truly is. So now he uses the inevitable arrival of the Emperor as a tactic to motivate them, without ever having to lift a finger and discipline them himself. When Palpatine does arrive, the film visually conveys to us just how much fear and respect he receives from all ranks of the Empire, from the substantial amount of troopers that show up to greet him, to his apprentice that yet again kneels before him. And the idea of Vader being so subservient to another is truly a rare sight to behold.
Rise, my friend.
It's funny to hear Palpatine call him his friend, as they are in a strange sense, or at least should be after all these years. Yet their relationship feels very tense, as Vader even seems hesitant to speak, let alone express how he feels around him. The fact that he never truly treated Vader as a friend will come into play when Vader makes his choice at the end of the film. Vader's overall demeanor with Palpatine is unlike any other we've seen him have with any other character, almost being timid. That, compounded with the fact that he's also beginning to have conflicting emotions about the situation, makes Vader all the more hesitant around his master that he once saw as a father.
You've done well, Lord Vader. And now I sense you wish to continue your search for young Skywalker.
Yes, my master.
Vader almost seems surprised by Palpatine's clairvoyance, as he thought he did a good job of hiding his intentions, only emphasizing how great of a deal it is for him to find his son, as it's been constantly at the forefront of Vader's thoughts.
Patience, my friend. In time, he will seek you out, and when he does, you must bring him before me.
Palpatine, as usual, is wanting to manipulate a Skywalker's emotions and use Luke's attachment and compassion to his father against him, as he once did with Vader. The main difference here is that he does not sense the conflict that Vader possesses, which will be the deciding factor of his fate. This is also a very different way of dealing with things than Vader is accustomed to, as he's a man of action, always the one to seek out others, and this is the first time he must be more passive and allow his son to reach out to him for once.
He has grown strong. Only together can we turn him to the dark side of the Force.
As you wish.
He's not wrong, and Palpatine says this knowing that he needs to get Vader on his side, and more importantly, to stay there. There's also a part of Vader that doesn't care that much about him turning to the dark side, rather just being reunited with his son. And he's still harboring the hurt of being rejected by Luke, wondering if there's still a chance to make amends with his kin. So Vader saying, "As you wish," is him complying with Palpatine to make do with his own agenda.
Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen.
Once again, Palpatine has a grand plan with a surefire result. Only this time, he doesn't plan on every possibility or have the advantage of playing both sides, as he's become even more confident with his decision making, possibly because of how successful he was the first time around. To juxtapose this, Vader doesn't have any grand, intricate plan. Vader is simply taking the path that's paved in front of him and hoping for the best, as when he gets there in the moment, then he will talk to his son in the hopes that they can bond and get on the same page, even if he's misguided by the dark side. The true conflict will occur though when Luke resists that and challenges Vader's mindset, forcing him to make the ultimate choice as the chosen one yet again.
You must confront Vader. Then, only then, a Jedi will you be.
And on the other side, Luke prepares for this inevitable encounter with Vader, and his masters remind him of the path his father took, as the parallels between their stories are used to juxtapose one another.
Is Darth Vader my father?
Arrest thy maid.
Yoda, I must know.
Your father is. Told you did he. Unexpected this is. And unfortunate. Do not underestimate the powers of the Emperor, or suffer your father's fate. You will.
Not only should Luke worry about being outmatched with his skills with the Force, but more importantly, with the Emperor's powers of persuasion, as he essentially killed the good man that was once Anakin and trapped him in the persona of Vader.
Why didn't you tell me? You told me Vader betrayed and murdered my father.
Your father was seduced by the dark side of the Force. He ceased to be Anakin Skywalker and became Darth Vader. When that happened, the good man who was your father was destroyed. So what I told you was true, from a certain point of view.
A certain point of view?
The betrayal and fall of the hero in Anakin has had a lasting mark on the man that once raised him, trained him, fought alongside him, and, most importantly, loved him as a brother. What's important here is the way Obi-Wan originally told Luke of Anakin's death feels just as true to him, because that's how he experienced and interpreted the event. To Obi-Wan, he could only rationalize it by believing that his brother in Anakin was murdered, because he couldn't believe that he and Vader were one and the same.
Luke, you're going to find that many of the truths we cling to depend greatly on our own point of view.
We can all experience something and interpret it differently. In this case, Anakin being dead makes as much sense to him because he hasn't seen any semblance of the good friend he once knew in the suit for over 2 decades.
Anakin was a good friend. When I first knew him, your father was already a great pilot, but I was amazed how strongly the Force was with him. I took it upon myself to train him as a Jedi. I thought that I could instruct him just as well as Yoda. I was wrong.
When he speaks of Anakin, you can feel the love for the man he once was, and the disappointment he has in himself for failing that good man. This adds a layer of why he really wanted to make sure that he did not fail Luke, and that Luke didn't turn to the dark side, as the last thing he would want would be to let Anakin down again.
There is still good in him.
He's more machine now than man, twisted and evil.
Obi-Wan was once optimistic, but now he's a bit jaded about the situation, as he truly treats Vader and Anakin as 2 separate people. It's hard for him to see his friend under the monster that was created, with the suit being the tomb that Anakin rests in. This also emphasizes the difference in thought of treating Vader and Anakin as 2 separate entities, as if they are 2 different people, then he could never be turned, as the Emperor would say. But if they were one and the same, then he could be shown the light once more. The ability to treat them as the same person is what gives Luke an advantage over his masters, as he understands that the man that was once his father is under the mask. This allows him to be compassionate when others couldn't, to believe without being able to see, and to empathize with him as a man rather than as a machine.
You must face Darth Vader again.
I can't kill my own father.
Then the Emperor has already won. You were our only hope.
Obi-Wan has convinced himself for so long that Anakin was truly dead that he lost faith in his former apprentice. It's here that Luke's compassion, the very thing that was considered Anakin's greatest strength and weakness, shines, as he chooses to believe in Anakin Skywalker. And it's from here on out that the internal tug of war between Anakin and Vader would gradually intensify, as the internal conflict would only grow.
What is thy bidding, my master?
Send the fleet to the far side of Endor. There it will stay until called for.
In this short scene, the main thing for Vader is that he is simply shown being a soldier or a pawn in the Emperor's game. This, in contrast to The Empire Strikes Back, where he was constantly active and leading on his own. This time, he has been at the Emperor's mercy, only being a tool for his schemes, and Vader has placed all his trust in Palpatine over the years, but soon it would be the first time he would begin to question it, although there would soon be a reason to Palpatine's orders, as he would position him in a place that would have his path cross Luke's. While this would work in bringing Luke to him, it would incite feelings of conflict in Vader. And so, Vader does as he's told, and the father and son would be in a similar position that they were in at the end of Empire, as they feel each other's presence.
Vader's on that ship.
Now, don't get jittery, Luke. There are a lot of command ships.
I'm endangering the mission. I shouldn't have come.
Shall I hold them?
No, leave them to me. I will deal with them myself.
Since their last encounter, there's a remaining connection between the father and the son. Vader seems to be different, almost having a soft spot for Luke as he allows the strike team to pass. This is in line with the Empire's goal of capturing them to corner them. Although, Vader would use violence as a last resort to capture them purely because he still wants to have his son join him, simply a change from the lethal and aggressive means he would use in the past. There's also another nice shot of Vader looking out into space, which harkens back to the end of The Empire Strikes Back, where he was conflicted. This time, maybe looking to the stars for guidance or answers.
I told you to remain on the command ship.
A small thing, but by returning, it's a little hint of Vader starting to take action for himself and not blindly follow the Emperor and his orders. Vader is beginning to rebel against him in small ways, and the Emperor is almost annoyed by it.
A small rebel force has penetrated the shield and landed on Endor.
Yes, I know.
The Emperor is once again fully aware of everything going on, but his lack of urgency and action will be his undoing.
My son is with them.
Are you sure?
I have felt him, my master.
Strange that I have not. I wonder if your feelings on this matter are clear, Lord Vader.
They are clear, my master.
Not only is Vader forming a stronger connection with his son, but the Emperor is beginning to slip, as he was once an almost omniscient person, ready for any possibility in the prequels. He now misses important details such as the presence of Luke Skywalker, and Vader is just generally more focused, being a man with purpose now, as he's been anticipating their encounter for quite some time, allowing him to see things more clearly than an uncompassionate Palpatine.
Then you must go to the Centauri moon and wait for him.
He will come to me.
I have foreseen it. His compassion for you will be his undoing.
While it does make his action easier to predict, he mistakenly takes this as weakness.
He will come to you, and then you will bring him before me.
The stage is set, and Palpatine will attempt to seduce Luke as he once did with Vader. Vader is initially surprised by the idea that Luke would go to him, as in his mind, Luke wants nothing to do with him, especially after their last interaction where he fully rejected him. But Palpatine points out one of Luke's defining characteristics, his compassion, and it's then that Vader understands as he was once the same way. But nevertheless, it's still surprising, and Luke's undying ability to see the good in others, including his father, would bring them together, where Vader truly convinced himself that this wasn't possible, as it's what his master and former masters all believed. But when the opposite comes from his son, it sparks feelings of the good man in Anakin that he can't control, as Anakin would begin to resurface from under the mask.
This is a rebel that surrendered to us. Although he denies it, I believe there may be more of them, and I request permission to conduct a further search of the area. He was armed only with this.
Good work, Commander. Leave us. Conduct your search and bring his companions to me.
In this moment, the exchange looks between the father and son says everything, as it's the first time that they've interacted with each other since Cloud City. Because the Imperial officer does not know of their history, the real, meaningful dialogue is between the Jedi and Sith, as Vader still threatens the life of Luke's friends, which grants him a look of concern from his son.
The Emperor has been expecting you.
I know, Father.
So, you have accepted the truth.
I've accepted the truth that you were once Anakin Skywalker, my father.
That name no longer has any meaning for me.
Luke accepts the truth, but he does so from the point of view that's willing to see the man in the suit and Vader as one and the same. Vader immediately rejects this idea, as he basically wants to have his cake and eat it too, accepting being his father while rejecting being Anakin. This is a consequence of succumbing to the dark side as you begin to lose yourself in the process. Again, Luke is the only one, besides Vader himself, that can feel this conflict, and more importantly, have a chance at saving him because he's the only person who's willing to take things for what they are, rather than what they prefer. Everyone else seems to alter the truth because of their point of view. Darksiders like Palpatine and Vader reject Anakin because it's the only way to keep him on the dark side, and Lightsiders like Obi-Wan and Yoda reject him because they gave up on him after they failed him. We can only cope with the situation by treating them as two different people. Because Luke is a fresh set of eyes, he can see more clearly than those that lived through his fall. Vader also does a terrible job of lying to Luke here, and more importantly, himself here, waving his lightsaber in his face when he says the name that apparently means nothing to him. He may want to believe that he's now only Vader, but his actions show otherwise, as he clearly becomes frustrated in his tone, showing that there truly is conflict within him. As if he was truly submerged in the dark side, he would have had a very different reaction, one that was indifferent to hearing the name that hadn't been uttered in years. It's almost like he's afraid that saying the name out loud will bring Anakin back, that simply uttering the words will fill him with life and feelings that he had buried away, something that we see in A New Hope with Obi-Wan when he hears his own name.
Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan. Now that's a name I've not heard in a long time. A long time.
It is the name of your true self you've only forgotten. I know there is good in you. The Emperor hasn't driven it from you fully. That was why you couldn't destroy me. That's why you won't bring me to your Emperor now.
Luke understands that there's a man under the suit that lived life as Obi-Wan once described, as he was a good person with dreams and aspirations, longing for adventure as Luke once did. Luke has the ability to put himself in other people's shoes, and it gives him the ability to empathize with others and understand their struggle. Through this understanding of conflict, he can find a way to help them rather than destroy them. Not only does Luke call out Vader based off the conflict he feels through the Force, but more importantly, through Vader's actions, as one's choices are what most clearly define us as people, far more than our abilities. Vader simply has no response to this because everything Luke said was the truth. There's still a piece of Anakin within Vader that yearns to return, all incited by the discovery of his son. Vader tries to balance out the lives of Anakin and Vader as two different people, but this causes him to make choices that lean more towards what Anakin would do, and has others question his allegiance to the dark side.
I see you have constructed a new lightsaber.
Luke must have hit the nail on the head because Vader immediately changes the subject.
Your skills are complete. Indeed, you are powerful, as the Emperor has foreseen.
Again, it's a matter of choice versus abilities. Luke is powerful like Vader, but the difference between them is the choices they make in their most desperate hours. Also, Luke's development as a Jedi is again respected by Vader, and this shows how far he's come, as in their previous encounter, he very clearly was unwilling to claim him to be a Jedi, whereas now, he has done everything but actually say it. Vader also getting to see that Luke has built his own lightsaber also shows his recognition of him as his own person with choices, as the lightsaber is a Jedi's life. So Luke has chosen to give himself life and, in a sense, has grown up. Vader recognizes this growth in Luke, represented through the saber and seen through Luke as a person now, as he is calm and stoic throughout this scene, as he's come a long way since Vader once stated that he was just a boy. So there's a bit of pride in Vader to see Luke with his skills and accomplishments, but also to see him become a man, and he wants to make up for lost time by joining forces. Luke wants the same, but they both stand on different sides of the Force, calling for the other to let go and join them.
Come with me.
Obi-Wan once thought as you do. You don't know the power of the dark side. I must obey my master.
Luke, as usual, gives people a choice first. He chooses to give others a path to peace, but as per usual, his enemy rejects it. Vader is dealing in an absolute here, and especially the way he delivers the line, he comes across as a prisoner rather than a man with the freedom of choice, as he's bound to the dark side and his master. Vader remembers a time when he felt like there was a chance, but everyone else gave up on him and he gave up on himself. So when Luke shows that he hasn't, Vader defaults to being in denial, believing that he has no choice. As he would go on to say, it's too late for him.
I will not turn. and you'll be forced to kill me.
If that is your destiny.
Search your feelings, Father. You can't do this. I feel the conflict within you. Let go of your hate.
It is too late for me, son. The Emperor will show you the true nature of the Force. He is your master now.
Then my father is truly dead.
Luke makes a last-ditch effort to slap some sense into Vader, but, like his true name, he rejects the truth yet again. Vader's hatred has destroyed himself, as it forces him to make choices that he may not necessarily want to do, even to the point that he has clearly even given up on himself. It's with this that Luke then directly challenges his father, saying that he is truly dead. He wants to leave Vader with something to think about. If Vader doesn't even believe in himself, why should his son? Luke gets the last word in, and the most powerful one at that, as Luke would need Vader to truly self-reflect going into the final confrontation. This being the calm before the storm, as Luke and Vader would soon enter the Devil's Lair. It's also interesting to see the mirroring of this scene between Empire Strikes Back, as now it's Luke that offers Vader a lending hand, but both reject it when offered. What's more impressive is that Luke does this even after all that Vader has put him through, always choosing to see the good in others first. Overall, this scene shows the denial that Vader has of the situation that he's in, and the conflict stirring within himself. It's ironic, as in this film, he has accomplished the goal he had in the previous one, that of capturing Luke Skywalker to bring him to the Emperor. However, now that he's done it, it still doesn't feel like a victory for him, as he, just like Luke, has come face to face with destiny, as the father and son will be forced to make choices that will define their character. As Vader enters the Emperor's throne room, he steps upwards into hell. He must ascend towards the devil, as he has no power here and he faces the embodiment of evil itself in Palpatine. And Vader stands between his master and the one he desires to be his apprentice, as Luke and the Emperor couldn't be any more different, as they juxtapose each other for the fate of the galaxy, and their fate truly lies in Vader's hands, as they end up being the angel and devil on his shoulders, as they would be the representations of the conflict within Vader himself, one side fighting for Vader, the other for Anakin. Vader wouldn't know it yet, but he would be on his way to making his final choice as the chosen one that would seal the fate of the galaxy, the Force, and his son.
I'm looking forward to completing your training. In time, you will call me Master.
You're gravely mistaken. You won't convert me as you did my father.
Oh no, my young Jedi. You will find that it is you who are mistaken about a great many things.
From the start, Luke shows strength as he immediately rejects the idea of turning to the dark side, standing up for himself and answering back to the Emperor, even getting a look of surprise from Vader himself, who clearly is afraid of his own master. Vader is quiet throughout most of this interaction, but his silence says the whole story. He is again in fear. This is emphasized by the look he gives his son when he talks back to him, and visually, this is one of the few times he has, or feels like he has, no power.
His lightsaber.
Ah yes, a Jedi's weapon, much like your father's. By now you must know your father can never be turned from the dark side. So will it be with you.
You're wrong. Soon I'll be dead, and you with me.
The lightsaber is a symbol of being a Jedi, and again, Palpatine gives Luke credit for it. It's also used as a way to show the similarity between the father and son, as if to imply that Luke could very easily be along the same path. Luke of course shows no sign of this right here, as he doubles down on the rebels' plans and has no intention of escaping the Death Star. His goal is very clear: to save his father from his master, and more importantly, himself. This line here by the Emperor is a lie that Vader has chosen to believe as truth, as both his masters have expressed believing that Anakin is no more. So he has never received encouragement or faith from others since the one person who believed in him passed away in Padme. Where Anakin was supposed to be a symbol of hope for others, everyone else stopped believing in him. Now that undying faith in others has returned, in the form of his son, only inching him closer to the light.
It is pointless to resist, my son.
Vader is the result of having a defeated mentality, whereas Luke is still hopeful and remains optimistic. Vader has forgotten to do the same, as he was once as idealistic as his son. Vader has truly lost his way. When you look back at the man that he once was, never giving up and fighting for others, pushing back on any threat that he came across, now we just see him not even try anymore, truly showing that the Emperor's greatest strength was manipulating Anakin into becoming Darth Vader, sacrificing his own ideals in the pursuit of a lie.
I'm afraid the deflector shield will be quite operational when your friends arrive.
This plan that the Emperor has laid out is all too similar to what happened to Vader, as he was put in a scenario where he feared losing the ones that he cared about, and was convinced that giving into your fear and letting the hate flow through you was the answer. So, as this is being set up, Vader is beginning to see the parallels to himself with Luke, which allows him to see the Emperor for what his true intentions are, as he once thought that he actually cared for him, even like a son. So Vader begins to realize that he doesn't want to do the same with his own son and have him live the life that he did, filled with despair. In other words, he sees the situation for what it truly is, understanding
It's a trap!
You, like your father, are now mine.
Palpatine believes he has complete ownership of Luke, that he's put him in a situation where he will inevitably become a slave to the Emperor, to the dark side, and to his own emotions. Palpatine doesn't hold back, showing that he truly does not care if Vader hears him speak in this manner, admitting that he sees him as his property, hearkening back to the idea that Vader, like Anakin, was a slave for his entire life, which can only make Vader question his allegiances, as Luke has done the opposite, offering to free him from the chains that he made for himself all those years ago, when he surrendered himself to the dark side of the Force.
I can feel your anger. I am defenseless. Take your weapon. Strike me down with all of your hatred, and your journey towards the dark side will be complete.
Palpatine is laying it on thick because, like Yoda, he believes that once he begins down the dark path, forever will it dominate his destiny. With Anakin, in a similar situation, Palpatine gave him more of a choice, but he had the benefit of making the Jedi the villains, where now he just wants him to embrace the dark side for the sake of it, because he enjoys corrupting others. Palpatine exposes all of Luke's fears here, as he fears losing those he cares about the most. This leads to his anger, hatred, and suffering. What's worse is that the Emperor tells him that he will be on this path to the dark side if he does this, but Luke does so anyways due to not having his mind in a state of calm or peace. Luke takes the bait and attempts to strike the Emperor, and so the father and son fight for the fate of the Force. Vader acts as the Emperor's guardian and protects him from Luke, and unintentionally protects Luke from himself, not allowing him to go down the same dark path that Anakin did for himself all those years ago. It would be from this point on that the encounter would focus in on the plight of Anakin Skywalker, as the conflict within would be brought to the forefront, leaving both Luke and Vader with a choice.
Use your aggressive feelings, boy. Let the hate flow through you.
In the same way that Luke is the angel on Vader's shoulder, he is essentially his conscience as well. So Palpatine understands that in order to seal Vader's fate even further, he must corrupt Luke, and there would be no one left for Vader to turn to go back to the light. This also causes Luke to be defensive the majority of the fight, as his goal is to awaken Anakin Skywalker, not kill him.
Obi-Wan has taught you well.
I will not fight you, Father.
Vader, of course, gives his son and former master props as he sees that Luke's skills have improved significantly.
You are unwise to lower your defenses.
Where Vader sees this as a weakness, this is Luke's strength, as he does everything in his power to show Vader that his intention truly is not to hurt him. Luke is doing his best to be vulnerable and come from a place of compassion, where having his weapon drawn at all times is simply instigating violence, Also, it's difficult for Vader to understand why his son is acting this way, so he tries to punish him instead and continues to attack him even with his defenses down. For so long he's convinced himself that mercy was a weakness, as the world has never shown him much mercy. So he chooses to attack his son the same way that life has kicked Vader down, not seeing the great strength that gives someone, as his son fights here with a purpose.
Your thoughts betray you, Father. I feel the good in you, the conflict.
There is no conflict.
Once again, Palpatine and even Yoda and Obi-Wan failed to see this conflict, where now Luke does.
You couldn't bring yourself to kill me before, and I don't believe you'll destroy me now.
You underestimate the power of the dark side. If you will not fight, then you will meet your destiny.
Luke continues to chip away at Vader and becomes closer to revealing Anakin. This internal conflict is what Luke will use as his weapon for good. Luke's compassion, similar to his mother, is the thing that allows him to see this good in a man deemed to be unhuman, or more machine, as he's willing to die on the same hill that his mother once had, all in an attempt to bring Anakin back to the light. Vader wants to deny the truth until the bitter end, not realizing that the more he tries to deny it, the more others can see how he truly feels. This conflict within him is stirring, and he answers this with anger, throwing his weapon at his son. Again, fear leading to anger. He's in fear of the possibility of something as simple as regret. The idea that this decision to not only join the dark side but stay with them was a mistake. Afraid of opening up and feeling things as he did as Anakin, afraid of showing compassion and becoming attached, only to be burned for it. The hatred he feels towards himself is at the forefront now, and he fears losing it all once more. Where he once became fear itself by losing everything, now that possibility returns. Anger leading to hate. His self-loathing is unmatched as he assisted in the destruction of the Republic and the Jedi Order, institutions he once fought to serve and uphold. He attempted to kill his master, a man he saw as family. He lost his wife and believed to have killed her and his own children. He served the man that devised his very downfall, and he would be subjugated to being more machine than man in a physical and metaphorical sense for decades. To where ultimately, when he learned of his son, he was sworn to place him down the same path of despair Vader experienced, sworn to serve the very man he despised. Hate leading to suffering. Vader then tries to turn the tables and generate fear in his son, knowing that it would be the only way to turn him for good.
You cannot hide forever, Luke.
I will not fight you.
Luke chooses to delay the inevitable, as Vader and he are the unstoppable force and the immovable object. They're on a collision course to having Luke come face to face with the dark side, as it would be his final test to truly becoming a Jedi. Vader chooses to instigate further. In a last-ditch effort to corrupt Luke, he allows fear to become the motivator. It's also interesting that in this scene, it's dark surrounding the entire area. Luke tries to use it as an ally, both literally to conceal himself and metaphorically to attack Vader, and Vader roams in the darkness like an old friend. But when he goes too far, ironically, in his anger, Luke pushes him out towards the light, and in the light he can see the shadow he has casted of his wrongdoings, none more highlighted than by the light that is his own son, being a beacon of hope standing up to the devil himself.
Give yourself to the dark side. It is the only way you can save your friends.
Once again, the dark side is painted as a means to do something good, something Vader only believes because Palpatine has drilled it in his mind. Luke, of course, believes otherwise, doing his best to not take the quicker and more seductive route, understanding that it is not stronger and will only come at the cost of inner turmoil, a lie that Vader bought into in order to save his wife, not realizing that where he could have done things for her, he truly became selfish and acted for himself, giving in and placing chains on himself by surrendering to the dark side.
Your thoughts betray you. Your feelings for them are strong, especially for sister.
Luke's feelings are now being thrown in his face and used to manipulate his actions. this ultimately giving Vader the ammunition he needs to lure Luke out and have him succumb to the dark side. His feelings for his friends have always led him to do the right thing. But in this case, where he fears not only to lose them, but lose them to the corruption of the dark side, this is the first time that it's thrown him on the dark path. The same way that Luke can sense the conflict in Vader, so can he in him. And he uses this to his advantage and gains knowledge that can be utilized as power, being the final push that he would need to propel Luke into the abyss, hoping Luke would never come back from it, as Anakin never did. This really being a play right out of Palpatine's playbook.
Your feelings have now betrayed her too. Obi-Wan was wise to hide her from me. Now his failure is complete.
With Luke being Obi-Wan's last student and final hope, he's on the precipice of failing his master and everything he stood for. Part of the struggle of being the hero is putting those that you care about in harm's way, and Luke feels that he's the direct cause of it here. There's a satisfied venom in Vader's voice as he says this, as Obi-Wan in his mind has always been the crux of most of his problems in his life. Vader has constantly blamed others, and Obi-Wan was usually the focal point. But now, for the first time, he feels like he can finally get the better of Obi-Wan. No longer could he hold him back, criticize him, or best him in combat. For the first time, he feels as though his master could be exposed for what he always believed him to be. A failure. One who failed the Republic, the Rebels, the Jedi Order, his best friend, and now, his final apprentice. As Obi-Wan tried his best to outsmart him, but in the end, Vader feels validated as he has won, being given the ammunition he needs to convert his son and destroy the Rebel Alliance once and for all, and maybe even best his current master in Sidious.
If you will not turn to the dark side, then perhaps she will.
This is the final straw that breaks the camel's back, as Luke will not stand to even think of his worst fears coming true. Vader then uses this ammo that has been given to him and takes a swing that he believes would lead to victory. But this couldn't be further from the truth, as chaos would ensue from that moment on. Once Vader suggests that Leia could be turned, the mere thought angers Luke to the point of where he gives in and attacks Vader with all of his hate, falling into the trap that Palpatine has laid out for him. Luke loses all control and hands the keys over to the dark side, where before he may have had dark moments and made impulsive decisions, in this case, he simply allows the dark side to take over. While this gives him the temporary ability to overwhelm Vader as he goes all out on the offensive, the first time he does the whole battle, and really in either of the fights, it comes at the cost of losing a bit of his humanity. This shown by how he brutally attacks his father that's barely able to defend himself and then disarms him, returning the favor of a scarred body. Vader thought he had him cornered, but he was unprepared for what would come, becoming completely overwhelmed by his son, overcome with rage and a focus like none that he had seen before him. It would be a reflection of himself as he had acted this way before on his path to the dark side. But instead, this time of course he would be on the receiving end of it, barely able to defend himself and on the back foot the whole time. He would be pushed to the brink and would lose his arm, bested once more. And for the first time in a while he would feel vulnerable in combat. And the fear within him would rise, even throwing his hand up barely able to breathe, almost begging for mercy, begging for the very compassion that he ridiculed his son for having moments ago. But it's when he disarms him that the mere image and reminder of Vader's mechanical hand is what snaps him back to reality. Similar to the visions in the cave of his own face behind the helmet, here Luke is shown that he and Vader are not all that different. That right now if he chooses to continue and strike his father down, he will only cement himself on the path to the dark side. Luke looks at his own hand in sheer horror at the idea of what he's done and what he is capable of doing. This was the same lost hand that symbolized the loss of some of his humanity, and now it's the same hand that caused this violence. Ironically for Vader, it's the loss of this hand that would bring some of his humanity back to him. That, and what his son would not only say, but do with his next action.
Good. Your hate has made you powerful. Now, fulfill your destiny and take your father's place at my side.
Palpatine continues to be the devil whispering evil in Luke's ears, encouraging him to take the final step. But in this moment, Luke realizes that he still has a choice.
Never. I'll never turn to the dark side. You failed, Your Highness. I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
So be it, Jedi.
For Vader, this moment strikes a chord with him as it begins to truly unlock Anakin Skywalker. Luke chooses to stop the fighting and shows bravery beyond even Vader's comprehension, throwing away his weapon and therefore his life, all to prove a point to the man that Vader fears too much to act against. He sees his son do this, and on top of that, Luke doubles down and states that he is like his father. In a moment when he could have easily finished the job and taken the easy route with hatred, Luke chooses love, forgiveness, and compassion, which has a profound effect on Vader. He sees that his son forgives him and still believes in him, despite the terrible things that he's done, and he's willing to die by this belief. A compassion and strengthened love Vader hadn't felt since his late wife in Padme. In this moment, he sees her. He sees the very type of person he once threw away his life for and sealed his fate by betraying and harming her. So again, history repeats itself, and he sees not only his son, but the son of the person he loved more than anyone or thing he ever had. He made a vow to never let what happened to his mother happen again, and now he may be presented with that opportunity once more, as he would have done anything to save her, his wife, and now his son, who displays the same, if not more sympathetic and caring qualities that the women he loved did as well.
So be it, Jedi.
The disdain in his voice is unmatched, as his apprentice has been bested and he failed at breaking Luke's spirit. So now, out of anger, he will break his body.
If you will not be turned, you will be destroyed.
And now, Vader begins to see harm come to the last person to ever believe in him, someone who showed him love, and the spirit of Anakin yearns to do the same.
Young fool, only now, at the end, do you understand? Your feeble skills are no match for the power of the dark side. You have paid the price for your lack of vision.
Even though Luke has achieved the goal of becoming a Jedi by facing his fears and conquering them, Palpatine believes it is pointless, as he has the upper hand. But, ironically, in the end, Palpatine fails to understand the consequences of his actions as he harms Vader's son, the one thing that could be seen as the symbol of hope for Anakin, the very person who shares not only blood with Padme, but the same kind of compassion she possessed. This is why Vader wants to make things work with Luke, because he reminds him of the last person he ever loved, and he won't let the opportunity to start over escape him.
Now, young Skywalker, you will die.
Vader is now presented with a choice, just like the one he had all those years ago when he chose to help Palpatine and the Sith rather than Mace and the Jedi Order. Back then, he was blinded by love and chose wrongly. This time, love has given him clarity. It has given him the vision to see the difference between right and wrong, understanding that he can save his son and make the ultimate sacrifice, and begin to redeem himself by taking the first steps to absolve his mistakes with an action to do good, to save others. Even with death upon him, Luke still calls for his father's help, and finally receives it as we see the clear conflict in Vader as he looks back and forth at the metaphorical angel and devil at odds with one another, and he chooses to finally break the chain and chooses to be like those that believed in him and forgave him in his late wife and his son. In the Sith way, it's expected for the apprentice to kill the master, one to have the power and the other to crave it. But in Vader doing so, he actually does it as an action in standing his ground and reaffirming his disassociation with the dark side and his attempt to come back to the light and have Anakin be reborn. Also, Palpatine's life was ended by the symbol of his life's work in the Death Star. All his life he spent plotting and scheming to create this ultimate weapon, only to be killed by it in the end. As per the Sith, Palpatine's hubris was the cause of his downfall. The sins and atrocities he committed caught up to him. Similar to what Leia said, the more he tightened his grip, the more others slipped through his fingers. In the rebellion, the Senate, and Vader in the end. By ridding himself of Palpatine, Vader symbolically rids himself of his fears, as he represents that for Vader, as Vader finally stands up to the father figure he feared and bravely destroys him once and for all. And while it would only be a short time, from that moment till his last, Vader, or rather Anakin, for the first time would no longer be afraid. This scene is a reminder that choice is everything, that no matter what you've done, you can still make choices for the better, that everyone deserves a second chance, that belief and hope are everything, and they can come from others or be incited from within.
Luke, help me take this mask off.
But you'll die.
Nothing can stop that now. Just for once, let me look on you with my own eyes.
Vader has accepted death, another sign that he's come back to the light, as the Sith feared death above all, and the Jedi accept it as a friend, understanding that it is a natural part of life. Some things must die for others to live on. The idea that Vader wants to look at his son with his own eyes is a powerful statement, as he always saw him through clouded lenses, literally and figuratively. Luke has now given him the ability to see more clearly than ever before, and in his last act, he wants to look into his son's soul and be reminded of the one other person that truly loved him in the same way in Padme. Luke helps Vader, and now for the first time he looks into the eyes of Anakin Skywalker. He sees the scars that helped create the monster of Darth Vader and the shell of a man that he is. But even with this, he is proud of his father's choice, and is happy that he finally got to live out his dream of meeting his father as his true self, the man and hero that Obi-Wan once described at the start of his journey.
Go, my son. Leave me.
No, you're coming with me. I'll not leave you here. I've got to save you.
You already have.
It's the most powerful thing that Anakin could tell him. Luke couldn't save him in the same sense he saved the rebels from the Death Star in A New Hope, or the way he saved Han in this movie, but he saved Anakin in a much more real, personal, and powerful way, giving him life in his final moments. This truly enlarges and captivates the idea of being a hero, as most would think it simply means saving the day, but it can also mean impacting someone else for the better. This amplifies the idea that anyone can be a hero. It goes beyond the idea of physical strength and abilities. The scene also mirrors and juxtaposes his mother's death, as she once stated that she was complete in her final moments, and Anakin subsequently fell into despair. But for Luke, in a similar situation, it's full catharsis. To bring Anakin's story home, it would be in this scene that he would truly complete his journey, one that started with fear. Like Master Yoda once famously told him, fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, and hate leads to suffering. And like this mantra, Anakin in his life had to face all of these emotions or states of mind, ones that have a similarity to the stages of grief, beginning with denial or fear, where we go into denial because the loss is so unthinkable. We can't imagine it's true. For Anakin, it all started with his mother. Just the mere idea of losing her brought his fears to the forefront, and when he lost her, that fear became a reality that he didn't want to believe to be true. Or more so, he didn't believe that it was inevitable, as death truly is. He convinced himself that he could do better and save her and others from dying, buying into a truth that didn't exist. This led to anger. We become angry with everyone, angry with survivors, angry with ourselves. Anakin began resenting others. He resented the family that was supposed to protect his mother and their failure, and he became angry with those that wronged him directly in the Tuscans and indirectly in Obi-Wan and the Jedi. But even when he let out his anger, he was simply left angry with himself. He never truly healed from that wound, and it became a scar. So when the fear of it happening again came along, this time with his wife, he chose to bargain, or hate. Then we bargain. We offer everything we have. We offer up our souls in exchange for just one more day. Anakin not only traded in the life of being Anakin Skywalker for Darth Vader, but but he did so by offering everything he had, including his ideals that make up his core and his very soul. He destroyed the man to become a machine, all in the false hope of being rewarded with happiness for just one more day with Padme. He became something else entirely, and that began to drive her away as he became unrecognizable. He betrayed her, which only led to depression or suffering. When the bargaining has failed and the anger is too hard to maintain, we fall into depression, despair. Anakin chose the life of Vader, and the consequence was a lifetime of pain and suffering. He fell into the void and stayed at the bottom of the darkness for so long that he forgot that the light existed. However, with the emergence and help of his son, Vader was able to reach a point that not even his wise mentor and Master Yoda foresaw. But Luke had the ability to see, as Yoda believed that once down the dark path, forever would it dominate your destiny and consume you. He believed that was it, failing to realize that there's a fifth stage to grief, one that will get you off the dark path. That in acceptance. Until finally we have to accept that we have done everything we can. We let go. We let go and move into acceptance. Luke showed Vader the path, and Vader took the steps, ridding himself and the galaxy of the Emperor and giving himself freedom for the first time in his life, as acceptance has made him more powerful than he could possibly imagine. Which brings us back to this moment.
You were right. You were right about me. Tell your sister you were right.
This mirroring Padme's death, as she died believing in Anakin, and now he dies reassuring Luke and Leia that Luke was right about him all along. Luke chose to believe in his father when the galaxy wouldn't, and now he can pass that on to his sister and everyone else, reassuring everyone that it's never too late, that everyone is worth a second chance. You just need to have someone believe in you. Anakin dies with peace of mind. His whole life has been one filled with conflict and turmoil, but he finally has achieved inner peace, becoming the Jedi he always dreamed of, becoming one with the Force. And so the circle is now complete, with Anakin deciding to be the father that he's never had. He saves his son, and symbolically we see again the son cremating the father. Where Qui-Gon tried to save Anakin, Anakin now saves Luke. And really, Luke has done the same for him. Where the funeral of Qui-Gon was a sign of foreboding things to come, for Anakin, it's a cathartic release of the harmony that has been restored to the galaxy. Luke set Anakin's spirit free, and he does so here symbolically, destroying the suit that was considered his tomb, and now, in death, becoming the Jedi that Luke was proud to emulate, and Anakin can finally, for the first time ever, be free. In the closing scenes of the movie, Obi-Wan, Yoda, and Anakin all look at Luke with pride, as he went on to become the Jedi they wished they could be. From his own failures, he was able to make amends and teach Luke the way he wanted to teach his father. And in the end, even in death, Obi-Wan could be proven wrong for the better, as his brother was immortalized and he is reunited with his best friend once more, an idea that Obi-Wan believed never would be possible. A reminder that anything is possible, and you can always learn from your mistakes. Obi-Wan has to believe that Qui-Gon would be proud as he helped bring the Chosen One back to the light. In the end, Anakin fulfilled the prophecy, bringing balance to the Force. In the words of George Lucas, you gotta remember this is one movie, and it's meant to be seen 1 through 6. So I think when you watch the actual movie in order, the story will become very clear that Anakin is the Chosen One. And even when Anakin turns into Darth Vader, he is still the Chosen One. The prophecy is that Anakin will bring balance to the Force and destroy the Sith. He becomes Darth Vader. Darth Vader does become the hero. Darth Vader does destroy the Sith, meaning himself and the Emperor. He does it because he is redeemed by his son. So the prophecy is true, and by doing that he redeems himself and goes from being Darth Vader back into being Anakin again. Everybody thought of Darth Vader as this big evil guy that had no heart. He was just evil. But in the end, it's not that at all. Here's a guy who lost everything. And from the man that played him himself, He believes that he's the chosen one. He's not doing wrong things knowing that it has a negative impact. So there's a sort of naivety to him that wasn't there before, and it makes him more human in a lot of ways. Anakin's story is one of tragedy. He goes from being the best of us to something unrecognizable. He was once a true hero to all and became a villain from the very same characteristics that made him a good person. As he was once a beacon of hope, he then becomes the embodiment of fear. He shows us truly how complex people are and that that's okay. Life is not complex. We are complex. Life is simple, and the simple thing is the right thing. But even despite all his failures, Anakin still is successful. He chooses, in his finest hour, his most revealing moment of his character, as the pressure is at its highest, he chooses to do what is right. Anakin is the human in all of us, one that is deeply flawed, that goes through conflict, and has moments of true darkness and despair, as he, like any of us, can be overcome with negative emotions and do regrettable things. But as a character that embodies the essence of Star Wars as well, if not better than anyone, he reminds us that there's a lot of hope out there, that we can be redeemed, and that there's still good in the world. That through our actions, we can become the change in the world that we want to see, truly becoming legendary, and in some cases, heroic. He reminds us of how important the idea of love is and how powerful it can truly be, as love conquers all, being the grace that transcends any kind of injustice in the end. It's because of this and so much more that Anakin Skywalker, or Darth Vader, has forever earned a special place in the hearts of audiences as the chosen one and the greatest Star Wars character of all time. Hey everyone, thanks for watching. I had a ton of fun making this video, so if you enjoyed it too, then I highly suggest liking the video. And if you want to see more like it, then definitely hit subscribe. And if you want to be notified when the next video comes out, then hit the bell for notifications. Or consider checking out my Patreon, where I'll be uploading videos there significantly sooner than on YouTube. So next video should be available there as I speak, and the same will apply to the next ones when they come out. And on that note, I want to give a shout out to my patrons. Your support means everything to me. And finally, let me know in the comments which Star Wars character has gone through the greatest redemption and why. And who knows, they might be in the next one. Until next time, may the Force be with you, always.